Welcome, everybody. It is day 2 of the USFL player draft, the first edition of the reboot. Colby D, Pick Dundee, he's having some audio issues this morning, so they've asked me to go ahead. Oh, wow. I'm getting the weird echo now, too. Here we go. Justin, at JMark Football, how you doing today? What are you expecting out of the USFL draft?
Hey, man, I'm good. I expect it's going to be quick-paced again, flying by the seat of our pants. Just, reaching out, seeing who these guys are, watching their highlights, and seeing what playmakers go. I'm excited for wide receivers coming up.
Yeah, we're about to have a big block of wide receivers for the USFL draft, and we are really about to see these game breakers. Is there anyone specific that you think you might see come off the board in these early rounds?
There's so much talent out there. It's hard to say, and there were so many surprises to me in the first draft that it's really hard to say. But I'm hoping to see some guys that they hung around some practice squads, but never really got their chance in the NFL to see what they can do.
Yeah, it's that seems to be the type that we're getting. People who bounced around, have multiple multiple teams with practice squad experience, or they've gone to Canada. They got a little AAF experience. They've got a little Canadian football experience. I love this position because it just feels like it's the new it position for football. So I'm absolutely pumped. I gotta ask, day one, winners, losers, who do you think had a great draft?
There were a lot of solid picks. I'm a big fan of Tamu, so I think getting him, even in the second, seems like a steal. I thought he was going to go first when I heard he was going to be in the draft. So, I mean, that just started it off strong right away.
Yeah, I think everyone, once they saw that Jordan Tamu was in the draft, in the player pool, they kind of expected that to be the first pick, and it was kind of like we got surprises to start, and then we got surprises to finish, with Paxton Lynch making a showing, the soul patch himself.
Yeah, that was interesting. The second round of quarterbacks, which was in round 12, I think added a little bit of drama. I think we're going to have some more competition at the quarterback position than we thought. After that first round, it seemed like, all right, these guys are your set starters. But then round 12 went, guys like Dondre Johnson, Paxton Lynch, Josh Love. I mean, all these guys are solid players, and I think they can come in and compete.
Yeah, even Brady White getting picked up late in round 12, I thought was an excellent pick. I mean, if you look at his production in Memphis, and you might have a little bit of a quarterback competition there as well.
Sure.
In addition to the one that I feel like you're definitely going to have in Michigan with Shea Patterson and Paxton Lynch.
For sure, yeah. Paxton's a guy that he's been in the NFL. He's got the snaps. And that experience. So, you could see where he would be able to come in and maybe edge out Shea Patterson for that starting job.
So what's your opinion on the snake draft? I mean, I'm sure you're like me, you play some fantasy football. The snake draft just kind of falls in your wheelhouse. Do you like how they're doing this split up by positional group, and then also with the snake draft format?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, and they tried to break it down. So if I remember correctly, each team gets to pick a position at first at some point.
Right.
So each team will get a first and a position or two different positions. So yeah, I think starting back up and kind of franchise mode here, I think that really kind of sets it a little more even. And then with the snake, we've all done it in our fantasy football drafts, and it's interesting because I never want the number one pick. I'd rather be kind of right in the middle there. And I'm curious what some of these coaches were hoping for. Did they want that number one pick, or would they rather be kind of stuck in the middle?
I honestly want 8. I want the back-to-back picks. I feel like that's the way to go.
Yeah.
So I just get a little update here that our fearless leader, Colby Dant, actually got his issue solved. He's coming in. He's going to take the pressure off of me. Here we go.
You guys, look, patchwork. It's like, you guys just making it work. My apologies. It's 6 a.m. over here in Los Angeles, and I had some problems, and we're going to make it work with the old computer cam. All right. So you're going to get my ugly fucking face right there talking to you for the next probably about 7 hours.
Let me elevate you though, because I mean that thread count is only like 400. Honestly, I mean you're still winning right there because of my raggedy sheets.
Hey, well, I'll take whatever I can get here. So what do you think, man? For day one done, we got day two. Quarterbacks, pretty much, yeah. Quarterbacks or a wrap. We go to wide receivers, round one. What do you think, man? And this is one. I mean, the Birmingham Stallions on the clock. I know Skip Holtz. I know him well. East Carolina days, I liked him at La Tech. I liked him at South Florida. He actually played wide receiver at Notre Dame for his father. Helps to have your father as the coach, because I feel like that might be one of those situations where they were like, yeah, I guess we'll put him as the seventh wide receiver on the team.
Right.
Right. But maybe because you look, when he was at ECU, yes, we had Dwayne Harris, who played in the NFL with the Dallas Cowboys and New York Giants, but there weren't much of a passing team. So the wide receiver position was kind of left alone, I feel like. I mean, yes, we had receivers, but they weren't jumping out at you. If anything, when Lincoln Riley came in, we started to really get really good wide receivers after that. So I wonder if he just got a philosophy. Maybe he goes with the best athlete, flat out, just the best athlete, because
it seems like he's going with familiarity almost. If you look at who he picked in the first round, because I mean he picked up a bunch of La Tech guys, even one of his quarterbacks. I wouldn't be surprised to see him go back to the La Tech pool and pull a wide receiver out of there with Skip Holtz.
Yeah, I could totally see that. I mean, to have the first pick at wide receiver though is pretty. You have your that's pretty. I think pretty important in 2000. I know, like I said, he doesn't. On years past, he doesn't believe in throwing the ball a lot. But when I heard him on ECU radio just about 2 weeks ago, he said he was going to open things up. I'm reluctant to believe that, but you look, Alonzo Moore, we have it on SGPN.com. Get the SGP app. You'll get access to all of our articles, all of our USFL content. The USFL Gambling Podcast is on there. But Alonzo Moore, we had rated as the top receiver. This is a guy who played with the San Antonio Commanders in the AAF. He played with the Seattle Dragons in the XFL. He's from Nebraska. Maybe they go that. I'm looking to try to see if there's something I can find as far as like a player that has experience with him. I think maybe Dantes Bird. I know he doesn't have experience with him, but the guy's been a bit of a player on each level that he's been at. He was in the XFL back with the Seattle Dragons. So maybe you go there with a proven commodity in these spring leagues, but I don't know. It's gonna be interesting here as we're just waiting for the pick to come in here with the Birmingham Stallions. Maybe Josh Crockett, Central Oklahoma. A lot of Central Oklahoma guys going on in this draft, man.
Yeah, I think it was Tarleton that actually won the draft yesterday. If we want to talk about putting people in the USFL, they had about 3 or 4 people go. So wide receiver, I've got one person I'm focusing on, and it is also my opportunity to kick it off being a big disgusting homer again today. Keon Hatcher is a name I would like to see called. Was, I believe, last season playing for the BC Lions in the CFL. He's a big athletic wide receiver, strong wide receiver. Kind of like that AJ Brown mold that can just get out there and just kind of bulldog you on the edge.
And look, this is a guy who's got NFL experience. I know you like him because he was a Razorback. But look, I mean, this guy's played for a lot of NFL teams: Oakland Raiders, Detroit Lions, Green Bay Packers. Had 2 stints with both those teams, and the New York Jets, and then obviously the BC Lions. That one makes a lot of sense too, as far as experience. I wonder though. I mean, we still haven't seen a college player get drafted. They said I heard Brian Woods say that he expects them to take some current, college players. Maybe they're in the FCS, maybe they're in the group of 5, maybe they're D2. Who knows? Yeah,
I mean, with their partnership that they're doing to, to pay for education, pay for tuition with Strayer, and I can't remember who the other online university program they have is, and the fact that they're willing to take people a year earlier. Maybe you're in the FCS. Maybe you're in the group of 5. Maybe you're not raking it in with NIL. I mean, it could make sense for you to go ahead and make that jump. And I would be excited to see it. I'm a proponent for let them play out of high school if they want. So
yeah,
if they can physically handle it.
I mean, this is America, right?
Yeah.
You should have every opportunity to do. That's why I'm pro transfer portal too, even though I know it's batshit crazy. And I hate to see that many players in the transfer portal. We had Joe Theismann on the show, and he was talking how, he's like, well, what are we teaching our kids these days? But I just think, hey, if they want to do that, let them do that. I get it. I'm not happy to see it too, but it is what it is. So it's crazy. I'm looking on the USFL website, waiting for this draft pick to come in, but I'm also looking. They have all the teams that are broken down, team by team. Looking at the Philadelphia Stars recap, I thought they stole it, man, on the draft. Yeah,
they had one of the best DE edge rushers that I had on my list with Frida Makamuladan, and I'm just really flexing my pronunciation.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought, man. Right?
Right. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you gotta flex the things that you do well. Brian Scott, I know Rod was really high on Brian Scott as a pick. And then, I mean, they managed to pick up, was it Mazzy Wilkins in round 10, another DB that people were really high on.
I even like the backup quarterback, Case Kukas. Now, if that guy can stay healthy, he's had monster numbers in the FCS at Northern Arizona. LA guy, he can fire that thing all around the field. I mean, I expect Brian Scott to be the starter, but yeah, I think they're sound at the quarterback position. We had Michael Rodriguez on. He was an offensive lineman for Skip Holtz at La Tech. So I actually like that because at La Tech they were kind of a physical, nasty team in the on the line of scrimmage in the CUSA. I just thought they had a really good draft overall. I would say one of the better, if not the best. I'm looking now at the Pittsburgh Maulers. The Maulers, that's one where I don't know, man. Like this is one. Kyle Laletta was their first pick. They got Josh Love with their second quarterback pick. I think Josh Love could beat Laletta out. Maybe I'm crazy, and maybe that's the homer in me after watching him resurrect that San Jose State football program. But I do like the Carlo Kemp pick in the second round. I even thought the Prince Robinson cornerback pick from Tarleton was a pretty solid pick as well. But overall, blindly right now, somewhat blindly as I see these, I would give the Stars an A. The Maulers would kind of, to me, I think they're looking at more like a C.
Their strength, I think, is going to be their offensive line with Chidi Okiki and Isaiah Battle. Those were two great picks back to back rounds. Problem is, offensive lines don't tend to score a lot of touchdowns. Don't get a lot of fat man touchdowns typically.
Unfortunately,
yeah. We'd let them score if we could.
Exactly. You are rocking with the USFL Gambling Podcast on the Sports Gambling Podcast. Make sure you check us out, subscribe, tell a friend. My name is Colby Swinging Database Dan, a.k.a. Pick Dundee, and I am joined by, the Wolf of Oaklawn, as they call him. I mean, explain that title. Explain that title a bit for the listeners there, as before we talk Tampa Bay Bandit football.
Sure. As you may or may not be aware, I am a damn dirty tout. Big into the horse racing, and I do tip sheets. I started doing it for this website called Jimmy Race Report. He insisted that no one do picks under their own name. I needed a nickname. On Reddit, my name was Guy on the Ground. He was like, that's not going to work, obviously. So he gave me the title. I really didn't like it, but I leaned into it, and I'm now the Wolf of Oaklawn.
I love it. The Wolf of Oaklawn. Give it up for my guy Chase. So look, now let's break down the Tampa Bay Bandits. They got, first off, I mean, I know NC Nick was on the show. He's a big time fan of the pick Jordan Ta'amu in the first round. He couldn't believe he dropped to the Bandits. You got Brady White in the second round, the quarterback position. Todd Haley, I think, sitting at a decent scenario or situation there with two experienced quarterbacks, really. I mean, Brady White started a number of games in college at Memphis. So, and Ta'amu obviously, been efficient in the as a backup in the NFL. Obviously, didn't get a lot of burn, but he's been in NFL camps for a while, or rosters for a while. and then with the St. Louis Battlehawks, and then back to his days at Ole Miss. You got to like that. I love their, they have kind of a sneaky underrated draft because I like Delrick Abrams, the cornerback from Colorado. I also like Devontae Davis. So I like them at the quarterback and the cornerback position. We'll see how the other positions work out, but I would say that they might be graded as an A or a B plus or something if I had to grade them at the moment. How about you?
I would probably lean at that B plus also. Jordan Ta'amu seemed like a steal. I like how they backed it up immediately with Mekhi Brown, the Georgia product, who's just a hard hitter. And then they follow that up with the pride of Scranton, Michael Scott.
Yeah, there you go, right there, man. And shout out, the USFL says they are rolling, and we got the Generals. Do we have the New Jersey Generals in the chat? Is that what I'm seeing? Shout out to the New Jersey Generals. Shall we pull them up? Because this is one this is Rod's favorite team. They went out, they get Ben Holmes at quarterback. They also got DeAndre Johnson, which I'm one to think perhaps they might have a little quarterback battle before we even see the first game, because I think both these quarterbacks can play at a pretty high level. And we really like DeAndre Johnson. Was a big-time recruit at Florida State. He bounced around a bit in college, but very talented. So it'll be interesting to see there. But I would give that, just on the quarterback position, that's an A. To get DeAndre Johnson in the second round there, or the 12th round, but the second quarterback round, I think that's big time. And you're looking at some of the other positions. Yeah, I actually they got my guy Garrett McGinn from East Carolina. And look, I mean,
because when you're at East Carolina, you go for it every time. Or you don't coach at East Carolina. You don't come to East Carolina. You don't play at East Carolina with a weak heart. Write it.
I am writing it, Coach. All right. And Garrett McGinn, he doesn't play with the weak heart, Chase.
Hey, strong hearts convert fourth downs. That's all I got to say. Strong hearts go under center and take a snap.
Exactly. Right. So I think the Generals, actually, if you had to grade them, would probably be. Now, I do think the Philadelphia Stars blindly, and I hate to say this, Generals, because I feel like those might be your arch rivals. I don't know. Is it going to be a Pittsburgh-Philadelphia rivalry, or perhaps a New Jersey? I feel like New Jersey Generals, Philadelphia Stars would be the rivalry there.
I think so. Yeah.
And I think the Stars kind of stole the show draft-wise, but I think Generals definitely had a good draft. I think if you're a Generals fan, you should be excited. I know our guy Rod Villagomez was very thrilled to see them get DeAndre Johnson in the second slew of quarterbacks there. So overall, what do you make? What do you make of the Generals there, Chase?
I strong draft. You kind of hit all the highlights, and I know another person that you were also pretty high on in there was Devontae Bosby. A good player in the secondary.
Yeah, and we got a pick in. The Stallions took Victor Bolden Jr. from Oregon State. Beaver. Look, Jonathan Smith is a good football coach there in Corvallis. I think he gets the best out of the talent that he has. I really believe that. And seeing now that Victor Bolden Jr. is drafted with the Stallions. Now, this is a guy that played for the 49ers in 2017 and 18, then the Buffalo Bills, and then most recently, the past 2 years, he's been on the Detroit Lions. He has over 535 yards return-wise in the NFL, just one catch for 10 yards. But this is a guy that's been in the NFL on an NFL roster for the past 5 years. I think you got to be happy with that pick. You got to be happy with that pick because, we've never even seen him in a spring league, but he's been to be in the NFL for 5 straight years. I'm not talking on a practice squad either. I mean, yes, he was on a practice squad with Detroit last year, but the rest of that, he was flat out on the team. So I think they got the most talented wide receiver, or if not that, one of the most talented wideouts in the league, in the draft, I should say, Victor Bolden Jr. What's your take on Mr. Bolden?
You're getting a little bit of versatility with the first wide receiver taken. He's got 71 yards as a kick returner in the NFL in his appearance against the Seahawks when he was with the 49ers. So I like seeing, a little bit of versatility, shorter rosters. It makes sense.
Yeah. And then the picks are rolling in. Isaiah Zuber. Now I know this guy because he played at Mississippi State. And I want to say when he was at there we go. We got a clip of him right there. The Gamblers got him, and this is one. He was a transfer from Kansas State. So I remember him at K-State. Then he went to Mississippi State, and I'm trying to recall. So if he was at Mississippi State in 2020, I think he was there with Joe Moorhead.
Yeah.
And Moorhead kind of got a raw deal because I mean he basically had a cup of coffee in Starkville, but they were still a successful team. Now this guy's been in the NFL for the past 2 years with the Patriots, the Niners, the Browns, the Jets. So it makes sense. He has 2 catches for 29 yards in the National Football League. I think it's a good pick. Once again, I think this guy could be a big time player, and he also returns punts. So dynamic. What do you think of Isaiah Zuber?
I mean, when he made that transfer, he's Kansas State to Mississippi State. Tell me, especially with Joe Moorhead, tell me 2 teams that didn't really throw the ball a whole lot. That's someone that kind of I can understand flying under the radar. Not really maybe getting as much of a shot in the NFL as he would like due to just the offenses he was in. I mean, who knows? Could be in a pretty wide open passing offense with Kevin Sumlin and the Gamblers.
Yeah, and we got the picks are just flying in right
every
now.
90 seconds today.
I know this should be a blast. Next up, we have Sean Poindexter. Sean Poindexter, who played for the San Francisco 49ers. I'm seeing here 6'5", 213 from Arizona. Look, the Wildcats, I know they haven't had a dynamic offense in some time since maybe the first couple of years of Rich Rodriguez, but I can tell you this. I do remember him at Arizona, and he was pretty good. He was pretty good at Arizona. He was, I believe, he was there with Kevin Sumlin. So surprised to see the Gamblers pass on him, but he finds a home with your Breakers, Chase.
Yeah.
So shout out to hey, I thought the Breakers had a sneaky underrated draft as well.
Absolutely. I really liked some of their picks, and I got to say I love this Sean Poindexter pick. 6'5", 213, playing wide receiver. Yes.
Yeah. Please. Out of Peoria, or how the fuck do I pronounce that? I don't know, but this guy was a 1,000-yard receiver. So I mean, look, you could pull up certain games against decent competition in college where he really thrived. He was at the Glendale Community College prior to transferring into Arizona. I think it's a good pick for the Breakers, and Fedora I feel like knows offense. He's going to draft. I think I can trust his picks offensively. It's the defensive side of the ball that I go, whoa, let's see. And I'm more so referring to that not from the draft yesterday, but his time at Southern Miss and North Carolina. Picks are coming in. Jeffrey Thomas to the Maulers. Jeffrey Thomas. This is a guy. I mean, first off, the Maulers, they're a type of team that I think is going to rely heavily on running the football. And I thought we could see that with some of the draft picks. But Jeff Thomas was a pretty damn good player, I thought, at the University of Miami. Here's a clip, guys, of him. And I actually thought he was going to be in the NFL. I really did. Now, he did play on the New England Patriots in 2020, their practice squad. I thought he showed flashes when he was in college, when I was watching him in the ACC. Because I remember him, he was a transfer too. He was originally at Illinois with Lovie Smith. And yeah, I was surprised to see, because you see Miami receivers, even like KJ Osborne with the Minnesota Vikings, you kind of see them find their place in the NFL. I thought this guy would find his place, and maybe he does after a stint here in the USFL. The Maulers, look, they might not be, maybe they're going to air it out more than I think, because I think this is a really good draft pick too. I know I'm saying that about everyone so far, but this one, I'll say this. With my own eyes, watching these guys, Jeff Thomas, if out of college, I probably would have drafted Thomas. Victor Bolden, Isaiah Zuber, Sean Poindexter, shout out to all those guys. But Thomas is the one that I definitely know. Probably Zuber and Thomas that really caught my eye in college. And Zuber, like you said, Chase, played for, like, Kansas State doesn't throw the ball much. They don't even run doesn't matter if it was Bill Snyder, doesn't matter if it was Kleiman. They don't throw the ball much. So Jeff Thomas and Zuber, to me, the ones that caught my eye in college, as a guy that covers college football. Subscribe to the College Football Experience. But what do you think of that pick?
I think it's worth noting that he might be the youngest player taken in the draft right now. 23 years old. He has 1 year of professional experience with the practice squad with New England. We've seen most of these players have bounced around for 4 or 5 years. And I mean, if Kirby Wilson's going to be focused on the run, you got to have a guy that's going to stretch him deep and take the top off. And it might just be Jeff Thomas here.
Yeah, and this one doesn't surprise me as well. Another pick in Eli Rogers. I know Eli Rogers because at one point in my fantasy football league for the NFL, I believe I had, I played in a 30-round draft where, or a league with 30 rounds where I had to take some long shots on some wide receivers. And there's a guy who had 78 catches for 822 yards and 4 touchdowns. I had him when he was a part of the Pittsburgh Steelers. So this guy has actually done it. Look at the highlights. They speak for itself. This is, in the National Football League. He then went to the DC Defenders, where he was a good player. Remember, they had Cardell Jones, and I thought Rogers was a pretty darn good receiver in the XFL as well. He was most recently on the Montreal Alouettes practice squad. But it makes sense. You look and see the Bandits get him, Todd Haley, former Steelers offensive coordinator. Maybe he made some calls, talked to Roethlisberger. I know he's close to him. Eli Rogers, I think that's a good pick. What do you think?
I mean, this is I feel like we're kind of breaking trends here because this is our first guy that's had a long, longish NFL career by these draft standards. And I mean, he's going to bring probably a lot of professionalism with him because he's been there. He's played in a bunch of NFL games, taken a bunch of NFL snaps. He might be the most seasoned one that we've got so far. So, got it.
Yeah.
With Todd Haley, that's a bonus. I got to think.
I would say as far as NFL proved it in the NFL, he might be the most out of everyone so far. Another draft pick going, Quincy Adeboyo out of Ole Miss. I do remember him in college as well. Now he played on the Baltimore Ravens and then was on the Jets and Patriots practice squad most recently. Ole Miss making a stamp in this draft too, man. I would say short of maybe Tarleton State and maybe Maryland, Ole Miss, those 3 schools are all over the USFL. There's a guy at Ole Miss, though. You got to remember that Ole Miss, first off, a couple of those years there, what was his name? Bo Luke, I believe, was their head coach, the Georgia offensive line coach. So they were not running, the craziest stuff, but I think he might have been there some of the Hugh Freeze years as well. But in college, this is a guy, he didn't explode on the scene in college. 38 catches, 600 yards was his best year, and that was his junior year. I think it's a decent pick, but the jury's still out, I guess. But he was in the, like I said, he was in the NFL for 4 years, so I guess you can't complain at that. And pretty good pick there. What do you think of this pick for the Michigan Panthers?
Can we just retroactively rank the wide receiver classes from Ole Miss number 1 at this point? Just think of who they've put in the NFL, and now you got them putting wide receivers that in other leagues too. They've always recruited really well at wide receivers, so I'm not surprised to see a bunch of them come off the board, and I got to think that this guy's an athlete.
Yeah, I mean, he probably might have been there a couple of years with DK Metcalf. I mean, just a slew of talented receivers come from Ole Miss. Hugh Freeze, hey, you could still make the case, and this is why maybe Auburn was trying to find reasons to fire Brian Harsin. Hugh Freeze kind of was the guy to give Nick Saban fits. He even games that they lost, Ole Miss lost to Bama, I feel like, man, they had them on edge. So maybe the Auburn Tigers, but anyway, I mean, look, I don't want to talk college football all this episode, but my point is that Hugh Freeze knows dynamic receivers clearly, and perhaps the Michigan Panthers just landed themselves one. So now we jump over and we got the New Jersey Generals on the clock. Shout out to the New Jersey Generals joining the chat. You got to love them. Look, I mean, I got all this great stuff. Let's play a little USFL theme. Oh, yes. Don't forget about, hey, and that's what I'm hoping. Let's bring the theme songs back.
That sounds like a car chase and a stolen Pontiac Grand National right there.
100%. This is like watching Shaft in the 70s, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Just
Maybe
land you out of a
Dolomite.
car, making a run for it.
New Jersey Generals on the clock, followed by the Philadelphia Stars. And the Generals, look, I'm still reading the SGPN article. Like I said, get yourself the SGPN app. It's free to download in the App Store and Google Play Store. You'll have access to all of the articles, all of the content that we do there. And I think you'll enjoy all the USFL content we have over there. So subscribe to the USFL Gambling Podcast as well. And now a pick is in. The New Jersey Generals select Cavante Turpin. Any relation to Mel Turpin, I wonder. But, yeah, Cavante Turpin to the Generals. This is a guy, well, he's got NFL experience as well. I believe he was with the Baltimore Ravens briefly. I believe he had 410 yards receiving in the NFL. Hey, I mean, what's not to like that? I'm sorry, TCU. TCU was his college. They haven't had great success in producing, wide receivers. I know Josh Dotson to the Washington Redskins. They weren't happy with that, and then you're seeing Jalen Reagor with the Eagles. The Eagles aren't happy with that, but that doesn't mean they don't have talented players that could excel. And look, this guy was all Big 12 a lot of times. He's a smaller wideout, but he's electric. Cavante Turpin, 5'9", 153. Whew.
Yeah, that Darren Sproles. That's what that makes me think of right there with that sort of size. I mean, he's definitely got big playability. If I'm looking at, I believe what he averaging 14.1 yards per reception. I mean, this seems like your sneaky, sneak him into the backfield or into the defensive backfield kind of player that you definitely kind of build plays around because he might have that play breaking ability.
Yeah, and look, the picks are coming in. I agree with you. And look, you get a guy that can kind of hide behind the offensive line. You can run him in little jet sweeps, wide receiver screens. I think that's a good pick with Turpin to the Generals. Now, Devin Gray to the Stars. Devin Gray, got a kid out of Reno, Nevada that went to Cincinnati. We know the Bearcats have had success on the field a lot lately. Honestly, the receiver position, I don't know, was one of their strong suits, but Devin Gray played with the Atlanta Falcons from 2018 to 2020. So it was 3 years with the Falcons. Then he went to the Spring League with the Generals, where they had success in the Spring League. And then last year he was on the practice squad of the Baltimore Ravens. This pick makes sense to me. Anyone that's playing at that level, shout out to Devin Gray with being drafted by the Philadelphia Stars. And Bart Andrus continues to have what I think is a great draft. What do you make of the pick of Devin Gray, the Cincinnati Bearcat, to the Philadelphia Stars?
I think even if you don't have someone with a bunch of professional stats that might not have, all the measurables, I mean, you're bringing him in under Bart Andrus. Bart Andrus' job was to coach Team 9 of the XFL, which was literally to, the purpose was to develop players to get them ready to play at a moment's notice for any other team. Bart, I mean, even if he's not ready to go, day one, he's going to be a stud by, mid-year with Bart Andrus, I got to think.
Yeah, Bart Andrus, by the way, the best name in the USFL, Bart Andrus. All right, though, folks, before we get to the next pick, we got to cut to break and get paid. We want to tell you about our sponsors. Yes, the USFL Gambling Podcast is brought to you by WinBet. And for every $25 you bet on college basketball, WinBet is giving you a chance to win a trip to Las Vegas for March Madness and $1,000 in free WinBet credits. I mean, what a great deal. Download the WinBet app now or visit winbet.com. That's WINNBet.com and start winning today. We're also brought to you by PropSwap, America's marketplace to buy and sell sports bets. Use the promo code SGP on your first deposit to receive up to $500 in bonus cash. Head over to PropSwap.com or download the PropSwap app today. We're also brought to you by Stable Duel. Hey, we got the Wolf of Oaklawn here. Stable Duel is a horse racing DFS app where you can play free and paid games for real cash prizes. You can win as much as $15,000 with one entry. Head over to StableDuel.com to get started today. And last but not least, you're brought to you by us. Yes, the SGPN app is live in the App Store and Google Play Store. It is free to download. It is your home for all of our free picks and podcasts. So go grab that thing today and let it ride. We are back with the Wolf of Oaklawn, and hey, we're having fun here. Shout out to my guy Chase. You can find him on Twitter at of Oaklawn. That's OAKLAWN. Picks are happening. Jordan Sewell to the Stars. Jordan Sewell. This is one I'm currently pulling up the stuff for him here, but he played in the spring league for the Generals. He's from Vancouver, Washington, not Vancouver, Canada. So, hey, as I load up what we got on Jordan Sewell, Southern Oregon. So, hey, sometimes these small guys, like I'm small school guys. Obviously, he's 6'6", so I can't say he's a small guy. But look, sometimes you find these gems, these diamonds in the rough. I remember Vincent Jackson, rest in peace. I went to what was it? Some small school. I want to say it was Northern Colorado, or if not, then the Colorado School of Mines or something. And look what he turned out to be, a great NFL player. Jordan Sewell, perhaps the same situation here. A guy, hey, had 863 yards, 41 catches his junior year. His senior year, he was dinged up some, but he still had a pretty successful campaign once he got healthy. This a guy, yeah, he's look, I think he's kind of an unknown, but hey, like I said, these things work out sometimes. Shout out to Jordan Sewell, and he once again played in the spring league, so he had 6'6".
Tall guy. I mean, that's that feels like your fade to the corner kind of guy, that you just go up and get it, kind of guy that every team needs one. Every team needs one. They can't all be Wes Welkers and Danny Amendolas. You got to have the size at some point.
Yeah, and hey, 6'6". That might be the tallest receiver in the NFL, in the USFL when it's all said and done. Something to monitor here. Nice pick in though. Now the picks are still coming in. Jamon Moore to the Generals. Jamon Moore. This is one. Hey, played with the Green Bay Packers. Played with the Houston Texans. Played with the Cleveland Browns and the Atlanta Falcons. He's out of Missouri. Missouri, for a while there, when they first joined the SEC, they were having great success in the SEC. He was probably recruited by Gary Pinkel. Yep. And I think he played maybe a year or two under Barry Odom.
Seduced by the lure of the Pinkelcopter.
Yes, exactly. And this is a guy, though, got 2 receptions for 15 yards in the NFL. He also had 102 return yards. So you're getting a guy that can return the ball as well. Had over 2,000 yards receiving and 21 touchdowns in his career with the Missouri Tigers, and 2,000-yard seasons at Mizzou. In the SEC, that's pretty big time there. I think it's a good pick. And then we have another pick of Lance Lenoir.
It's our first Leatherneck, I think.
Yeah, this is fun here. By the way, one of the best names in all of college football, right?
Absolutely.
Can we agree there? The Western Illinois Leathernecks. I know this name. I didn't recall it from Western Illinois. I knew it because he played for the Dallas Cowboys. Played for the Dallas Cowboys for 3 years, and then the Seattle Seahawks and Buffalo Bills. This guy was a All Missouri Valley Conference player twice. So, hey, this kid's 6 foot, 210. What do you make of this pick?
I love the professional experience. That's another name I also remember battling for a spot with the Cowboys. Western Illinois, if you can ball, they're gonna find you, man. It's gotta love seeing these guys from these smaller schools get their chance. And it seems like he's not exactly a burner based on what I'm seeing from his combine speeds, but people don't always run their fastest at the NFL combine. The underwear Olympics is a little bit intimidating sometimes. So I think I think you got a pretty good pick just from the experience at minimum.
Yeah, and the picks are rolling in, man.
Wow.
Just a slew of them. Derek Willis to the Tampa Bay Bandits. He played at Texas Tech, where, obviously air raid stuff he was on the Cleveland Browns for the past 3 years. This is a guy from Banning, California. Look, and this guy's he went to high school in Illinois. He won Class 3A state championship in the 110-meter hurdles. So they're getting an athlete there with the Bandits. I got to move along, though, because this is coming in big time here. Bailey Gaither to the Pittsburgh Maulers. Bailey Gaither. Now, I know him because if you play DFS with us on the College Football Experience, well, first off, I don't know if they have a tie with a tie-in with San Jose State, but Bailey Gaither was a nice connection with Josh Love at San Jose State. So they're going that route. Bailey Gaither also, he played with the Green Bay Packers briefly. Hey, I like it. They got the Josh Love to the Gaither connection back. It's back. Mountain West fans. Rod Villagomez is a Fresno State fan. He couldn't believe it when San Jose State was slicing and dicing them apart, and it might happen again with the Pittsburgh Maulers.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say this is the new Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase combo.
There we go. Exactly. Johnny Dixon also goes to the Breakers. Johnny Dixon, I know him because he played at Ohio State. When you're recruited to play football at Ohio State, you know how to play football. He was a 4-star recruit out of high school from West Palm Beach. He played with the Houston Texans, Arizona Cardinals, Dallas Cowboys. He won a national championship in college. So going to go ahead and say, can't really knock that pick when you're bringing in pedigree like that. Oh, Ohio State's only had, some of the best receivers ever, Chris Carter, Joey Galloway, you can go on to David Boston, Jeff Graham, Santonio Holmes, Ted Ginn. You could just go on and on and on about how many great receivers are coming out of Ohio State. So Johnny Dixon looking to make his mark as well. Then we got Jojo Ward. Always been a big fan of the name Jojo, especially when it came to football players. Remember, Jojo Townsell played in the original USFL with the Los Angeles Express. Jojo Ward went to Hawaii. You gotta love this. Do I need to just play this? Do I need to just play my Hawaii music? Let's just cue it up.
Oh, play it.
It was paradise all the time, though, for Jojo Ward because he was playing with the Rainbow Warriors. This guy, they light it up at that university. First off, he's from Waco, Texas. He goes to Hawaii, and he played for Nick Rolovich. Rolovich ran the run and shoot. So the Stallions, and this is what Skip Holtz was talking about here, getting some dynamic players. Jojo Ward played for the Arizona Cardinals and the Cleveland Browns. And he only spent 1 year really playing. 2 years because he was a transfer at the University of Hawaii. Together, I mean, just a 1 yard shy of 2,000 yards in 2 seasons with the Rainbow Warriors. What do you make of that pick?
I'm like you. I automatically assume anybody named Jojo is just an explosive wide receiver. Like it just seems like JoJo's make plays.
Yeah, and I stand corrected, by the way. He went to the Gamblers, not the Stallions. So, hey, Kevin Sumlin, he knows a thing or two. I like this because now he fits the run and shoot. You remember June Jones. Nick Rolovich is a product of June Jones. Played quarterback for June Jones. June Jones, the original Houston Gamblers offensive coordinator for Mouse Davis back in the 80s. So nice pick there. Now we have Joseph Hall to the Stallions. Joseph Hall, these picks are just rolling in. Hey, and this is what that makes more sense to me. When Jojo Ward goes to Kevin Sumlin as opposed to Skip Holtz, I was thinking, wow, Skip Holtz really did that. So Joseph Hall. This is a guy. Which Joseph Hall is this? Is this the Colorado Buffalo? Is the question? Because I can say this: Colorado's had a deep receiving core. Okay, it was not. It was Missouri. Joseph Hall coming from Mizzou. Hey, Missouri's starting to make their starting to really put their print on the USFL. So, are you sure? Are we sure Missouri or Kansas State? I'm getting a Kansas State in the
we got a highlights
research
package
here. Okay.
But just the first clip reminds me that anytime you see a TV playing in the background in a commercial and it's football, it's always Arkansas getting torched like this.
Just so you guys know, Wolf of Oakland here, Chase, is a Arkansas Razorback fan. So that's always classic when you get that.
Yeah. I mean, those Mizzou teams of the past, the last few years of Pinkel, they were great teams. He brought in great talent. From what you can see, he looks like a deep threat. Was a deep threat at the college level. You would think that he's probably the same style of receiver at the pro level. So looking for another over the top threat for the Stallions here.
Yeah, the Stallions are one of these teams that they're kind of an enigma to me so far with the draft. I know I'm a Skip Holtz guy, but I got to see how this. I don't know. I feel like might have missed some opportunities with the receiver picks, but hey, I've been wrong before. We're looking at you're rocking with the USFL Gambling Podcast, and right now the Birmingham Stallions back on the clock, so they get a chance. Now I am familiar with this one, Osiris Mitchell from Mississippi State. This is a pick that makes sense to me. This makes sense to me. Skip Holtz grabbing him. He played with the Dallas Cowboys this past year, but this is a guy that there's some things I like and don't like. First off, he lit up LSU, the defending national championship, in Mike Leach's first game with Mississippi State. So you gotta like that. Now I'll say this. He was an air raid guy. He played in the air raid. Now, prior to that, he was with Moorhead, where the stats weren't the same, but he did have 47 catches, 505 yards, 4 touchdowns in the air raid. Now, I'm trying to recall, and I could be wrong here, but I thought he was a guy that quit on Mike Leach. I could be wrong, but I thought, they had some guys quit in the middle of the season. Obviously, culture shock going from Moorhead to Leach. But I'm not 100% on that, but I thought that might have occurred there with Osiris Mitchell. But regardless, when he played, the guy can make plays. I like the pick. I really do. I think that's what the Stallions needed.
Yeah, I mean, you got to think that it might be a little bit of a diamond in the rough here, considering going from Moorhead to Leach. Got some time with the Cowboys. If he ran in that air raid for even however limited amount of time, you got to think that he's got a pretty good concept of route running and where he needs to be at any given time during the play. So great pick here. I think that's a good sneaky pick for old Skip.
Yeah, and now I'm seeing the Gamblers drafted Anthony Ratliff Williams. Anytime you get a Ratliff, I feel like it's a good thing. If you have a Ratliff on a football team, I feel like your chances of winning go up quite a bit there. But Anthony Ratliff, this is a guy who 5'11", 195 from North Carolina. So recruited probably by Larry Fedora. Because Mac Brown, so if he graduated, so this makes sense. He's getting one of his own guys, right? He's getting one of his own guys, I believe, right? So
yeah, that's someone with the.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought the breakers were up. Yeah, my apologies there. So wow, okay, someone going kind of with the smaller wide receivers then, because you add him to the mix with the Hawaii wideout of Jojo Ward, and you have a smaller receiving core. Oh, you got to show the East Carolina highlight. Come on, come on,
welcome to my world. Welcome to my world,
stiff
Colby.
arm. Jeez, this is see what happens. I make fun of the. Oh, another one. They're just killing me here. Look at this terrible. See, this was the Scotty Montgomery era. And this is one I will never. Oh, look at that great block though on the comeback. Oh, you're not injured. Get up. Look, small receivers. It sounds like the Gamblers are going to be doing a lot more of this.
Yeah.
This song is just fire. God. Absolute fire. We have another pick in, and this is a pick. So this guy, if it's Jonathan Adams, is what I'm seeing, right? Is that correct? Jonathan Adams to the New Orleans Breakers. He is a beast. I don't know if you guys remember. So the COVID season, all these conferences started later. So week 1. we got like the Sun Belt held strong, the Conference USA held strong, but the Sun Belt specifically and the AAC, they held strong. They played week 1. I don't think we had any other Power 5 conferences, maybe the Big 12. And Memphis played Arkansas State in a wild shootout. Brady White was a part of that game. But Jonathan Adams of Arkansas State, like almost single-handedly kept themselves in the game. And I remember this Kansas State game where this guy basically won them the game. I am sold on Jonathan Adams as a beast wide receiver. And what he played for the Lions this past year. He got suspended, so maybe that had something to do with his exit off that team. But in college, I'm sorry, you sold me on being a baller. What do you make of this pick?
I mean, a Jones Boogie Arkansas product. I mean, goes to the hometown school, Arkansas State. I mean, had 8 catches for 98 yards against Kansas State. I know we're making a lot out of one game, but that was not a game that Arkansas State is expected to walk into Manhattan and win. I think this is another one that might be sneaky good and starting to trend back to these younger players that only have maybe a year or two of experience under their belt.
Yeah, he was all somebody. He was on the Bolitnikov watch list. I'm telling you, this dude was a baller. I've seen this guy a bunch of times. And now we have Jeff Badet going to the and I know Jeff Badet blindly as I research him, but I believe Oklahoma, if memory serves me correct, and I believe he was with the XFL Dallas Renegades. Yes, I am right as I pull this up. He was at Kentucky, transferred to Oklahoma. So going from Stoops to Stoops at that time. This guy's had experience. He played with the Minnesota Vikings. Then, like I said, the Dallas Renegades. I saw them play live here in LA against the Wildcats. Then he went to the Washington Redskins and then the Atlanta Falcons and Las Vegas Raiders. So last year he spent time with the Falcons and the Raiders. So the guy is still playing solid ball. What do you make of Jeff Badet to the Panthers? I think this is a good pick for Jeff Fisher.
Yeah. We're bucking the trend of limited experience, now going back to having some experience in these spring leagues. Looks like he was injured on that play. That could explain maybe what's been going on with his professional career as I'm trying to catch up on him. But yeah, I can't find anything to really knock there, quite honestly. The Bandits actually, Derek Dillon, they just picked up a good one out of LSU.
Yeah, won a national championship at LSU and played with the New York Giants this past year. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but in general, this is a kid that, like I said, you're playing at LSU. You're a big time. That's a big time player there, big time recruit, and he won a national championship with the Tigers there. You gotta like that pick because you're talented if you're going to LSU.
Wide receiver,
yeah. They'll drop a bag, even though now it's legal. They would drop a bag before
crawfish.
Yeah,
of crawfish.
Darius Shepherd is a New Jersey General. Darius Shepherd, another guy that was a Green Bay Packer that North Dakota State represent the Bison FCS. They only won 300 national championships there. This is a 3-time champion. Has 6 catches for 47 yards in the NFL. He's played only in the NFL for the past 3 years. Packers, Chiefs, Cardinals, Vikings, and Steelers. You got to like this pick if you're a Generals fan. Darius Shepherd getting it done. And what do you make of an FCS guy going?
Love these guys getting a chance. I got to think that maybe he was FCS because he's a little bit smaller guy. Isn't quite the burner, but looks probably to be a pretty good route runner. Great pick. If you're talented, you're talented. It doesn't matter where you come from. So absolutely, man.
Yeah. We got another pick, Brennan Eagles. This is a guy that went to the University of Texas, was cut by the Dallas Cowboys, I'm seeing, but hey, once again, you play at University of Texas. It's a pretty big time recruit right there. He played, and he started a lot of games in his career with Tom Herman. Brennan Eagles hey, his stats are pretty good. Look at the tape we got going there. And yeah, appreciate you, Chase. Look, I mean, when you start getting to LSU and Texas wide receivers, the line is thin, in my opinion. Like, this guy can play. So I'm gonna go ahead and say that's a pretty damn good pick there. What's up, Justin? Appreciate you jumping on, man.
Hey, man, how's it going?
Hey, man, I mean, how great is this? We get we're talking, first off, the fact we're talking football on February 23rd, fantastic. Then you add in this brand new league, all these great picks. I know you're I mean, if you had to go top 3 teams in the USFL, what would you do?
Oh, gosh, that seems like a really loaded question. With I really like what the Bandits are doing so far. I think they've done well. I like the Stars, and then the Maulers. I'm trying to follow every pick the Maulers are get, and I'm seeing on the defensive line and offensive line, they're big guys. They've got a lot of speed at the wide receiver position, though. They just drafted Brendan Mack, who's 6'5", so they got their red zone target to go with their speed. And then the quarterbacks with Laletta and Love. It's going to be interesting to see how that plays out.
Yeah, man, I like that. I mean, the draft seems to be whizzing by right now. We got the Philadelphia Stars on the clock. Before we get to that, I'm gonna quickly hit us with get us paid again. Yes, you are listening to the USFL Gambling Podcast via the Sports Gambling Podcast Network, and we are brought to you by WynnBET. For every $25 you bet on college basketball, WynnBET is giving you a chance to win a trip to Las Vegas for March Madness. And guess what? $1,000 in free WynnBET credits. Download the WynnBET app now or visit wynnbet.com. That's WYNNBet.com and start winning today. We're also brought to you by PropSwap, America's marketplace to buy and sell sports bets. Use the promo code SGP on your first deposit to receive up to $500 in bonus cash. Head over to PropSwap.com or download the PropSwap app today. We're also brought to you by Stable Duel. Stable Duel is a horse racing DFS app where you can play free and paid games for real cash prizes. You can win as much as $15,000 with one entry. Head over to StableDuel.com to get started today. And last but not least, you're brought to you by us. Yes, the SGPN app is live in the App Store and Google Play Store, so go grab that app today. It is free to download. Grab it and let it ride. All right. I mean, the draft is moving along, man. The draft is just firing away. We got DeAndre Overton to the Philadelphia Stars. You're seeing some of that footage there. DeAndre Overton. And this is look, Bart Andrus. I've been seriously impressed with Bart Andrus. So in year 1, I know he won like a World Bowl or whatever you want to call that in the old World League, but DeAndre Overton played at Clemson. It's another guy, pedigree. When you talk about playing in big games and playing at a program where you're playing with tons of talented players, so that one makes sense. Chris Platt Jr. also went to the Generals. Any of those catch your eye? Or, I mean, you think Generals are a team that I don't know. I feel like coming into the draft, they Mike Riley is a pass happy guy, so I think the receiver position going to be extremely important with the New Jersey Generals as they draft Chris Pratt, who played at Baylor for 6 years. 6 years, so experience there. That was like me in college. All right, that was like you get the 8-year plan. Man,
I can relate.
Yeah, the picks are just rolling by here as Ray Bolden to the Michigan Panthers. This is one I think Ray Bolden, the Panthers just loading up, and he's a small school guy, I believe.
Stony Brook.
Yeah, Stony Brook, played in the XFL. So experience there as we got some footage of Ray Bolden. There we go. I mean,
nice.
Yeah, look, FCS Stony Brook's not terrible. I mean, for 66 receptions, 780 yards, 9 touchdowns. Sign me up. Sign me up. I think it's a decent pick. What do you make of Ray Bolden to the Michigan Panthers? Jeff Fisher.
Just looking at the highlights here, it looks like a guy who's going to get in good position. He's going to fight for the ball and get right over top of that coverage.
Yeah, and we got the Tampa Bay Bandits on the clock. Bandit ball.
We come from down in Gaither
You know, they've had a sneaky good draft as well. Jordan Lastly
out of UCLA.
See, that's interesting because UCLA, I feel like, they had some tough years of late. Now he's from right here in LA where he grew up, but hey, he was a Jim Mora guy because he graduated in 2018. I was about to say, because Chip Kelly's, I feel like one of his downfalls at UCLA has been the wide receiver position, but he played with Josh Rosen and Jim Mora Jr., friend of the program. But yeah, played with the Baltimore Ravens in 2018, played with the Oakland Raiders in 2019, as well as the Detroit Lions. Then he went to the St. Louis Battlehawks, and that was a team, had COVID not struck, perhaps they would have won the XFL championship. They were playing strong ball. And most recently was with the Montreal Alouettes. Hey, I mean, the resume speaks for itself. He's been part of these leagues and been successful in these leagues. So I can see Jordan Lastly working out with the Bandits.
For sure. He's got deep speed. I've seen a lot of speed go off the board, it seems like.
Yeah, and just the fact, to me, you stay playing, because you never know, the Barry Foster situation, to go back to the 90s, you take a year off. Might be hard getting back into football shape, but as long as you stay in a part of these leagues, stay practicing, as you saw, he was with Montreal last year, and prior to that, the St. Louis Battlehawks, and then 3 NFL teams. So Jordan Lastly, I think a wise pick by the Tampa Bay Bandits. We got the Pittsburgh Maulers on the clock.
The Maulers are here.
Got an old commercial from Burger King. This is a great.
Sunday, the Maulers play Denver.
Old commercial. Shout out the Maulers drafted Delvin Hardaway from Fresno State. Where is Villa Gomez when you need him? All right, because this guy, Rod Villa Gomez, host of the NASCAR podcast, the host of the fantasy football podcast on the Sports Gambling Podcast Network. He's a big time Fresno State fan, so I'm sure he could probably do a much better job than myself. But I watch. I mean, I'm a Fresno State guy. Grew up a Fresno State fan too, so. This is a pick. It makes a lot of sense. You look at Jeff Tedford offenses; they can get it done. And he played for Tedford at Fresno State. Now I know he tore his ACL, I think, one of those years. But this guy, born and raised in L.A., his cousin played 7 seasons with the New England Patriots. So, hey, football pedigree in the family. It's a guy that, look, Fresno State has got players. Do I need to mention the amount of receivers that came out of Fresno State? You can go back to the 80s. You can go back to where, Stephon Page, Henry Ellard. You can go to the 90s with David Dunn. You can go to the 2000s with Bernard Berrien, Devontae Adams, obviously. They produce players in Fresno. So shout out to the Bulldogs for producing Delvin Hardaway, and congratulations to Delvin Hardaway. Next up, Taiwan Taylor to the Breakers, the New Orleans Breakers. And the New Orleans Breakers, I thought were having a sneaky good draft. I still want to see what they do with the defensive side of the ball, but Taiwan Taylor is a guy that played at Western Kentucky. He's a hilltopper. What do you make of this pick? It's a guy who has, in the NFL, he has 53 catches, 697 yards, and 2 touchdowns as a member of the Titans and the Browns. That's pretty impressive. What do you make of this pick?
Yeah, you got to love the experience up there at the professional level. So he can bring that. He knows how to compete, knows how to play with professional players, and I think that's going to be important, and it's going to show on the field. Yeah,
and like I said, the pick's just rattling off here. Then you have Tyler Simmons going to the Gamblers, 6'2", 201 out of Georgia, and he has experience in the NFL as well. He played with the Pittsburgh Steelers some. I think he played for a few other teams. So look, I mean, that's they're going with experienced players that have played in the NFL. So you got to like that. If you're a fan of the USFL, they're getting guys that are somewhat proven in the National Football League or have had stints in the National Football League. I'm still waiting to see if they grab some of these FCS players or something that are currently in college. But by the way, Peyton Ramsey to the Stallions. Now, is that That's Peyton Ramsey, the wide receiver.
Tuskegee.
Because there's a quarterback, Peyton Ramsey, that played with Northwestern, but yeah, this is a receiver from Tuskegee, and hey, I don't know much about that football program, but hey, look, they've what's that, D2, and he tied second on the team with receptions. Hey, he's 6'1", 179, a little thin, but hey, maybe he's a player. Look, some of these gems, I mention this all the time. Some of these gems come from schools like this where you just go, huh? I mean, he won MVP, in MVP honors against a few games here for their team. I don't know. I mean, look, it's hard to get full a full opinion of this guy, but like I said, some of these guys you look and say, what the hell? They went to this school and they can play. I mean, how many players? I mean, you see it year after year, whether it's NFL, whether it's NBA, you see, you look at these certain players, you go, what, man, how did everyone miss out on him? I mean, you got the Bears logo, you got the Bears jerseys behind you. Walter Payton was the guy that only got one recruit to a D1 level. I mean, actually, I guess technically two, because Jackson State was still D1 at the time. It was Jackson State and Kansas State. Everyone else didn't come calling for Walter Payton. Think about that. Arguably the greatest running back ever. No one else said, he's all right. Same situation. You see at times. I mean, like Jason Taylor was a defensive end, a Hall of Fame defensive end for the Miami Dolphins. I think he was an Akron Zip. I mean, you see it all the time in the National Football League, where so maybe Peyton Ramsey can work itself out here. Look, we were talking Fresno State football. Justin, I appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks, man.
But please come back and talk with us, brother, because and I'm excited to have you back, man. And look, we got Rod. I got to ask him about Fresno State football, man. We got to get him in here because his boy, not that long ago, just went what? How many picks back? I think 5 picks back. Delvin Hardaway, Pittsburgh Maulers. That's a Fresno State guy. Pretty sure Rod's somehow ran into him at a bar or something. Or what do you make of that pick? Pittsburgh Maulers, Delvin Hardaway, brother. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. Look, I'm on the West Coast, so you guys got to catch me all up on this nonsense because I just barely had woken up. And, well, you are too, though, so you're hard charging. But I had to take the kids to school, so USFL draft had to go on without me. But Hardaway, good one, good pick.
Yeah,
love to see Fresno State guys get their props in the bigs.
Going to the Maulers, and I don't know if you know this, but they had Josh Loves from San Jose State, and they drafted him yesterday. But they also the former quarterback from San Jose State, but they also went and got another wide receiver from San Jose State while you were gone. They got They got Bailey Gaither. So they're NorCal strong, the Pittsburgh Maulers. Maybe you have a second team, my friend.
Maybe I do. Maybe I have to go. Well, look, what did we say before? The shifting tides of fandomship may have to shift in another direction for me.
I like what you did right there because you made me cue up this.
It's easy to see a tide turn.
Birmingham Stallions are on the clock, and they're one that just got Peyton Ramsey, a kid from Tuskegee, a school that I'm pretty sure many have not viewed football games unless you knew someone directly involved in that game. But hey, some of these small guys, they work out. They work out. We've talked about this so many times. I mean, I could probably do a 10-hour show on small school guys working out in the National Football League. We had Don Beebe on the show. He went to Chadron State. All right.
What? Who?
Yeah, Don Beebe. Played in 5 Super Bowls, went to Chadron State. Doesn't matter if you can play the game. Sometimes there's a lot with football. So, a lot of times, you might be talented. You didn't end up in the right situation. It's all about the right situation. And we see it time and time again. Birmingham Stallions on the clock. And I'm excited for this. So
how's the morning been for you so far? Is it fast and furious like it was last night?
It has been certainly fast and furious. Had some technical difficulties with the camera. You know me, I'm not a technology guy, but I swear I didn't do anything. I had some camera issues, so the fans are missing this beautiful backdrop of the USFL Gambling Podcast. So little disappointed there, but yeah, it's been flying by, and glad to have you here. And yeah, you guys out there, Rod Villagomez, all right, give him a follow on Twitter. You got to, because you got to check out all of his work. He's on Twitter at RJ Villagomez, and hey, this guy hosts the Fantasy Football Podcast on the Sports Gambling Podcast Network. He hosts the NASCAR Gambling Podcast. This guy, how many teams do you said you were covering? You were the Oakland team or the San Jose team or something. This guy's always doing work. I appreciate it. I appreciate him. But what was the team name you said? The Oakland.
It was the Bay Area Panthers. It used to be the Oakland Panthers. Now it's actually Bay Area Panthers. They had to shift their allegiance there, but they're still covering the Bay. So Oakland is part of the Bay. It counts.
It counts, man. So, yeah, round 17 about to begin. And yeah, it's been flying by. It's been flying by a lot faster, actually, man. So, hey.
You would think that it would at this point. I mean, this is day 2. They've got the big names out of the way, right? The ones that they wanted to. And now it's more of just this is what we're filling out our rosters with. And it's probably going to come fast and heavy. So, yeah, they got a lot of ground to cover. That's for sure. 35 rounds in total. That's a big deal, you know?
Yeah. I'm sorry. I had the audio on there on something. My apologies. But yeah, 35 rounds. Shout out to everyone viewing us. We're very excited for the USFL season. If you can't tell, we're longtime fans of the USFL. I knew Rod was a good friend. All right. Now, look, I had not met him at the time, and I knew he was a good friend because I got word that he was watching old USFL football games over the summer. And I said, whoa. Who is this guy? Who is this guy we got? You know, and, that instantly right then I was like, that's a first round draft pick right there. That's a first round pick. If I'm evaluating human beings like they do for the NFL draft, I say first round potential right there. So we are huge fans of the USFL, and we're glad to see this league back. And yeah, I can't wait to bring you the rest of the draft and the rest of the season and seasons, might I add, seasons.
Let's not cut him short. Seasons. Yeah.
Exactly. So shout out to everyone who's joining us, and yeah, I'm waiting for these picks to come in. Now, we were talking before you got here about what I think the Philadelphia Stars have probably had the best draft so far.
You said that last night. I'm going to have to agree with you only in the fact that they got my guy. But they ended up getting not just one Generals quarterback, but they got them both. So they basically just paired up both of the Generals quarterbacks. I love my guy, Brian Scott. So the fact that he's actually going to be on the Stars, I may just have to like the whole league, Colby. Let's just put it that way. I may just have to like the whole league and not root for one team like I did with the XFL. I didn't pick the XFL team.
They gave me a hard time here at SGPN because I was rooting for I had like 5 favorite teams in the XFL.
I'm telling you, that's what it's boiled down to for me now. So, and look, so now as you're talking about the Stars, I'm pulling up their Twitter feed real quick because I wanted to see what they're up to. And look, this is how hardworking Brian Scott is. He's already in the war room right now, looking at the wide receivers. He's evaluating their wide receivers, who's going to be throwing the ball to.
Gotta love it, man. And look, I know that you probably have 5 favorite teams now because you know some of these guys, and I think that's part of the problem. When I was with the XFL, June Jones, friend of the program, Houston Roughnecks, I got to root for them. Jerry Glanville's a Tampa Bay Viper. He's a friend of the program. I got to root for them. You know what I mean? So you end up knowing these guys, and then so you end up having 1,000 teams. So yeah, and picks are coming in.
Just one.
Yeah, it really is, man. It really is. Picks are starting to roll in again, Rod, and I see we got what? How do I pronounce that one?
Anasaw Bailey.
Is that correct? Morgan State. That's over by where I grew up. To the Stallions. The Stallions are going with these obscure schools. Morgan State and Tuskegee. The past 2 players drafted, Morgan State and Tuskegee. That is quite impressive. But hey, Skip Holt saying, I don't care. All right, let's just get these guys going. So Let's roll. What do you make of this pick? Also, I see the Houston Gamblers have passed on their second pick in the 17th round due to the pick they had last night.
That was them giving up that pick, and they knew that they had to give it up in a later round, so they're actually picking the 17th round to give it up. Not a bad pick to give it up, I suppose, if you're going to be diving deeper into this. But yeah, this guy, Manasseh Bailey, look at him. I mean, he looks good. He looks like he can catch the ball, which is what you want, right? He looks like he's good in traffic, make men miss.
100%, man. 100%.
Especially in these leagues too, these startup leagues where the defenses are going to be a little bit ahead of you. You're going to have to learn how to play in traffic. You're going to have to learn how to break tackles. You're going to have to learn how to get out of messes because you're going to be in a ton of messes early on as an offense.
Yeah. And but the Gamblers gave away their pick, but they drafted some wideouts that were kind of small. I feel like we're going to see that run and shoot back with the Gamblers. And now we got Chad Williams to the Breakers. Hey, I thought the Breakers had one of the better draft picks too, or draft classes so far. When I evaluated yesterday, when I was going home, looking over which teams I liked, Chad Williams coming from Grambling too, so he's right there. He's a hometown guy. This guy played with the Arizona Cardinals, Indianapolis Colts, Kansas City Chiefs, and don't be fooled. Just because you see a guy Grambling University, they produce players. Do I got to mention Doug Williams, won the Super Bowl, legendary quarterback, played in the original USFL, went to Grambling, and they've always had talent down there. 3rd round pick in the NFL by the Arizona Cardinals. He's got 20 catches for 202 yards and a touchdown in the National Football League. So sign me up to Chad Williams being a good pick in
time with the Chiefs too.
Yeah, what do you make of this pick? I think it's a pretty good pick.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is one of those practice squad guys that people bring in, and if the Chiefs scouted him and thought he was a good enough pick to bring into their practice squad, that just says something about it. Because those teams that are that good, they don't look at folks that aren't going to improve their team at some point, or at least feel like they're going to improve their team. So, the fact that he was even there having a cup of coffee with the Chiefs, I definitely think that's a good sign for a guy like Chad Williams.
Yeah, and they were loaded at the wide receiver position. So, I mean, come on, that makes sense. Just because you didn't make it with the Chiefs, that's probably a good thing to put on the resume that I was hanging tough with them and they thought highly of me. So, the USFL draft, the Breakers, I honestly think they've had a sneaky good draft. I'm gonna go ahead and say 2nd or 3rd best draft based on yesterday's, not today's, but yesterday's. And hey, keep an eye out for maybe for Larry Fedora. I'm always interested to see what he does with the defensive side of the ball, because if I ever had a knock on Fedora as a college coach, when he was with a couple of the Southern Miss and North Carolina, it was the defenses that I thought were the weakness of his teams. So we'll see what he does with the Breakers. We got another pick in, and what's going on? What is going on here? The NorCal Maulers. Are you seeing this? Are you seeing this, Rod?
Baby. Trey Walker.
I mean, this is the 3rd player from San Jose State, the 4th player, and I want to say out of their last 5 picks that played college ball in Northern California. So
let me tell you something about it too. These schools that are not, the Mountain West conferences and some of these other smaller conferences that are just outside of the actual, big power schools. This is for. These guys can play football. The problem is that a lot of them just couldn't make it to the actual NFL proper and stick. You see a lot of the practice rounds guys, but again, the fact that they can play football. So a guy like Trey Walker, San Jose State, right? We saw them light it up in all of their games, and he just couldn't get a chance to stick on a roster. So I'm happy that a lot of these Mountain West guys are getting a shot to play in the USFL, because it showcases not just their talent, but the talent of the conference itself. That way, hopefully at some point they can get more looks from NFL teams down the road.
Yeah, and the NorCal Maulers. Can we get rid of the Pittsburgh title?
we can go the Bay Area Maulers.
Bay Area Maulers. Look, I even got music for them.
The Maulers are here.
Not music, a commercial. But Randy Satterfield is drafted by the New Jersey Generals.
But John Franklin is actually drafted by the Bandits.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I missed
You're
John.
coming fast and furious, man. What? I mean, we can't. That's hard.
John Franklin, Florida Atlantic, going to the Tampa Bay Bandits. Hey, and at Florida Atlantic, this is a guy that don't look now, but FAU was recruiting at a decent level. This is a Lane Kiffin recruit here. So and he played everywhere, by the way. This is a guy that played everywhere. First off, he was born in Germany.
Ooh.
Germany, John Franklin. Went to Florida State, went to East Mississippi Community College, went to Auburn, went to Florida Atlantic. He won a Super Bowl already, and he won a national championship already because he won at Florida State. He was on that roster, and then he was on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Had one catch for 11. I'm sorry, had one rush for 11 yards, not one catch. Wow. I mean.
You're living right. You're living right if you have one rush and you got a Super Bowl ring.
And he's got a national championship. Hey, it's working out for you. Shout out to John Franklin, who played everywhere in college. This guy, he was ahead of his time. Nowadays, everyone's transferring. This guy was ahead of his time. And now the other picks coming in are we had Randy Satterfield to the Generals, and we had Maurice Alexander to the Philadelphia Stars. Now that's the last receiver going here from Florida International. Now we move to the safety position. Philadelphia Stars back on the clock. Bart Andrus, followed by the New Jersey Generals. Hey.
Some of these guys too, and it's good that we brought up this clip of him running back kicks. A lot of these guys too are going to be fighting for special team spots. So not all of them are going to be receivers right out of the jump. So you got to have the guys that can run back the ball. And it looks like Maurice Alexander is probably going to be brought in as a special teams guy, which again, you're going to need a lot of, so go for it.
And I read this morning that the USFL is going to be kicking off from the 25-yard line. It'll be interesting to see what they do, but I'm just glad to see the return will be happening in the, the AAF just decided not to have special teams, which as much as I like the AAF, I thought that was pretty ridiculous because I think it's a facet of the game. It's a phase of the game that needs to stay in football because it's always been there. I know the argument, you got to make it safer or not, but hey, they're kicking off from the 25. We'll see how they do it. Maybe it will be like the XFLs. Maybe it will be, maybe they'll be old school. I don't know, but I'm glad to see that at least special teams will be a part of the game.
Yeah. And well, that's the thing too. Like this is a situation where, that NFL uses the special teams as an audition of sorts to make it into the big roster. All pro teams do, CFL does the same thing. If you really good in fact, you saw Brandon Banks of the Hamilton Tiger Cats, really just prolific punt returner, kick returner. And, you felt like his talents were being wasted on the special teams, and they gave him a shot to actually catch passes. He becomes one of the best receivers in the league, so that's the kind of progression that you want even within the team. To get there is one thing, but to make it to the top level, you got to prove yourself even still on special teams. So, don't be surprised if a lot of these guys that are drafted now and into round 35 start to become special teams guys.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. So you wrote an article though for us over at Sports Gambling Podcast Network. Get the SGPN app, free to download in the App Store and Google Play Store. You'll have access to all of our picks, podcasts, and content, whether it's USFL or whether it's bobsledding. I mean, we had everything going. But you wrote an article that I want to talk about in a second. But before I do that, I got to get us paid. All right. I got to get us paid. So let me tell you this. Do you have it loaded up or should I just play it? Or
I got it loaded up. You want me to hit the button?
Hit the button. Hit the button.
All right. Whoa. I hit the wrong button. You know why? Because I don't have the right bank because I just sat down.
It's okay. I can do this one.
Here we go. This SGPN live coverage of the USFL draft on the Sports Gambling Podcast Network is presented by WynnBET. For every $25 you bet on college basketball, WynnBET is going to give you a chance to win a trip to Las Vegas for March Madness and $1,000 in free WynnBET credits. Download the WynnBET app now or visit WynnBET.com and start winning today. We're also brought to you by PropSwap, America's marketplace to buy and sell sports bets. Use promo code SGP on your first deposit. Receive up to $500 in bonus cash. Head over to PropSwap.com or download the PropSwap app today. We're also brought to you by Stable Duel. Stable Duel is a horse racing DFS app where you can play free and pay games for real cash prizes. You can win as much as $15,000 with one entry. Head over to StableDuel.com to get started today. We are also brought to you by IPVanish. Safely browse the internet by encrypting 100% of your data. Right now, it's super easy to use. IPVanish is all you have to do. Tap one button and you're instantly protected. Go to IPVanish.com/SGP. Use the promotional code SGP and claim your 70% savings. That's IPVanish.com/SGP. And of course, do not forget to download the SGPN app. It is your home for all of our free picks, podcasts, and live streams just like this one.
We're back on the USFL Gambling Podcast as we go through all 35 rounds. And look, I'm here with Rod Villagomez, and I gotta cue this music up. And the reason why is we had a comp pick for the Tampa Bay Bandits. Vinny Papali from Delaware, a blue hen. His father is Vincent Papali. Yes, the Vincent Papali from the Philadelphia Eagles. They might have made a movie about him. That look, we had Dick Vermeil on the show, and he might have said that Hollywood did some things with that film that maybe wasn't accurate, but regardless, he got a fat paycheck for being there on set. But Vince Papali, his son, and let me tell you something. If you don't watch Delaware football, Delaware keeps a great FCS program. They've played in several. They've won national championships. They're always in the FCS playoffs, I feel like. So shout out to Vinny Papali. He played with the Montreal Alouettes in the CFL, and then most recently the Spring League.
Well, unfortunately, he didn't get a chance to suit up. That was the COVID shortened season. He was going to get a chance to play for the Alouettes, but never did get a chance to do that. But he did play for the Conquerors. I do remember him with the Conquerors. So that was a lot of fun watching him in the Spring League.
Hey, I mean, to get some pedigree going in the league here, I love it. A lot of
those spring league guys are coming over because that's what it was. I think it was a natural progression from the management of the Spring League to this. They got a good look, and it proves that the Spring League works. So I think that's kind of what they were going for as well.
I love it, man. Okay, so look, round 17 is a wrap. 18 more rounds. I can't even do math. It's too early in the morning. I need to drink more of this coffee. Philadelphia Stars are back on the clock. But Rod, you wrote an article. I was alluding to this right before we cut to break there. Listing your top defensive backs in the USFL draft. You can go check out all these articles as the draft happens. Why wouldn't you, people? See if you can forecast the next pick. All those players that you wrote about, top 10 defensive backs, there's some that are still on that board. I mean, is there one maybe you think the Philadelphia Stars should be grabbing? I know we talked about this yesterday. I know you were high on Jojo Tillery out of Wofford. I don't think he's been taken yet, if memory serves me correct.
No, he hasn't.
Perhaps maybe the Philadelphia Stars call you can never go wrong when you draft a guy named Jojo. All right. I believe that. So perhaps they go for that guy, or maybe they see something in Darian Winston from Baker College. Come on.
I'm looking also at Prince Charles. God, I can't even pronounce his name wrong. Iwara. Prince Charles Iwara. Like that guy, I think he needs to get picked up too. He was on the 49ers practice squad Chiefs. He was on the Commanders, which Washington Commanders, not the Spring League.
I got you.
Falcons, yeah. Team 9, Alouettes, Conquerors. Like this guy is well traveled, but has played at every level that he can play at. So, I don't know why he's not picking up. Also looking at a guy at Mason Gray, played in the Indoor Football League. Hell of a player in the Indoor Football League. And I said in the article too, that when you can play in confined spaces like the Indoor Football League, like you're good enough to go on the bigger fields. Cause indoor football, you got to have a really short memory because you get burned quite a bit as a defensive back. So,
well, they get that like 10-yard advantage, right? They get that they can run behind the line of scrimmage. I think that's ridiculous. But I mean,
Waggle.
yeah.
You don't like the waggle? We're done here.
Look, I'm a defense guy, man. All right. Look, I'm one of these old school guys that says, hey, I want defense and special teams to play a bigger role in football. I am the Clint Eastwood, get off my lawn guy here. So Philadelphia Stars on the clock here. We'll see what they do. But the defensive backs, it's funny, you know, we're previewing all these positions. And it's you know, we were kind of a little bit in the dark. The USFL wasn't giving us a list of players, so you're just trying to go all across the board. None of us had Shea Patterson going first. I mean, no one. Like, I don't even know.
Experts, not even the experts.
The equivalent of Shea Patterson being drafted number 1 is like, you know, me being the lead actor for Top Gun 2. You know what I mean? Like, it you know, like, that's like choosing me. It's like, are you going to get Tom Cruise? No, you're going to get this idiot over here.
Damn. What's up, Maverick? That's it. Forever, your nickname now is Maverick.
There we go. I'll take it. I'll take it all day. Hey, although Iceman's kind of a cool nickname too, man. Nice. So, but yeah, shout out to Top Gun 2. All right.
I want it, man. I can't wait to see that. I really can't.
Top Gun 1 is heat, man. It's still to this
I'll tell
day.
You a quick story about that too. So when I joined the military when I was 18, I had my Top Gun moment. I was on the beach in Virginia Beach in my dog tags playing volleyball. That was it. That was the epitome of me being in the military, man, was being in that Top Gun moment.
You had to find a volleyball court, right? You were like, hey, I joined.
Yeah, it was beautiful. It was beautiful.
That's hilarious. You went out. He probably drove 45 minutes out of his way to find a volleyball spot, so he could play volleyball and relive Top Gun moments.
Damn right.
I can't blame you. If you would have stationed me in Texas, I would have found a volleyball somewhere. All right. You're rocking with the USFL Gambling Podcast, and I'm Maverick. He's Iceman. All right. And look, I'm excited to bring you the next 18 rounds. What are you doing with your day? Call out sick. Cancel whatever you got going. Maybe you and the wife planning to go grab lunch. Well, you know what? Make it dinner. All right. Sit back, relax, crack open a cold one. When I say cold one, that doesn't mean beer for sure. Now, depends who you are. Look, if it's a root beer, it could be a Sunny D. I don't care. Crack back a cold one, sit back, relax. It's early in the morning here in LA. And yeah, we're on the West Coast bringing you this USFL Gambling Podcast. The season kicks April 16th, folks.
We're so close.
I can't wait, man. We got that. We got the playoffs in Canton, Ohio. We got a draft pick. Jack Tocco. I'm probably butchering that. Jack Tocco. This sounds like a guy in a movie. This is a movie name here. No one talks to Jack Tocco like that. He's still the Philadelphia Stars. I'm trying to quickly find out what we know about the guy.
Well, I know that he was with the Vikings, the Redskins, the Iron, the Steelers, and most recently the Wildcats of the XFL.
But he went to NC State, and as an East Carolina guy, I got to say this is a horrible pick. I'm joking, Jack. You could probably play some good football, but look at this. We got him all. We got some film too. There we go.
Iron. Look at this. His AAF film. Hit him hard.
There we go.
I have his card then. Let's put it that way. I have his card.
Shout out to Rod Villagomez. Still, I mean, repping the AAF cards. I love the AAF.
I mean, you know what? I even have the AAF Lego set too. They
really did a Lego set?
They really did a Lego set. Yeah, I have. Well, it wasn't Legos per se. It was a different brand, but I do have that.
Okay. Now
I remember that game actually. I remember when he picked that ball off.
There we go. Got the Lego set. I was wondering. I was like, damn, the AAF was only around for a couple weeks. They made a deal with Legos?
I mean, they made a Lego-esque type deal, but I have all of those. Yeah.
Yeah, that's when who was the what was it? Charlie, what was his name? Charlie, the owner of the AAF.
Oh, yeah. I blocked his name.
Charlie something. He knew a guy that was
Ebersol.
Yeah, Ebersol.
I knew that, Adam. You didn't have to put it in the chat.
I think he knew a guy that was working at this at the Lego plant that was probably a disgruntled employee. He's like, I could leave this company. I could leave the Lego company right now. I know these fans are like, what the hell is this guy talking about over here? You're rocking with the USFL Gambling Podcast. And look, we're waiting for the next pick. And sometimes this is what you do. New Jersey Generals on the clock. Jack Tocco just taken. New Jersey Generals, then the Michigan Panthers, as we are now drafting safeties. What do you want to see? What do you want to see? Your Generals are on the clock. You wrote an article about defensive backs. Oh, we got to pick in Shalom Luani. As we quickly research from, this is my guy. I probably saw this guy play live. So we are good friends with Mike Leach, and he brought us up to Pullman, Washington. So, I probably got a chance to see this guy. I don't know. He's been in the NFL for a while. He got drafted in 2017 with the Oakland Raiders. Then he went to the Seattle Seahawks in 2018, then the Los Angeles Chargers in 2019. Wait, were the Chargers here in 19, or were they in San Diego then? I think they were still here. Houston Texans in 2019 and 20, and then with the Jousters in the Spring League in 2021. Hey, he's experienced. He was drafted in the NFL, 28 tackles in the NFL, all first team Pac-12. Hey, sign me up. I think it's a good pick.
Say what you will about the Spring League, like I said before, but the Jousters were a pretty good team there. They didn't, their record didn't prove it all the way, but they were a good, tough team. So they were competitive. I like what the Spring League brings to the table. I really do. I like the fact that they were out there playing football, and you got to see guys that didn't necessarily just were able to stick in CFL or the NFL, and they were trying to showcase their talent. So, guys like this, guys like Shalom get a chance to play, and that's going to be good for him and good for the league.
Yeah, definitely, man. And the picks keep coming in. Orion Stewart, who went to the University of Baylor, is now a Michigan Panther. The Michigan Panthers, first off, Baylor, I touched on this yesterday. They have a winning culture down there, and it's kind of been coach proof. Whether, they've had 4 different winning coaches in the past decade. So whatever they're doing, the culture is there. We have another pick too of Henry. Oh man, here we go. Melifonwu from UConn to the Bandits. When they're, Obi Henry Melifonwu. Hey, when you start grabbing UConn players, national champions, might I add, in 2020, according to the New York Times. Hey, we got footage of the guy. Look here. He's playing some good ball.
Obviously, he can pick the ball off. That's first and foremost what you want to see. A lot of these guys, especially when you're digging deep into the rosters of this, you're not seeing all of the stats to back things up. You're not seeing a lot of interceptions. You're not seeing a lot of stuff like that. But I mean, when his highlight reel already shows 2 interceptions, that's 2 more than some of the other guys that are out there on the market. So definitely good for him and good for that. He was on the Raiders, the Patriots, the Niners, and the Eagles. Bounced around back and forth. So
won a Super Bowl.
Champion. What?
Yeah. Won a Super. First off, he's from London, England. But played won a Super Bowl. 2nd round pick for the Oakland Raiders. So hey, perhaps this is a great pick by the Tampa Bay Bandits.
Well, he was with the Patriots in 2018. So he appeared in 2 games, got 3 tackles, got him a ring.
Boom. That's called getting it done right there. His younger brother, Ifitu, played college ball at Syracuse and was a Detroit Lion as well. I mean, drafted, hey, he's currently on the Detroit Lions at cornerback. So whatever his family is doing, they're doing it right. Shout out to Obi Henry Melifonwu, and welcome to the USFL. All right, on the clock now, we have the Pittsburgh Maulers. And I've been told not to play that drop again because I can be, pretty crazy. And I feel like I could play that for the rest of the draft, really. They don't even have to pick, and I could pay that clip. What do you the Maulers, though, if they draft another Northern California guy right here, I'm just going to go ahead and say they should move the franchise to the Oakland Invaders.
I'll take it. I'll take them. Bring him over.
Yeah, I mean, there's room for both, but I mean, yeah, I'm with you. I don't know. I mean, this is one. Are you surprised at the defensive backs that are going right now?
I am, because when I looked at the pool, when I looked at the original pool that we were doing and all that, I had identified 10 names that I thought stood out the most. And again, this is how much we kind of don't know about what we know. In fact, so I was looking at him, and again, a lot of the guys that I researched were not on that list. So apparently I'm not a scout or an evaluation talent scout, but that's okay. Because I can talk about it.
I think we were at a tough spot. We were in the dark, and when not only being in the dark, because they weren't giving us names, we had a COVID thing happen where you had all this extra eligibility going out there, players that, had gained. So our pool was so much bigger. So, it was just, it's just crazy. We got another pick here. Arnold Tarpley III from Vanderbilt goes to the Pittsburgh Maulers. So
not a NorCal guy.
Arnold Tarpley III to the Pittsburgh Maulers. Hey, Vanderbilt. Look, sometimes you get some gems at Vanderbilt. I know people will say, "Come on, dude, they're Vanderbilt," but they've been known to have a couple good players here and there in that league. Go to the league, I should say. Arnold Tarpley perhaps might be the next one here. We got some footage on him. Here you go. And I believe Derek Mason was his college coach. Derek Mason, say what you want about him. He is a good defensive coordinator. I think he knows defense well. So, one
thing I noticed real quick just from there is that he's a safety that likes to play up along the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, so, and his hometown, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Ooh, well, there you go. Coming home.
Season tickets next year just went up a little bit. Dartez Jacobs, Georgia State goes to the the New Orleans Breakers. This is one where Dartez Jacobs. This is a guy that graduated, I believe, 2015. He might have been a transfer from Georgia Tech, if I'm seeing this correctly.
State.
Yeah, okay. So he graduated from Georgia State. 6'1", 200 pounds. Trying to dig up what I can on this guy.
There's not much on him. I'll tell you that.
He played for the Swarco Raiders. Where is that? That is in Germany, right?
Yeah, actually, the German league.
Awesome. I love it. Anytime you get a guy from the Swarco Raiders, part of the European League of Football, by the way, I would love to see that on television. Can we get that on television? I would watch that.
You can get it on YouTube.
I'm all on board.
Yeah,
I'm all on board.
I've watched a couple games.
Can never get enough football, man. We also have, the picks are starting to really come in. Andrew Soro from Florida International goes to the Gamblers. This is a guy I believe was with the Kansas City Chiefs. This is a decent pick. I mean, the guy that played with the Kansas City Chiefs, you're playing big time football if you're with the Kansas City Chiefs. So 6'2", 210, FAU. Once again, probably a Lane Kiffin guy, I believe. What do you make of that pick?
6 foot 2'2". He had the 4.57 40-yard dash. So not bad for a guy, for a lineman or a defensive back.
Yeah, and then I saw also Christian Mcfarland to the Birmingham Stallions. Christian Mcfarland played at Idaho State. Now, Idaho State, also Merrill Hodge, graduate from Idaho State, friend of the program. McFarland's from Sacramento, California. And although Idaho State's football program has not been great, this guy can play. He was at Sacramento City College. He played solid ball. And let me tell you something. If you play, Idaho State plays in the Big Sky. The Big Sky is a very good FCS football conference. I love Big Sky football. So you're going up against some top-notch competition, whether it's Weber State, whether it's UC Davis, Dan Hawkins there, or whether you're going up against Montana and Montana State. You're going to be going up against some pretty good talent, I believe, in that conference. Eastern Washington is in that conference as well. We know they're a really good program. They've been a really good program for the past 20 years on that red turf. So Christian McFarland, not only that, you're going to play a lot of teams with big time offenses. You know what I mean? Like this guy played against Cooper Kupp probably.
Well, and the proof positive is the fact he had 35 solo tackles in 2019. I mean, again, as a safety or as a defensive back making 35 tackles, you're getting tested. You're definitely getting tested by those offenses. He had an interception as well. So, yeah, I mean, 5 pass breakups. Yeah, he was getting tested. So it's not like he was a guy that didn't see much action in that backfield.
Yeah, and like I said, Cooper Kupp, who he left Eastern Washington in 2017, but so I'm not sure if they met or not because, but potentially, if he was at Idaho State in some of those years. But yeah, that conference in general, you're battle tested, I believe. So shout out to Kristen Mcfarland. And now the Stallions are on the clock as they go with Tyree Robinson. Tyree Robinson. This is a guy that I'm familiar with because this guy was from at Oregon. And at Oregon, I told you this. I loved their defensive coaches. Now, I'm not a big Mario Cristobal guy. I think he's slightly overrated as a head coach, but they had good defensive coaches. They were producing top defensive talent. Jim Leavitt, I think, is one of the most underrated defensive coordinators in all of college football. He was there then. So not surprised to see Tyree Robinson have success as he played with the Dallas Cowboys, the San Francisco 49ers, the Hamilton Tiger Cats, and the Edmonton Elks. He was on the Edmonton Elks roster as of yesterday.
Oh, they were yeah. But unfortunately, he didn't get a chance to play with the Tiger Cats, though, because that was that COVID season. So unfortunately, we never got to see him play in the CFL. But again, that says a lot about these guys when they get picked up in the CFL. You know, they get, especially with the 2020 season, it was tough because a lot of them didn't get a chance to play when it got canceled. But, you know, that's where these guys get their shots. So, for like I said, the Tiger Cats have a very tough defense, and they're known for that. So, obviously, if the Tie Cats were looking for him to play for them, there's something to him, and he's got a good, strong pedigree. So,
yeah, and the picks are coming in. Manny Bunch next up from Tulsa to the Houston Gamblers. Manny Bunch, great last name there, Bunch. But look, he played at Tulsa in the AAC. And I alluded to this yesterday. I mean, just like when I mentioned the Big Sky, even Tulsa, probably even more so, you get such a variation of offenses. You go up against SMU that runs the air raid, Houston that runs, the air raid, or I guess when he was there, it was Tom Herman's offense. But and then you take on triple option Navy, and at the time he was there, it was triple option Tulane as well. And then at the time, East Carolina, Scotty Montgomery was throwing the ball all over the field. So you're getting an UCF with Scott Frost. So you are getting all these different types of offenses. So to play at a high level there, I think is a pretty good sign that this guy can probably adapt to whatever scheme they're facing. Manny Bunch taken with the Houston Gamblers. Hey, what do you make of this pick, Rod?
So 29 solo tackles in his 2019 season. 5 pass breakups. The guy can do it. He's got a forced fumble in there somewhere, a fumble recovery. So he's all over the ball, guy that can play and play tough and play physical. Like you said, Navy's not an easy opponent to play. Like those guys, they will run down your throat. And for defensive backs, they're not covering. Well, Navy, they're covering a little more than with Army. You're covering receivers more with Navy than they are with Army, but mostly defensive backs have to stick around the line of scrimmage for that triple option, for that running game. So, yeah, I mean, that's not a tough matchup to have on the schedule, or not a matchup to have on the schedule.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like you really get all variations of offenses. Now, I know we're not going to see a triple option team yet. I'm hoping. Got the fingers crossed.
I love
hoping
football.
Me too, man. I would love to see it in the USFL or the XFL or the NFL, really. Next pick, the Pittsburgh Maulers. Bryce Torrendon from Kansas to the Pittsburgh Maulers. Look, you normally always get skeptical when you see a Kansas draft pick of late. But, hey, here's some footage of him. They've been one of the worst football teams. But sometimes there's diamonds in the rough on some bad teams. Hey, the Maulers didn't draft a guy from Northern California, so I guess we can keep them in Pittsburgh. But, 5'10", 181-pound safety. Shout out to Bryce Torrendon. Congrats on getting drafted. He was all Big 12 second team in 2019. Yeah, this is a guy that look in the Big 12, especially when you're Kansas, you're spending during these years, you were spending a lot of time on the field playing defense. Your offense couldn't get anything going, and you're playing some high-powered offenses in the Big 12 there with Lincoln Riley and like I said, I guess Tom Herman. I don't know if you want to define that as high-powered or not, but Texas Tech, Cliff Kingsbury, you had high-powered offenses, and to go up against that nonstop, you got something going. Another draft pick is Kerryon Williams to the Michigan Panthers. I'm sorry, I missed Anthony. How do I pronounce that? Giaffi, Rutgers.
But is that Anthony Chaffee? I believe that's Anthony Chaffee.
Is that how you pronounce that?
Cioff. Yeah, because again, this is a guy that actually played for the Red Blacks and the BC Lions, if this is who I'm thinking of.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he actually, I've seen this guy play firsthand on the Red Blacks, and I love me some Anthony. So this is an outstanding signing by the Bandits because this guy is definitely battle tested. He is a tough player out there, and he hits about as hard as anybody as I've seen. I loved him with the Red Blacks. In fact, he's a Grey Cup champ. So
okay. I'm on board. And look, then also Kerryon Williams from Nebraska, 6'1", 195 from Shreveport, Louisiana. This is a guy that played at Nebraska with Mike Riley. So he doesn't go to the Generals. He goes to the Panthers. Jeff Fisher, though, this is a guy that Jeff Fisher played defensive back, part of the 85 Bears, played for USC, Southern Cal in their heyday. So he knows the defensive back position. You go back to his Titans teams or even his Rams teams. He always had good defensive back play. LaMarcus Joyner. You can go back to with the Titans. What was it? Blaine Bishop. So next up, Dravon Askew Henry was drafted from West Virginia to the New Jersey Generals. That's your Generals, my friend.
It's my Generals.
What do you make of this pick? So this guy, played at WVU for Dana Holgerson. Has been in the NFL, really. Pittsburgh Steelers 2019 with the Jacksonville Jaguars and even the New England Patriots. And you like that because Belichick knows defensive backs better than any. And then went to the New York Guardians and then to the New York Giants and now to the New Jersey Generals, staying in that area.
I like it because I remember him with the Guardians. I absolutely remember him playing because again, my buddy, I have a buddy named Askew. His last name is Askew. So I was like, oh wow, look, Askew. So I remember him being on the field, but I remember him being a beast. Like I remember the announcers calling his name quite a bit. So he definitely had an impact on the game. So yeah, I like this. I like this signing.
And we also have Cody Brown drafted to the Philadelphia Stars. Cody Brown played his college ball at Arkansas State. And hey, those teams, they won. First off, he played with the Houston Roughnecks as well. So he was undefeated in alt football. Well, actually, I guess not because he played with the Salt Lake City Stallions in the AAF, but he was top 10 in the league in tackles there. And look, he won. He was part of Arkansas State's championship teams in the Sun Belt in 2015 and 2016. So when you talk about pedigree, that's a pick that makes sense. Shout out to Cody Brown getting drafted by the Philadelphia Stars. And Bart Andrews continues, to me, to have a great draft.
You just love him. That's all.
Yeah, I do. I mean, look, anyone named Bart, we need to bring that name back. There's a few names that need to come back. Leroy's got to come back. I was talking about that the other day. Not many Leroys out there right now.
No, they're not.
We got to bring them back. So we are waiting on potential comp picks. So, like I said, if you followed us yesterday or if you followed the draft yesterday, you saw some teams like I think Skip Holtz's Birmingham Stallions, they went heavy on the offensive defensive line and they used some of their picks later in the draft. So we're seeing if that's going to happen with the end of round 19. We got round 20 on deck, 15 more rounds. And we got you covered on the USFL Gambling Podcast. He's Rod Villagomez. I'm Colby Swinging Database Dant, a.k.a. Pick Dundee. You can follow Rod on Twitter at RJ Villa Gomez. That's VILLAGOMEZ. You can follow me on Twitter at TheColbyD. And remember to follow the USFL Gambling Podcast on Twitter at USFL Gambling. We got you covered for all this stuff. Hope you're having fun. They thought they weren't going to be able to bring us the draft. Not going to happen when you have the SGPN studios. Shout out to Leroy Will Jones in the chat saying, hey, my name is Leroy. Damn right. And you're repping it strong. I appreciate you hopping into the chat. Appreciate you checking out USFL football. Next pick is up, and we got the Philadelphia Stars grabbing Ladarius Wiley, another Vanderbilt player. Do we have a run on Vanderbilt players going on right now?
Part of the draft where Vandy players come off the board.
Hey, shout out to Ladarius Wiley. You are now in the United States Football League. He's originally from Los Angeles, California. It's crazy. It's just crazy. Like I was saying, like how many players come out, like they go all over the country. We were previewing, I think, Illinois, and they're getting players from LA. Well, same situation with Vanderbilt as they grab this guy, 6'1", 210. This guy's got NFL experience, played on the San Francisco 49ers too. He was on the Carolina Panthers. He's on the Seattle Seahawks. He's had run in Tennessee Titans. This guy's been he's been around. So veteran, you're seeing the tape here. Pretty impressive. I think a pretty good draft pick. I say that for everyone though, I feel like. But no, not for the
they aren't, you know?
Yeah, not for the NCAA, not for the NC State guy. We are at the end of round 19. We got the Generals on the clock, and you're rocking with the USFL Gambling Podcast on the Sports Gambling Podcast Network. Make sure you check out all of our content. Generals on the clock. We're now switching over though to centers. Centers
after this break, though. We've been told to take a break.
Okay, after this break. Sorry.
This SGPN live coverage of the USFL Draft on the Sports Gambling Podcast Network is presented by WynnBET. For every $25 you bet on college basketball, WynnBET is going to give you a chance to win a trip to Las Vegas for March Madness and $1,000 in free WynnBET credits. Download the WynnBET app now or visit WYNNBet.com and start winning today. We're also brought to you by PropSwap, America's marketplace to buy and sell sports bets. Use promo code SGP on your first deposit. Receive up to $500 in bonus cash. Head over to PropSwap.com or download the PropSwap app today. We're also brought to you by Stable Duel. Stable Duel is a horse racing DFS app where you can play free and paid games for real cash prizes. You can win as much as $15,000 with one entry. Head over to StableDuel.com to get started today. We are also brought to you by IPVanish. Safely browse the internet by encrypting 100% of your data right now. It's super easy to use. IPVanish is all you have to do. Tap one button and you're instantly protected. Go to IPVanish.com/SGP. Use the promotional code SGP and claim your 70% savings. That's IPVanish.com/SGP. And of course, do not forget to download the SGPN app. It is your home for all of our free picks, podcasts, and live streams just like this one.
And we're back on the USFL Gambling Podcast, and we have the Generals on the clock. And hey, you're rocking with the USFL Gambling Podcast and the Sports Gambling Podcast Network. And I'm excited. I'm excited about this league. So look, let's just what do we got here?
There are those who say that the fun has gone out of football, that it's become too predictable. For them, let me present 30 seconds of football, USFL style.
Boom! Boom! I got a bunch of these sound drops. I'm a wild man over here. What's up, Rod? How you doing over there? You got a cup of coffee there?
I finished that coffee. I had to pound that back. I know that you got up earlier than I did, so hats off to you. I don't know what is in your coffee over there, but yeah.
Look, sometimes you got some nose. No, I'm joking. Look, I'm just rocking with everything, man. Look, when I live off of football fuel, you know what I mean?
Yep. And the USFL is giving you all you need right now.
Football fuel, man. It's this new. I'm working on this. This needs to be a drink in stores because football fuel. it keeps you going, man. It keeps you going. I'm excited. I was a fan of the USFL back in the 80s. I watched them all through the 90s on ESPN Classic when they re-aired them, and I'm excited for the future of year-round football, but especially in the USFL. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Although there was a guy back in the back, or what was it, Kyle? Love that Chaffee pick, Kyle. Yes, I absolutely love that Chaffee pick. If you watched the Red Blacks defense, that was what they were known for. Noel Thorpe had that defense dialed in. The offense was very much the problem in Ottawa for a little while, but that defense was never in question. In fact, the only reason that they gave up as many points as they ever did was because they were on the field so much. But Chaffee was a huge part of that identity. So he definitely brings some veteran experience over to this team and can build a team around an offense that may struggle early on.
Yeah. Hey, and people talking about the Philadelphia Stars secondary, making me seem like more of a genius there, Rod, when I said they had the best draft. All right. I'm already they haven't played a snap, but I'm going to go ahead and say I'm onto something. As the New Jersey Generals are on the clock still. And yeah, I mean, we're strong believers that spring football can work, year-round football. The original USFL, in my opinion, would have worked had it not gone up against the NFL. I don't understand that logic. It was growing each year. I thought the XFL right before the pandemic was going to work. Its ratings were better than a lot of other stuff. AAF was going to work before they lost their I think some guy was in like an FBI probe, their main investor. That's never good when you're starting a business and your main investor happens to be part of an FBI probe. Never good. That's never good.
Never good at all.
I don't care if you're selling hot dogs. That's not good.
So the fact that Fox owns this, though, what do you think the staying power is now?
No, I think it's staying. I think it's staying. Fox Bet. I think it's the best proposal I've seen for a spring league ever. Now I know obviously the XFL just dropped news with an affiliation. Sorry, that's my reminder. With potentially the deal or some sort of a I don't want to say it's a partnership, but with the NFL. So that's probably pretty stable as well. But I think a lot of that has to do with the legalization of gambling and the fact that people of our generation, Rod, we love football and we can't get enough of it. I never understood why the NFL Europe went away. I would watch that every summer. So yeah, I expect
fire.
Yes, man. Scottish Claymores. All right. I expect this league to stick around for years to come because I think the demand is there for it. It's well, I mean, look, if MLS can exist, getting 700,000 views on their best games a lot of times, then the USFL and XFL can exist. So we got a pick in though, Jake Lucina to the Generals from
Augustana, South Dakota.
Is that a I'm like, was that a South Dakota Coyote or is that a Augustana
Vikings?
I love it. Shout out to Jake Lucina, and he was in the spring league. So he's got experience playing at a high level. He played with the Minnesota Vikings as well. So hey, they got something going over there. What do you make of the pick?
I like it. Again, we're seeing these spring guys pop off the board. There's a method to their madness. Obviously, they want to show that the spring leagues and the spring leagues in general work. So, and really, it's tough to kind of judge these centers, right? I mean,
yeah.
As you're a scout, if you're an evaluator, sure. But for those of us, there's not really much we can make of centers. It's like, yeah, okay, he's a center now.
Yeah, exactly. And then I see Sean Richard Pollard. Is this the same? Is this the Clemson Tiger? I'm trying. I believe that's a Clemson Tiger that went to the Michigan Panthers. It's funny when you type in these people just through Google. Sometimes you get some different stuff. But Sean Richard Pollard, yeah, Clemson Tiger. I mean, come on. Over the past few years, that's been one of the most successful programs in all of college football. So you've played at top levels. You played against the Alabamas. You played against a bunch of average ACC teams. You played against Ohio State and stuff. So, hey, I like it. Sign me up. I mean, look, when you get, it's like when a couple of those LSU guys started flying off the board, you got to say, okay, well, you played against good competition. You're all second team ACC in 2019. So I believe you've played against top competition, so you can probably play at this level and be successful at playing at this level. So
he played in 2,328 snaps over 55 games in his career. That's a lot of snaps.
Yeah, you got to be happy with that experience. You got to be completely happy with that experience if you're a fan of the Michigan Panthers. Jeff Fisher, maybe experience is selling to him. We got next up Bruno Reagan, another Vanderbilt player. What's going on? What's going on right now?
Vandy Run. They must have all gotten together in the room and were like, "Hey, which Vanderbilt player are you going to take?" And they're like, "Yes, all of them."
Did the Fox Sports CEO, did he go to Vanderbilt? I need to know this stuff because Bruno Reagan is a Tampa Bay Bandit. Shout out to Bruno Reagan. Congrats. And I haven't met many people named Bruno, but I'm sure this guy is one guy that I would not talk shit to, because if you're playing center, you're one of the hog mollies. And hey, he's from Clarksville, Tennessee, 6'3", 315, SEC Offensive Lineman of the Week against Tennessee. That's great and that speaks to me because I was against their rivals. So yeah.
Well, we don't talk about Bruno.
Yeah. Yeah.
Somebody out there knows what I'm talking about.
There you go. We also got Sean Brown from Mississippi Valley State, is a Philadelphia Star. Look, Mississippi Valley State, Sean Brown, he graduated there in 2015, I think, if memory serves me correct, and 6'4", 335 pounds. Played at Nassau Community College as well. Hey, I mean, Mississippi Valley State's, they've produced some solid pros in their day. So can't knock it too much. Once again, center is hard to. This guy also lettered in basketball, though, in high school. He's an athlete. He's an athlete. What do you make of the pick?
Anybody that can both letter in basketball and be a center, I don't know how that translates into each other. But, yeah, if he's got to be a quick, athletic guy, that we're going to be running a lot of what? Twists and stuff on the offensive line. Holy cow.
I mean, you wonder if the basketball team really needed somebody, and said, "Hey, let's get some guy who just takes up mass." We also have Jordan McCray, UCF Golden Knight. He is a Birmingham Stallion. Now, I do believe though that he graduated in 2014. A little long in the tooth. That's an older player, I feel like. Get
some experience, don't they?
In this league, yes. So shout out to Jordan McCray, though. And then you have Nicholas Falah, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. He is now a Pittsburgh Mauler. He comes over from Southern Cal. So even USC getting some guys out there. But Nicholas Falah is one that he played with the Tennessee Titans, the New York Jets, the Denver Broncos, and the LA Raiders as far as last season. So well-versed. He's originally from Bellflower, California. So, hey, I think that's a pretty good pick.
Yep. They said he can play offensive tackle if he needs to. So,
yeah, I mean, versatility is always good on the offensive line,
especially when you're on a new team and you just need to be able to play whatever the coach needs you to play.
Yeah, and I see another one going, Jared Thomas, going to the New Orleans Breakers. He comes over from Northwestern. If there's an offensive position where I think maybe Northwestern can be decent, offensive line. They never have great skill position players, it seems like. But on the offensive line, they've produced some good players over the years. So this guy started, and I think some of it is the fact you have to go up against these Big Ten defenses and these defensive lines, which I get it. Traditionally, you would probably rate the SEC 1. But, hey, look at Michigan's defensive line this past year. They were great DNs. Wisconsin always stout on the JJ Watt, so you're going up against top-notch talent. Jared Thomas.
He spent some time with the Massachusetts Pirates of the Indoor Football League. And look, here's the thing about those guys, those linemen, there's only 3 of them. So the center in that has to really be on his game because those guys are coming at you fast and heavy. So offensive linemen in the Indoor Football League. And not only that, they have to block for runs too. And if you're only blocking 2 other guys for runners, that shows some skill as well, because the Indoor Football League runs a lot more than the Arena Football League ever did.
Yeah. So we got the Houston Gamblers on the clock right now. Last pick for the centers, and then we hop into round 21 with the inside linebackers. That's fun. And then after that, we got the guards. It is, man, I thought I had that thing turned off, huh? Did you hear that sound?
No, I
Okay.
hear nothing. I hear you, but I don't.
I got a text message and I my sound was on, so my apologies if you heard that. But the Houston Gamblers on the clock right now. Centers are going fast. It seems like they knew what they wanted, right?
They were like, "Yep, you, let's go."
Yeah, seriously.
I wonder though, because again, as we watch these picks go flying off the board, how many of them were actually done already ahead of time? Like, how many of these were already known, and now they're just sort of parsing them out, especially on day 2. Day 1, they had the podium. Did you even see anybody take the podium?
No.
I saw a couple of pictures of them standing up, but I mean, they didn't put any video of them taking the podium. So I wonder if they even used it.
Yeah, I didn't see anything on that front, and I think I would have seen anything or something if that happened.
Yeah.
So
I wonder how many of those are already just, like queued up and ready to go. Like, okay, it's been 5 minutes or it's been a minute and a half. Let's send the next one in.
Yeah. I especially with centers where maybe with some different positions, I feel like, well, I don't know, maybe they knew certain centers would go. I don't know. Maybe this is all new to me with this draft approach. You know what I mean? Like, this is it's interesting. I almost wish they would have just left it open. You know what I mean? And we could have seen teams draft based on philosophy. You know what I mean? Being like, Jeff Fisher just drafted 7 straight offensive linemen. You know what I mean? Like, I think that would always be a fun element. But I also understand you're starting a new league and you want balance, and you don't want, the team that drafts a terrible team to end up losing every game 55-0. So I get it. What are we doing here? I mean, the Gamblers just seem stuck, huh?
The between rounds must not be 2 minutes. Between rounds must take as much time as you need.
Kevin Sumlin's like, hey, look, I don't know anything about these centers. Someone get me a center.
Find me somebody. Go find the pool of centers. Oh, here we go.
Nick Buchanan from Florida. Nick Buchanan. Well, hey, I mean, the Florida Gators, once again, they play in the SEC. So, hey, you're playing against top-notch defensive line talent. And, Nick Buchanan, I guess, played for Dan Mullen. And prior to that, Jim McElwain. Hey, I get it. I think he's a pretty decent pick. He started 13 games at center in 2019. I mean, to me, you're playing on that level. You got to be somewhat decent. Like I said, going up against and playing for Florida, it wasn't like you're, playing at some of the lesser SEC schools, but playing for Florida, you must be doing something right. So Nick Buchanan is a Houston Gambler. What do you think, Rod?
Well, I mean, again, he's 6'3", 283. So he seems a little bit undersized as far as what you're looking for probably in the NFL. But if you're going to be running some offenses in that you're going to be making sure that the quarterback gets out, or you got to be mobile and you got to do, blocking from here and there and everywhere. I guess if you're looking for a guy that's quick, this is your guy, right? 6'3", 3.
Yeah. I mean, I think it makes sense. And, this is a guy that obviously well experienced. Just the fact you go up against, I mean, I know Florida doesn't play the SEC West every year, or they get LSU, that speaks for itself right there, but they don't play Alabama. I think they play Alabama like once every 8 years or something, but it doesn't matter to me, going up against LSU, going up against Georgia, going up against, Tennessee and South Carolina, that there's enough defensive talent there. Not day in, day out or game in, game out, I should say, to know that you're playing at a pretty high level.
Absolutely. And again, these are centers too. So a lot of them could be used in other capacities on the offensive line. So I guess it's just for them, just getting drafted alone is good enough, to get your foot in the door.
Yeah. We got a comp pick alert. I'm seeing comp pick alert. Braden Patton to the Pittsburgh Maulers. This one makes sense though. Kirby Wilson is a run first. He's a running back coach, or has been for a long time. Now he's a head football coach, but why not? I feel like if you're a running back coach, you appreciate, hey, let me be able to run the ball. Let me load up on the offensive line. And he grabs Braden Patton from Arkansas. Shout out to the Wolf of Oakland. One of his boys is getting drafted. Hey, you're at Arkansas. Once again, cue up that line. I'm seeing Northern Illinois though.
Yeah, that is Northern Illinois. In fact, he played all 6 games at center for Northern Illinois in 2020. That was the shortened season. He has 3rd all-team MAC honors. But that must be, that's the one. He's a center.
Yeah, it's got to be him. Hey, I can tell you this, as a guy that loves Maction football, that watches every Tuesday, Wednesday nights Maction games, the Northern Illinois football program has been run heavy for a long time. They're kind of a throwback. Doesn't matter which coach they use. You can go back to the Dave Doran days, but they would run heavy. Even their quarterbacks, when they had Jordan Lynch, I think it was, that just, they're running like quarterback delays, like quarterback draw delay, quarterback sweeps, just fun for a guy like me. And for an offensive lineman, I think it's got to be a lot of fun. So shout out to Braden Patton. We thought he was from Arkansas, but it turns out Northern Illinois. So we were calling for the Wolf of Oakland. Shout out to Chase coming in here, breaking down. We thought he was a Razorback. If so, he transferred to Northern Illinois. But so I guess we'll just got you on here to talk about some nice, solid offensive line play. What was your reaction to these centers getting drafted?
I'm catching up a little bit, but you got a center from Vandy. I mean, you got to think that guy probably did pretty well on his SATs, and he's the guy that you want running your offensive line. Once again, you're going with kind of a pedigree pick with another center out of Clemson. I mean, it makes sense that you're kind of going to these bigger programs for your centers, because I mean, you're facing some complex schemes. You're dealing with the best usually in these conferences. So yeah, I mean, great picks all around.
Yeah, and like I said, Northern Illinois, they're like the I would say they're the Wisconsin. Well, short of this past year, probably the Wisconsin of the MAC. So I think this is a pick that could work out. The final pick, or the extra pick, I should say, of the 20th round with the Pittsburgh Maulers and Braden Patton. As we move to inside linebackers, interesting. Linebackers going in the 21st round. The Gamblers are back on the clock, followed by the New Orleans Breakers. I'm pulling up. You guys can all go over to the SGPN, or get the SGPN app, and you'll get access to all of this. That's what I actually recommend you to do. But if not, you can hop over there, sportsgamblingpodcast.com, and click on USFL. We have every single position ranked. Mike Moore wrote a great article about his top linebackers, and perhaps we get some called here in the next coming minutes here. Is there any linebackers? I'm pulling it up right now. His top-rated linebacker. Now I'm not sure if it's inside or outside for some of these guys, but he's got Bryson Young from Oregon being his top linebacker, followed by a guy, BJ Blunt from McNeese State. I wonder, perhaps, first off, I guess, how many small, because linebackers a position that I feel like a lot of small school players in the NFL, even, linebackers one of these ones that the talent hides. It hides. It's hard to find the linebacker talent. What do you make of that, Rod Villagomez?
I'm making of this next pick that we got coming in, Colby. This is a good one. I like this. Are you catching this one?
I see it now. Yeah. Beniquez Brown to the Houston Gamblers, Mississippi State. Yes. Look, Beniquez Brown, this is a guy. Mississippi State has had some good defense, and this guy played in the NFL with the Green Bay Packers too. So he played at Mississippi State back when Dan Mullen was there. Then he played with the Birmingham Iron and then the Houston Roughnecks. So when undefeated with the Roughnecks, and I think the Iron were decent as well too.
Nope, the Iron defense was exactly what they were known for, and you can see it here. I remember exactly this play too. This is when they were trying to get in and they didn't get it. But yeah, Beniquez Brown definitely really good on both of those defenses, because Houston Roughnecks had a good defense too. So and I do remember him being called quite a bit.
Yeah, and he started 28 of 39 games, so very experienced in the SEC there. We got another pick in Gerard Fernandez, another NC State guy. But look, he was with the Ottawa Red Blacks, so I know Rod's gonna say great things about the guy. But as an ECU guy, it's tough to see these NC State guys, in general. But hey, this guy can play good ball though. NC State, they've never been short of talent. I'll say that. This guy, played 5 years there, started 30 games. And then, like I said, Ottawa Red Blacks. And hey, what do you make of the pick?
Anybody that played for the Red Blacks, they're my favorite. But he actually was named as the the Rookie of the Year, the CFL team's top rookie. So it was the Ottawa Red Blacks top rookie, and that says a lot, especially in that 2018 season. That was a kind of a tough season for us. But for him to be able to play through it, right, and have a good season for the Red Blacks, I remember him. I do. I remember Jared Fernandez. So I'm glad to see him get some run. I want to see him do well in the USFL. So yeah, all good on the Red Blacks front.
We also got EJ Jaya to the Pittsburgh Maulers from North Texas. Grew up in Blaine, Minnesota. Second in program history for tackles for loss. And just so you guys know, North Texas did have Joe Mean Green playing ball there. So that says something there. I'm assuming he's first, or maybe they didn't count tackles back then. But nice pick by the Maulers. What do you make of this one? Conference USA represent.
Yes, sir. Well, like you said, I mean, he had 25 tackles for a loss. He had 121 total tackles, 60. So a forced fumble, blocked extra point, 11 quarterback hurries. Like, the guy is all over the ball. Definitely a good ball guy, or a good guy to get to the ball. So yeah, I like the pick.
Yeah, and we now have the Birmingham Stallions on the clock. Skip Holtz, when he was coaching at East Carolina, linebacker. I like this pick. I know this pick. Scooby Wright, and I don't even need to research this one because he played at Arizona and he was a dog at Arizona. Hey, I like this guy. He also played in the AAF with the Arizona team. Look, he was a 7th round pick by the Cleveland Browns. He's played for the Browns, the Cardinals, and the Patriots. The Arizona Hotshots, as you alluded to, the DC Defenders. I like this kid. This kid plays hard. Originally from Santa Rosa, California. And I like this guy's whole story. Just a 2-star recruit. 6 foot, 228, been told no his whole life. And the guy continues to defy the odds. Big Scooby Wright fan. Nice addition and that's right up Skip Holtz's alley. Find a guy that feels like he's been disrespected and he's just going to overachieve at every chance he gets. Next pick, Josh Banderas to the Stars. Josh Banderas. This is a kid from Nebraska. It seems like there's been a decent amount of Nebraska players drafted in this as well. I believe this was a Mike Riley guy or Bo Pelini guy. We got some film on him here. But Bo Pelini knew his defensive guys. So maybe with Mike Riley, I'm not sure how that transitioned. But Pelini was a defensive expert in his heyday. Obviously, he struggled recently at LSU. But look at this film here.
93 total tackles in 2016. That's a hell of a resume right there. 40 solo, 53 assists. So 5 tackles for a loss. Not bad stats. Not a bad little resume there in 2016 for Josh.
And he's got the smarts. He was academic all Big Ten 2014, 2015, 2016. Pretty impressive. Then we have the Bandits taking Christian Sam from Arizona State. This is one where, look, Arizona State, I would say I was weary of the defense being played at Arizona State during this era. This is Todd Graham, I believe. Look, the guy had decent numbers in Tempe. And he's had experience playing with the Patriots, the Dolphins, the 49ers, and the Lions. So, hey, I can tell you that. If Belichick's got you on the team, he sees something in you, that's a good sign. So I think that's a good pick. What do you make of that pick?
127 total tackles. I mean, we talked about it just before. That's a hell of a resume. 87 solo tackles in 2017. That is a very busy linebacker right there. So, yeah, definitely somebody that you want to have on your team.
So we got another pick in there, and Justin Lawrence Hughes from Kansas State. That's one K-State's linebacker So you gotta like that. What do you make of that pick?
Well, again, these are guys that are all getting there. He's 6'1", 229. Hell of a size right there for a linebacker. So you know that he can probably hit very hard. Played 25 career games, 15 starts. Started all 8 games in 2020. Had 45 tackles. Had 2 tackles for a loss and a pass breakup. So, again, another busy guy.
Yeah. And I believe we have Peyton that's going to join us here to talk some USFL. Okay. Well, perhaps not. We're waiting. Internet connection there. So we got next on the clock. Wait. We had Chris Orr taken by the New Jersey Generals. Chris Orr. This is a guy, first off, that's your New Jersey Generals. Chris Orr, though, experience. I believe he has some NFL experience as well. First off, from DeSoto High School in Texas, which is very, very historic. Played for the Carolina Panthers in 2020. He was all Big Ten. And this is a guy that went to Wisconsin. Wisconsin knows defense, Rod.
Badgers.
Yeah.
Although Peyton is back. We got Peyton back.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Peyton Ramsey, how you doing, Peyton?
I'm good. How are you guys doing today?
Oh, we're doing fantastic, man. Seeing your name called. How does it feel to be a part of the USFL?
Man, it's blessings, man. It's blessings. I can't even put the words into it right now, man. It's exciting.
Well, congratulations, because I know it's got to be a great day. But walk me through your path in football, because you played at Tuskegee, right? And yeah. So that's not the biggest name of schools, but walk me through, because you're getting there. You're working up each step.
Man, Tuskegee is a small HBCU college in a small city close to Auburn, in the middle of Auburn in Montgomery, Alabama. Where it's hard to get a chance out there. It's very hard to get a chance out there. So I'm just blessed. I'm lucky, man. That's lucky and blessed is the 2 words I can put into the words for it, man. It's just exciting, man.
And you get to stay home.
I get to stay home. That's the best part about it. I get to stay home. My family gets to watch me play again. It's been almost 2 years, so I'm just excited to get back out there with the fellas, man. I'm ready to get to work right now.
Hey, that's fantastic. This is what makes these opportunities so great. I went to East Carolina when Skip Holtz coached there. I believe he's a really good coach, and I believe you're going to be playing some winning football. And I'm excited to see you play there.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is really it's fun to watch these stories. We've seen so many times players that didn't get the right opportunities, obviously that movie just came out with Kurt Warner. That was one where he was playing in any league he could get his hands on, just play some ball, and look what happened to him. He went and won a Super Bowl, played in another, and all with the chance of playing it in another league here. So I think maybe we could be looking at a similar situation with Peyton Ramsey. Rod, you got anything you want to ask Peyton?
Yeah. Hey, Peyton. So look, when did you know? I mean, there's a little bit of mystery surrounding this thing. So when did you know? Did you get a phone call today or did
got
you know?
a phone call? Got a phone call at the beginning of the round. I'm like, it can't be possible. I'm like, he asking me, am I ready? Am I healthy? Which they already knew, but when they first called me, it's kind of mind blowing. I was like, is these guys really about to take me, coming from, especially seeing all the guys that's been picked up already, coming from NFL experienced teams, big name colleges. So it's just blessed for me to get an opportunity, especially coming from Tuskegee University, man. I couldn't be more blessed for that, man.
And now you're being interviewed. Like this has got to be surreal for you.
Surreal. My very first interview, actually. It's crazy.
Oh, there we go, man.
First of many.
Yeah, first of many for sure. And look, just because we make a point of emphasis all the time with this, just because these people from small schools doesn't mean they can't play. You look at some of the greatest players ever: Jerry Rice, Mississippi Valley State; Terrell Owens, Chattanooga University.
Great.
Yes, it's the NFL misses a lot with talent evaluation all the time. We see it.
Yes,
so.
Sir.
I'm excited to see you, man, and I think it's a great story. And keep pursuing your dream, man, because I see great things, man.
I really appreciate that. Y'all tune in, man. It's gonna be a one of a ride. I'm trying to tell y'all.
We'll do it. And,
sure.
Yes, and please come back and talk ball with us, man.
Most definitely. Anytime you need me, y'all know where to find me. It's quick access.
There we go. Peyton Ramsey, Birmingham Stallions. We appreciate you, brother. Best of luck. Take care,
sir.
man.
Thank you, guys. Y'all take care now.
You too, my friend.
Yes,
take
sir.
care. That's a great story, man. That's what's great about this league. It's given opportunities, and you never know when you give someone an opportunity what that can do.
That's my favorite part of this, Colby. That is my favorite part, talking to these guys, getting their stories, like seeing the smile on that guy's face when he's like, hey, you guys are interviewing us.
Yeah. Exactly, man. And you never know in general. It doesn't have to be football. It could be anything in life. When someone gets an opportunity that they've been working towards, you never know what that can present and what, like I said, it wouldn't surprise me. This guy ends up playing in the NFL and really, we see it all the time in these leagues. So it doesn't matter the sport. You could do this for anything in life, really. And you'll see people given the opportunity, they excel at that, and best wishes to him. That is awesome. That was fun to see, man. You look like a happy guy. So great stuff to see. The draft is moving along. Chris Orr, Wisconsin. We talked about him a little bit. We got a comp pick of Reggie Northrup.
Reggie Northrup. That's the guy. Remember, I was trying to tell you that he needed to go.
Yeah. Florida State. Florida State guy here. Look, I mean, FSU, do I need to mention how many great players have came from Florida State? That's what I'm saying. That would be a 12-hour podcast then of me just rattling off great players from Florida State. He gets his opportunity, and this was a comp pick, I believe, with the Houston Gamblers there, right? If I'm correct. I'm sorry, with the Gamblers. We also have another comp pick, Jason Ferris from Montana Western. Whew, people are probably like, Montana Western, who? Huh? Hey, look, these small schools, it doesn't matter. They can play ball. And once again, Skip Holtz finding this talent. He just grabbed a receiver from Tuskegee. Now he goes to Montana Western to find Jason Ferris. Shout out to Jason Ferris for now being part of the USFL and playing professional football. Fantastic stuff. What do you make of the pick, Rod?
I like it. I like it a lot. Again, I still like the Reggie Northrup. I'm going to go back to Reggie Northrup because I don't spent enough time on Reggie Northrup. He played in the CFL, definitely has some spring league experience with the XFL and the AAF. So, I mean, the guy, he was a staple. Again, I have his card. Anybody that I have his card, I want to cheer for. So definitely a big fan of that pick. And that was one of the guys that was highlighted in our article on the website. So definitely a good pick there. All these guys, man, these guys are flying in, and it's just fun to watch these names, especially the ones that you've seen before in the like Taiwan Jones, actually, that is just there. We've seen him before in some spring league action too.
Yeah, Taiwan Jones just drafted. And by the way, we got our guy Wolf of Oakland coming in. Shout out to my guy Chase. coming back, ready to talk some football. But yes, Taiwan Jones was just drafted. This is a guy from Michigan State, to the Panthers. Hey, I mean, Jeff Fisher knows defensive backs, and they're getting a hometown kid. Played it in Lansing. You gotta like that, guys. How you doing, Chase?
I'm good. I'm good. This thing is moving along. It's hard to keep track of everybody that's flying off the board right now. I had to change shirts. The other one was definitely soaked with sweat. And how about Peyton Ramsey? What a great story. Well, don't you just love like the excitement on his face? Like that got me right here.
Oh man,
good luck
was
to him.
fantastic. That was fantastic, man. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I've never understood. Sometimes you're on social media or something, and you see these people that are almost rooting for these leagues to fail. And you say, what's wrong with you, man? Like, you're getting more opportunities. If anything, the sport is getting, by them playing more of it, it's going to affect the NFL game and only make their product better. So I've never understood the naysayers on, this spring football stuff. There's more college football being played than ever right now.
Right.
Ever at any point in time. So there's more players out there that just need an opportunity. Rod alluded to this yesterday, saying that the path to the NFL is it's a really narrow one, and there needs to be more opportunities to develop your game. Some people, maybe it's the wrong coach, maybe it's the wrong position, maybe maybe you grew some late. I don't know. Like the situations can always be different, and these leagues, we've seen it on so many levels, so many examples, and you can do this for many different sports too, where players come out of nowhere and they have great stories and end up making fools out of those people that evaluate talent, essentially. That was fantastic. Next up, we got the guards.
The Hog Mollies.
Are you excited? You're a Sam Pittman guy. He coaches the offensive line down there in Fayetteville, Arkansas. He coached the offensive line with the Georgia Bulldogs. Maybe we call some of his former players. You got to love. Look, they don't get enough. They don't get the shine. They don't care about that. They don't even want the shine. They just want to go out there and get in the thick of it. All right. Get after it. Gotta love the offensive line. Guard play. Look, I feel like the NFL struggles with offensive line play. Me and Adam Pelletier talked about this on the USFL episode. So I imagine it will probably be the same situation with any form of pro football, but we got articles over there, SGPN app, evaluating the top offensive linemen. I wonder if there's any guards out there that perhaps we could be hearing their name called. Maybe some versatility, maybe some offensive linemen that, hey, if something happens to my tackle, he can shift, he can play tackle, he can play guard, maybe even play center. I don't know. What would your strategy be? Would you value a player that can play multiple positions on the O-line more so than just saying, I'm going to go with this guy?
Looking at the roster size of the USFL, I mean, it's not like a huge, college football roster. It's not like a huge NFL roster. I think versatility is a must. So you might see people go a little bit smaller with these guards, people who can maybe shift out to play tackle. I would jump out of any guard that has any experience, maybe playing center in college also. Just because that you can plug that person in, especially with a short lineup. And usually your centers are the people who run it, and they're usually the person calling it out. So they have a pretty intimate knowledge of what they're running up against. Yeah, exactly. Well, before we get to the guards, I want to tell you guys the USFL Gambling Podcast is brought to you by WinBet. Yes, WinBet's giving you a chance to, how about this? For every $25 you bet on college basketball, WinBet is giving you a chance to win a trip to Las Vegas for March Madness and $1,000 in free WinBet credits. Holy hell, that's a great deal. Download the WinBet app now or visit winbet.com. That's WYNNBet.com and start winning today. We're also brought to you by PropSwap, America's marketplace to buy and sell sports bets. Use the promo code SGP on your first deposit to receive up to $500 in bonus cash. Head over to PropSwap.com or download the PropSwap app today. We're also brought to you by Stable Duel. Stable Duel is a horse racing DFS app where you can play free and paid games for real cash prizes. You can win as much as $15,000 with one entry. Head over to StableDuel.com to get started today. And last but not least, we're brought to you by us. Yes, the SGPN app is live in the App Store and Google Play Store. It is free to download. It is your home for all of our free picks, podcasts, and articles. So go grab that thing today and let it ride. All right. We are back on the USFL Gambling Podcast. I am joined by none other than
Chase. I call him I don't call him. All these people call him the Wolf of Oaklawn. You can find him on Twitter at of Oaklawn. And we have draft picks. Coming in red hot. Stephen Rosie to the Breakers from Troy. Troy representing the Sun Belt, one of my favorite conferences to watch. We got Vidal Alexander to the Pittsburgh Maulers from LSU. Like I said, LSU always has top-notch offensive line and defensive line talent. Yep. Cameron Hunt, Oregon, to the Baltimore Stallions, to the Birmingham Stallions. And once again, Oregon, that's one I will – Mario Cristobal, he was at Alabama. He was an O-line coach. When he came over to Oregon, I thought he made smart hires on the defensive side of the ball. And I thought he was very good at bringing in offensive line talent and really changing Oregon's football program on the offensive line. Now, as a head coach, I'm not the biggest fan. But I can't knock what he did on the offensive line. Cameron Hunt, I think, is a quality player that will have a great effect with the Birmingham Stallions. Yeah, I mean, this is what do you make? Any of those names, any of those names stand out to you?
I mean, mostly the programs they're coming from. You mentioned Mario Cristobal, who was a lineman at the U. So he definitely has knows how to assess talent. Vidal Alexander. I mean, I think this is another round where you might see more kind of SEC sized players coming out. And then, I mean, Stephen Rosie from Troy. I mean, that before the ascension of the University of Louisiana, of the Raging Cajuns, I mean, that was the Fun Belt like marquee program. And they haven't always been that kind of like spread out offense. They're put their hand in the ground and, wreck you kind of team. So I'm a big fan of that program. Always feels sneaky good. But yeah, I mean, all feel like solid picks, all solid sized individuals, much bigger than I. So I think that's probably what you want. People bigger than me playing guard.
I agree. I mean, look, I just think with especially the offensive line play. Now I know you can find gems. I think Larry Allen, one of the greatest offensive linemen of all time, was from a small school. Nate Newton, I think, was from a Florida A&M, if memory serves me correct. Yep. And I'm probably forgetting a ton, but at the same time, offensive line is one traditionally when you have these battle-tested players that play in these conferences that are elite. I think it speaks volumes. We got another pick coming in as this happens. Mike Brown to the Generals. Mike Brown is from West Virginia. This is one where I feel like West Virginia. Well, I love how I pull up Mike Brown. It gives me a player from 1935. West Virginia, I imagine, I think he played under Dana Holgorsen, and he got, I think, 1 year of Neil Brown as they made that transition. But this is a guy who played with the New Orleans Saints a little bit. With Holgorsen, you're in a passing offense. With Neil Brown, it's more of a balanced offense, I would say. So I would imagine his strength is probably pass protection as opposed to run protection.
I mean, I got to think that we're going to see a lot of, outside of maybe like Jeff Fisher, I feel like we're going to see a lot of pass heavy offenses. So that makes sense to me. I just wonder if Dana Holgorsen was able to sell him a nice used Toyota Tercel in his time in the program.
Dana Holgorsen is the Roy Munson of coaching. All right.
He's the bigger McCracken.
Oh yeah. Shout out to the classic film Kingpin. If you haven't seen that, you got to check that out. The players are going by. The players are going by fast. Jeez. Tyler Higbee to the Gamblers. Like I said, Mike Brown, West Virginia to the Generals. Jackson Brown to the Stars. That sounds like that's definitely a band. We got Fred. How do I pronounce Loina? Am I butchering that? Perhaps to the Tampa Bay Bandits. Markel Harrell to the Panthers. He's from Auburn. Whew. These rounds. I mean,
yeah.
I don't
even
know
need
what
an oxygen tank at some point. Like I expect you just take the full breath.
Any of those? I mean, look, all of those. I mean, playing at Auburn, Markel Harrell. Obviously, you're going up against Bama. You're going up against LSU. You're going up against some of the best defensive linemen that we have. In college football, game in, game out. And this is a guy that also played in the NFL. Got some burn with the Raiders. What were you going to say?
I mean, he's definitely got. I mean, he's got pro football size. That is for sure. I mean, 6'3", a little bit lighter, 309. But I mean, just look at him. He is a gigantic human. I mean, coming out of Auburn, you got to think. I mean, this was the Gus Malzahn offense. You want to talk about a guy who's probably a mobile guard? Might be this guy who can get out there and block for those like crazy jet sweeps, and definitely can run block. Definitely open up a hole in the middle. So. Yeah, it makes sense going to Jeff Fisher.
Yeah, exactly. Jeff Fisher's gonna. That's one of the big like question marks to me is like I heard him talk about how he wants to open up the offense more, but I still expect him to run the ball 93% of the time. 93% of the time. So shout out to Markel Harrell going to the Panthers. Some of the other guys, obviously Tyler Higbee to the Gamblers, Mike Brown. We were talking about Jackson Brown to the Stars. Just a slew of players going on left and right. So congrats to all those guys as they join the United States Football League. All right, folks. Well, before we continue on, we want to get paid again. We want to tell you that the USFL Gambling Podcast is brought to you by WynnBET. For every $25 you bet on college basketball, WynnBET is giving you a chance to win a trip to Las Vegas for March Madness and $1,000 in free WynnBET credits. Download the WynnBET app now or visit wynnbet.com. That's WYNNBet.com to start winning today. We're also brought to you by PropSwap, America's marketplace to buy and sell sports bets. Use the promo code SGP on your first deposit to receive up to $500 in bonus cash. Head over to PropSwap.com or download the PropSwap app today. We're also brought to you by Stable Duel. Stable Duel is a horse racing DFS app where you can play free and paid games for real cash prizes. You can win as much as $15,000 with one entry. Head over to StableDuel.com to get started today. And last but not least, you're brought to you by us, the SGPN app. Yes, it's free to download in the App Store and Google Play Store. It is your home for all of our free picks and podcasts and content. So grab that thing today and let it ride. All right. I'm back with my guy, Chase, the Wolf of Oaklawn, man. I just gave you a well, we got Ben Holmes in the house. The brand new from this is great. New Jersey General starting. All right, I guess he's got to work things out in camp, but quarterback Ben Holmes. How you doing, Ben? Congrats on everything, man.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate it. It's been a fun last couple hours, so I'm in the airport right now getting ready to go home. So
hey, I mean, walk us through everything, man. You were at Tarleton State, and if people don't know, they were D2, had great success there. Now they're D1 or FCS, but walk us through that whole journey. And now, one of the top first names drafted in the USFL draft. First off, just walk us through your whole experience going through Tarleton and all that.
It's a long story. It's an even longer story just to get to Tarleton. I went to junior college in Long Island, New York, Nassau Community College. Didn't play quarterback until my senior year in high school. So I didn't really have much after that. I had a bunch of D3 and NAIA stuff like that. And I knew I could play at a higher level, and so I went to Nassau, 2 years there at quarterback. Signed a letter of intent to go play at Stony Brook down in Long Island, and then my mom passed away, so I took about 2 years off, kind of just to regather myself, if you will. And my Division I clock was up, and I got a direct message from a coach at Tarleton, and I said, "Coach, I don't even know where Tarleton's at, but I'm coming." So so I got in the car and went down to old Stephenville, Texas, and I still live there now, and I call it home. So I never went back to Buffalo.
That's a fantastic story, Ben. Man, that really is. And you lit it up at Tarleton State, and now you got Michael Strahan. He announced you as the pick for the New Jersey Generals. That's got to feel great, man. You've come a long way. How was it yesterday, knowing that you're one of the top players drafted?
It was cool. It was really a surreal feeling. Like we didn't know where we were going. We just knew that we were going to get, because there was 8 of us there. So we just knew that we were going to get drafted somewhere. But it was really cool to see because they had it like up on like a big screen TV. And all of a sudden, I'm like, "Well, that's Michael Strahan." You know what I mean? And he said my name, and I was like, "Whoa, all right, this is kind of cool." So
That's fantastic, man. And look, as you know, we make this point here all the time on SGPN, but you know, these leagues. First off, I'm a fan of the old school USFL, but they've been, especially the quarterback position. This has been a look. We saw it with Heineke with the Washington football team. We saw it with PJ Walker. You know, this is something that has been happening for years. You can go way back to Warren Moon and Joe Theismann in the CFL. This can be a great opportunity that can really start you, you know, and take you to the next step. So,
yeah, really good.
Yeah, how exciting is that for you? And but I got to ask you though, do you know the history of? Did you know about the USFL prior?
I did. I knew. So being from Buffalo, I knew like the Doug Flutie and Jim Kelly and Herschel Walker and all that stuff. And I'm a huge Flutie fan. I'm a huge Jim Kelly fan. So it would be cool to like kind of reach out and connect to them a little bit and ask them about how their experience was. But as far as opportunity and stuff like that, you know, I can't ask for a better opportunity. You know, obviously I want to be in the NFL. I want to do all that. But for right now, I'm going to be where my feet are and just stay grounded and just worry about beating the Stallions on the 16th, you know. So.
Yeah, man. And look, I think that's what you got to do. But at the same time, I really think you got a bright future ahead of you. I'm excited to watch you with the New Jersey Generals. Congratulations, and please come back and talk to us about this experience because I'm telling you, I'm very excited for your future, man.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys having me on.
I got to ask, I mean, you're the first wave in what I'm calling 2-22-22, the Tarleton takeover, with all the Tarleton players going in the draft yesterday. What's in the water in Stephenville? Is there any coach that you want to shout out specifically that's getting you guys ready to play football at the next level?
All of them, really. You know, from the top down, Coach Witten is just an unbelievable coach. He gets us ready each and every week. He was my quarterback's coach there. You know, our O-line coach, Coach Carey, he's actually the godfather to my daughter. So it's a really, really special connection down there. And I think the biggest thing is when you go down there and you play for Tarleton, it's like a family. You know, you're not just another number. You're not just another W or whatever. It's you're a son to the coaches, and they're like father figures to us. You know, the strength staff there, Coach Cole and Coach Sharp, you know, they put in the grit work, you know, behind the scenes, and just the whole Stephenville community gets behind us, and it's just a really, really cool place to play. And I'm excited to see what they do going up a level. So,
yeah, I've had a chance. I cover college football for us here at SGPN. I've had a chance to watch them, but clearly, you know, the program's gotten better and throughout the years that I've been watching them. And the USFL draft, I'm telling you, it feels like every 5 picks, a guy from Charlton's getting drafted. So they're doing something right. Ben, we appreciate you joining us so much, man. Thank you and best wishes. And like I said, please come back and talk about your experiences, man. But I think bright days are ahead of you, man.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I'll be on anytime you guys need me to.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate it. And good luck.
Congratulations.
Man.
All right. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Anytime, man. Oh, man, that was awesome. Was awesome.
If they're all family, that is the most successful foster home in the history of foster homes, quite honestly. That is impressive. Isn't it crazy how it always seems like when people talk about the programs that they come from, it's either like, you know, coach taught me it was all business. Everything was business. We were, you know, focus in business. And then like how many people thrive out of that just family feeling, out of people who just feel comfortable with who they are and who they're taking instruction from. It's just, you know, you don't always have to be a Saban. You can love on them a little bit too.
We see it all the time. Culture, I almost think, is more important, you know, from a winning standpoint than bringing in the big time recruits. Me and Patty C have this argument all the time. But you look at like I've met people that, you know, I don't want to throw certain. I mean, okay, players that played for Bobby Petrino. They said, you know, it was kind of I kind of really didn't know him. You know, I got a weird feeling. You know, not to throw. He's a good football coach if you judge wins and losses, but at the same time, there is something that I think when you have those family feels, I've heard people talk Bill Snyder. They said that was what made him great, is you felt like it was a whole family. And trust me, when that happens, normally winning follows. We had a slew of draft picks go on. But that was awesome. That was awesome. And look, we got Damian Mama from Southern Cal going to the Bandits, another USC player. We had Paul Noseworthy from Buffalo. Shout out to the Bulls. He went to the Stars. Evan Haim from Minnesota State. Small schools, got to represent. Shout out to Evan Haim. He is on the New Jersey Generals. Tyrone Prescott from NC State to the Houston Gamblers. John Dietzen from Wisconsin, or Dietzen. He is a Pittsburgh Mauler. Liam Dobson from Texas State in the Sun Belt. In San Marcos to the New Orleans Breakers. And Jalen Allen from Charlotte to the Breakers. Some big-time draft picks there. Those are all guards. Defensive tackles are up next. You're rocking with the USFL Gambling Podcast as we break down all 35 rounds. And shout out to my guy, the Wolf of Oaklawn, Chase. You can give him a follow on Twitter at of Oaklawn. I mean, look, a slew of picks just happened. But once again, we get back to that story, though. I'd say, just interviewing Ben Holmes there and learning about his story. It's fantastic, man. It was an unfortunate situation. Obviously, his mom passed away, so he stepped away from football for a little bit to get, figure some things out. And then look at him now. He gets one offer and boom.
Yeah, and he falls into the right setting. I mean, I don't want to assume anything about his story or anything, but that feels like a young man who needed a family setting. Like just perfect place, perfect time, and great to see it. Great to see it work out. Yeah, couldn't be happier. I know you interview like impressive people all the time. Like this is new for me. Did I play it cool?
Dude, when I interview Wolf of Oaklawn, it's normally my heart. It's I put the most effort, and I'm always nervous with those answers. But yeah, you played it great, man. Got some humor in there too with the water down there, and where was it? Huntsville, Texas. But I thought that story was great though, man. I'll tell you this. I'm a fan now. I went from a guy, I watched him on some film. I watched some Tarleton State football a couple years ago, and I remember him. But now I'm like, okay, I got to be rooting for that guy, man. That was awesome. We got we're on round 20 for defensive tackles. Give it up for the defensive tackles out there. I always like defensive tackle. I'm a defense guy. I want to see. To me, I talked about this. The perfect football score to me is 17-13.
Right. I feel like defensive tackles are especially in the way that the game is changing, is they're really evolving from more than just, eat up double teams and clog up running lanes. I mean, now you're dropping 8 defensive backs a lot of the time with a lot of defenses, and you need guys who can generate a pass rush. So, I mean, these are hopefully guys that can, throw a guy, get out of the way, Aaron Donald-esque, get to the QB, but also shut down the run.
Yeah. Yeah, and the days perhaps of like Michael Dean Perry might be a little bit different in today's football, but hey, this is fantastic. This is really, really great stuff going on. USFL round 24 about to happen. Michigan Panthers on the clock. Jeff Fisher, I've been talking about. I sound like a broken record. I've been talking so much about this, but defensive guy. Buddy Ryan is the one that broke him in coaching wise, and he played for Buddy Ryan as well. Played safety at USC with just maybe the best secondary you could probably ever name in college football. I would say it's up there with the best of all time. He's a guy that knows how important defense is. So with defensive tackle, now here's what I'm doing as a guy trying to get hip with this. I'm loading up. I'm over at sportsgamblingpodcast.com. I'm on that SGPN app. I am loading up Matthew Morse. Shout out to Matthew Morse. He wrote a great article naming his top defensive linemen in the draft. Now, some of these guys have already been taken. Some haven't. Some of these are ends, but everyone should be doing this. You check and see, hey, maybe we got this guy. We can go. How about Kalani Vakamila-Lelo? I'm probably butchering that name, but damn it, he can play good football. He was at Oregon State. He played with the Jacksonville Jaguars, played with the DC Defenders and the Aviators in the spring league. 6'3", 325 pounds. I mean, his name's got to get called in this next round, right?
Yeah, I mean, little Vita Vea, maybe little, just big guy that looks like he can get a push. I would be shocked to see him go longer than a few picks in this round.
Yeah, and with a name like that, I feel like let's say with some of the Larry Fedora offensive coach. I know you're a Breakers fan. I'm not trying to offend you, but maybe he's like sitting there saying, "All right, I got my offensive guys. Oh wait, we got to pick defense, huh? Huh? You just look down on the sheet and you say, oh, this guy's name is Kalani Vikaloa, and you just say, boom, I'll draft that guy right there.
Yeah. He recently watched Moana. He was like, I need this guy. This is the guy to pick. Yeah, man. Like, and also the players on he did a good job drafting defensive backs. Like I said yesterday, and not just being a big disgusting homer, but I did say yesterday, the DB he picked up out of Ole Miss was a great pick. So, I mean, you pair up good DBs with a good defensive line, and usually good things happen.
Yeah, it's funny. Even though, we can talk all we want about the game of football and the evolution of it or the changes that have provided it, at the end of the day, the Rams, you can praise Matt Stafford all you want. You can praise Tom Brady the year before all you want. But really, it was the defensive line and the second defense in general, but especially the defensive line for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and for the Los Angeles Rams that got them the Super Bowl. And you can do the same in college football. I mean, Michigan got to the playoff with a great defensive line, but then they played Georgia, who had the best defensive line in the country, and we saw what they did to Michigan. And then Alabama, once again, very talented defensive line. We saw them control that, really set the tone against Cincinnati and get the win. Defensive line and offensive line is still, you can change the game of football all you want. Go back to the first days of football. It's how you win. And you can look, a lot of quarterbacks get the praise, but and I think, some of that, fair enough, the ball is in your hand every play, but at the same time, I think the offensive line and defensive lines are a big reason. I mean, we talked Tom Brady. Yeah. Tom Brady never won a Super Bowl without a top 10 defense. Did you know that?
Yeah. I mean, it's the defense that's putting the ball back in his hands to give him all these opportunities to rack up yards and everything. So yeah, absolutely. I'm looking at the defensive lineman article, and I'm seeing a Buffalo here. I know my man is a Buffalo fan.
Javier Edwards, man, and this is my guy. When he was at CU, I love this guy. I thought this guy was like our best defensive player. I would love to. Now things didn't work out so far. I mean, he was drafted in the NFL, but spent some time with the Texans and the Cardinals. I would love to see this kid get a second chance because I think he can play. I really believe he can play. The guy played he started all 12 games at nose tackle his senior year, 510 snaps, stayed healthy. I'm telling you, impressive. Like he deserves a second chance. Sometimes it's just, sometimes it can be simple as the coach likes one of his old guys. Remember, maybe a new coordinator comes in and says, oh, well, I trust this guy played for me 7 years in Baltimore. I'm going to go with him over this young kid. And it has nothing to do with Edwards being a bad player. It's just something that he trusts. That's just one example. There's many examples that can happen. So I would love to see Javier Edwards' name called in this next round here. Panthers are on the clock. Perhaps Jeff Fisher can keep the dream alive for Javier Edwards. Can keep the dream alive for some of these other guys. We hit on what was the gentleman's name that long? Kalani Vakamelelelo. All right, that's a name I fully expect to be called in the next slew of picks here. So how about Miles Brown from Wofford?
Sure. Another small school guy. I mean, you've got some big boys from Georgia. You got a big boy from Missouri sitting out there with Toby Johnson from Georgia and Walter Palmore. I remember Walter Palmore, and he's got a lot of experience between the NFL and then also the XFL, playing for the Roughnecks. And I mean, Toby Johnson, you want to talk about a guy that's bounced around. It just shows you what a commodity people who are 6'4", 325 are.
Yeah. Seriously, right? Panthers on the clock. You're rocking with the USFL Gambling Podcast. We're in round 24. We got 11 more rounds out there. 11 more rounds. All right. And you didn't think we were going to do every pick. You're fucking crazy. All right. Here we go. I want to tell you guys, though, before we get to this next round, that the USFL Gambling Podcast and the Sports Gambling Podcast Network are brought to you by WynnBET. WynnBET, for every $25 you bet on college basketball, WynnBET is giving you a chance to win a trip to Las Vegas for March Madness and $1,000 in free WynnBET credits. Download the WynnBET app now or visit wynnbet.com, WYNNBet.com, and start winning today. And you need to get the College Basketball Experience podcast, by the way. All right. I host that thing. We've been doing it for 4 years. No, this is the 5th year. We've never had a losing season. We pick every single game ATS, every single D1 game, and our locks are way over 500 too. I gotta tout that in there with the college basketball talk. We're also brought to you by by PropSwap, America's marketplace to buy and sell sports bets. Use the promo code SGP on your first deposit to receive up to $500 in bonus cash. Head over to PropSwap.com or download the PropSwap app today. We're also brought to you by Stable Duel. Stable Duel is a horse racing DFS app where you can play free and paid games for real cash prizes. You can win as much as $15,000 with one entry. Head over to StableDuel.com to get started today. And last but not least, we're brought to you by the SGPN app. All right, make sure you grab that thing. It's your home for all of our free picks and podcasts. So grab that thing and let it ride. All right, man. Here we are in the thick of this.
I'm gonna propose something to you. College Experience Ultimate Frisbee podcast.
Oh man. So if you're living under a rock, the College Football Experience is a great podcast you should listen to that I host. The College Basketball Experience is a great podcast that I listen to, if I may say. All right, I like to be arrogant at times. And we actually dropped a college baseball episode, and there's probably going to be more of those with the MLB out. Check out all those, and but college frisbee golf, is that what you said?
Oh, ultimate frisbee.
Yeah, frisbee golf too, though, right?
Just ultimate if you're hip to it. Honestly, I'm excited. You can actually bet on the AUDL. That's right, the American Ultimate Disc League. Yeah, get me in on that. I just
need some knowledge on that. It's crazy. I went and saw my mother. She lives in North Carolina, and I went to go visit her, and I'm walking the dog, and they have all these, like, I don't know if it's just where she's at is a big frisbee area or something, but they get into their frisbee over there pretty intensely. I would assume California would be more frisbee friendly. But
places that smell like pine cones and skunks tend to have a pretty good frisbee culture, it seems.
Yeah, for sure, man. So look, you're gonna host that pod, or are you gonna do the hey, let's talk?
I'm not uninterested. That is for sure. I'll have to send you my ultimate frisbee poster boy glamour shots.
Do you have a highlight tape of your days playing ultimate frisbee?
Oh no, they sell those in adults only bookstores because it was just pornographic what I used to do out there.
Oh man, guys, everyone, the Wolf of Oaklawn. Hey Chase, I can't recall the name of the show that you run with USFL Jim. What is the name of the show right now?
The Gymnasium is our Sunday podcast, and then tonight we'll actually be doing a recap of the entire draft on our new show Spring Fever over at Better Than Vegas.
There you go, the Gymnasium. I knew that one. I was my bad. I was alluding to the new one.
We do so many shows now. It was a crapshoot.
Yes. So if you guys check it out, I'm telling you, Wolf of Oaklawn, he's absolutely hilarious, and I think you guys will enjoy it. So if you can, and hey, if you like frisbee, maybe you slide into his DMs.
Yeah, we can talk disc. Make sure I enunciate there. Yeah, absolutely.
Michigan Panthers are on the clock. We're hoping it's Javier Edwards. Come on, Jeff Fisher. Jeff Fisher was one of the last guys to rock. He kind of was rocking the mullet when it was uncool. It's back to being cool. I feel like a lot of basketball players and pitchers and stuff in baseball, the mullet's back in.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a decision. It's definitely a decision. But yeah, he always had just a little bit of flow over the collar. It seems like I remember a little league baseball coach that pretty much had the exact same like hair and facial hair configuration. Drove a Conquistador. Always had Bud Light cans in the back of it. But hey, we won championships.
Yeah, hey, there you go. That's all that matters. And Jeff Fisher was a yard away from a championship, but yeah, he rocked kind of the mullet. It's interesting to me because when I pulled up Jeff Fisher's history, I knew he played for the '85 Bears, but a couple episodes into the USFL Gambling Podcast, I pulled it up, and I was shocked that he's from LA, because you normally LA people are like into fashion. You know what I mean?
Right.
Jeff Fisher didn't give a shit. The mullet was still rocking long. In the 90s, 2000s, it was like fringe mullet. It wasn't full on mullet, but it had a little Mel Gibson Lethal Weapon to it, I feel like. So
he's got to look. It makes me think that the reason that the Panthers have that khaki colored pant was like his insistence. He's like, yeah, listen, I want my team to reflect my Dockers. We're going khaki.
I'm excited to watch. Like that's to me, when you look at the USFL coaches, like I kind of know what I'm getting, I think, with Larry Fedora.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of know what I'm getting with Skip Holtz. I think I know what I'm getting with Sumlin. I think I know what I'm getting with Mike Riley. I think the other ones are the interesting ones. I think I kind of know what I'm getting with Todd Haley, but just the fact he's never been in another league is one where I feel like, maybe, he throws us for a wrinkle there. But the real ones are like Jeff Fisher, the evolution. Has he changed, or is it old school? Is he going to bring Greg Williams with him or not? Bart Andrus, complete mystery man. I mean, obviously, I know that he coached in every form of every league you've ever heard of. But then you have like Kirby Wilson with the Pittsburgh Maulers. I have no idea what to expect from the Maulers. They're a complete mystery team to me. And then I think that covers. I think the big mysteries to me though are Michigan, Philly, and Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I mean, Kirby Wilson as a position coach, you have to assume that as a running backs coach that he is going to be about running the football. I mean, it's what he knows. I mean, it's what he's coached for a long time. It's really, it's fun to go back and look at these players now as they're drafted and just kind of speculate, like, what are we going to get out? Like, what am I learning by who they're drafting, what direction they're going to go? I mean, you don't get this anywhere else. We can't do this with the NFL because it's not like they're building a brand new franchise every single year, with new coaches that we don't really know. We see the same names over and over again that we're going to establish teams. Like, this is fun. It's a whole lot of fun.
Well, and the Pittsburgh Maulers and Wilson used one of his compensatory picks in taking Braden Patton, I think it was. So they went with two centers so that right up that alley of hey, we're gonna run the football. They could be.
They're rarely seen center option play. I like that. You line up the second center and the back, and then you just let him run the option.
I was hoping, man, for Paul Johnson to come to this league. I really was. That was one of my all-time favorites that I was hoping. But look, I'm thinking they expand next year. And I think they expand to their other, like Memphis Showboats, San Antonio Gunslingers got to get in the mix.
Yeah.
I want the Washington Federals to get in there because now the Commanders or whatever. That can't fly. All right, give me the Washington Federals. I don't care if XFL goes with Defenders. Two teams can exist in that DC area. I grew up there. Then you have I want the Oakland Invaders. I think with them getting the Raiders stole from them, they deserve the Invaders.
Yeah, man. That's Oakland's just a great football town. It seems like. I mean that they always had support, and I mean I'm all for righting the wrongs of the past with a brand new franchise. Like, yeah, let's give Oakland a good old football team to cheer for. So yeah, I'm for it. Can I give you my biggest shocker out of day one?
Sure, of course.
I would have been willing to bet at least the electric bill that Johnny Manziel was going to come play for someone with the Gamblers.
But they drafted their quarterbacks though, right? I mean, they're done, right? I thought.
Yeah, no, I know. I just yesterday I was fully expecting Johnny Manziel's name to be called for the Gamblers. Like I was certain of it, and I was certainly wrong.
They have another draft that's happening. I think like March 10th. I think if memory serves me correct.
Sure.
It's the what's it called, the supplementary draft. Maybe something happens there. I do want to see. I would like to see. I know. I don't want to like. I know people are scared, like, hey, don't go gimmick and get Tebow in the league or something like that. But I'm okay. I'm okay with that. I would love to see some of these. Like, I still want to see the veteran, the Scott Bakula, Paul Blake character. We had that in the OG USFL with Greg Landry. I would love to see. And it's funny. Some people are in the chat saying, "Did you see him in fan-controlled football last year? He was terrible." No, I saw him at the club in Vegas. He was getting hammered. All right.
Yeah. I mean, speaking of Paul Blake, I mean, I want the actual Kathy Ireland kicking extra points,
There you go, man. Kathy Ireland. Man, she was like That was peak. That was like Denise Richards before Denise Richards, right?
Right. Absolutely. Yeah. And
Yeah,
I mean, she could knock one in from about 40, 45, probably.
Yeah.
Depending
I
on the
mean,
wind.
If you go all-time movie characters, football. Let's here we go. Let's go down this. Let's peel back the curtain here. Let's go 8. There's 8 teams in the USFL. We're waiting to find out what the hell's going on the draft right now. Maybe they're all getting Quiznos. I don't know. But 8 draft picks. You got the first pick out of all the movie characters in football films. What would you go with your top pick?
I'm going Paul Crewe, and I'm going original Paul Crewe, Burt Reynolds Paul Crewe.
I love it. The longest yard. That is that is a wise pick. That is a wise pick. Because you look, and I was trying to think of characters quickly on the fly, and I was like, well, Johnny Utah's got the knee injury. That's got to be concerning, you know?
Right.
Point Break, Johnny Utah.
Right.
I am an FBI agent. What about what's his name in Last Boy Scout? Damon Wayans. Damon Wayans. I forget his character's name.
I can't remember. That was actually, I have my fictional quarterback big board, and that was one I left off of, and now I'm really sad. I got a sleeper pick for you though.
What's that? David
David Green from the prep school in the Northeast in School Ties. Fight me, you cowards.
That is a great pull. That is a great pull right there.
He overcame Semitism. Yeah, anti-Semitism. Like he was a dual threat. There was a play where he literally just like threw a blocker at somebody. Come on.
Yeah. I see people in the chat mentioning Shane Falco. Look, Shane Falco's got a little Dan Snyder. You can't be fucking the cheerleader, all right? You can't.
Yeah.
2022 wouldn't be kind on Shane Falco.
It's a lot of people forget that disastrous Sugar Bowl that he had that, really kind of buried his career and had him scraping barnacles off of houseboats. But I mean, he brought it back. I mean, Willie Beeman, he's got to be in your top 5.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's one. Even though they got the Dennis Quaid character where he's
Cap Rooney.
He's basically, who would you compare that to? Like in the NFL, that's like Josh McCown or something. I don't know.
I feel like they very specifically were like, let's make a guy like Dan Marino, but not call him Dan Marino. And they got Dennis Quaid to play Cap Rooney. If they would have given him like the 82 draft fro, like permed out draft fro, it would have been like, okay, we see what you're doing, Oliver Stone.
Bobby Boucher talk. Where does Bob? Is he a first rounder? Is he a second rounder?
He's got to be the first defender off the board. Got to be the first defender off the board.
I'm getting talk of a Forrest Gump draft pick.
You wait till the later rounds as a kick returner specialist like that. There's other ways you can go. I don't want to spend all that money putting Forrest Gump on a rookie contract.
I mean, he maybe can do some nice endorsements for Dr. Pepper. I'm trying to think of other ones. Obviously, one of the ones that comes to mind first for me would be Joe Kane.
Kane is able.
Yeah,
man.
Yeah, the program. Yeah. I mean, come on. This movie I thought was ahead of its time, man.
Yeah, dude, I love that movie. If you could get Latimer clean, like he's a solid defensive pick with the skull painted on, there's no way they would have let him do that.
And James Caan, I think if you look at Waterboy, we didn't know Ed Orgeron existed at the time because maybe it was clearly based on Ed Orgeron having Blake Clark.
Yeah.
But I was thinking Bobby Bowden was portrayed in a couple different films. I think the first one was The Program. I think James Caan is basically playing Bobby Bowden. Would you agree to that?
Yeah, no, it's 100%. Let this be Florida State without it being Florida State because they play for ESU, like Eastern State University. Like they have the exact same colors. Like we know what you're going for there. So it's like, is Joe Kane? Is he like Chris Winkie? What is he?
He does have a little Chris Winkie, but
he looks kind of old,
That's also Paul Blake, though. That's Paul Blake's character in a way. He was like 32 years old. Scott Bakula in Necessary Roughness. If you haven't seen that, you need to. What about Varsity Blues? You gonna go with a little Mox? You gonna Mox it up, or is that a little
locker room cancer? Jonathan Moxon. He's gonna go out there. He's gonna call his own plays. He's gonna run the oopty fucking oop. Are you kidding me? Also, Charlie Tweeter at this point is a prominent politician in Texas. I swear by it.
Oh man, this is fun. This is fun. I don't know what's happening, guys, with the USFL draft right now. I think they're at some sort of pause. Perhaps someone ordered pizza. I don't know what is going on down there. Okay, there we go. There we go.
The USFL is just listening to us talking. They're like, hold on, no, let him go a little bit further. Let's see where this goes.
Riff about movies. I'll start pulling out some random stuff. We're back. The Panthers, the Michigan Panthers, have added a defensive tackle. His name is TJ Carter. He is from Kentucky. Hey, I think Jeff Fisher said, hey, let me get down there and check out TJ Carter. Now, he played end at Kentucky, I believe.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. A lighter guy, too. Might run that, was it the 5 technique, I believe they call? Kind of slanted over the center. Kind of what like Darius Phylon has done really well in the pros. And also, 289, 6'4",
6 sacks, five pass breakups, 71 tackles, 12 tackles for loss. I mean, he got it done. Wow. Now all of a sudden, so they just take like a 30-minute break and then they just start just destroying us with names here. Dalen Mack is drafted by the Tampa Bay Bandits.
We come from down in Gaither country. We are the pride of Tampa Bay. We play football and we're called.
Here's the best part coming right up.
And we think
Ooh, and we open with an Arkansas clip.
Right here.
Yeah. Okay.
Gotta hang tough. Gotta be rough. Bandit ball. He's from Texas A&M. He's played on a lot of NFL rosters. Been on the Baltimore Ravens, Detroit Lions, New York Giants, Green Bay Packers, Arizona Cardinals, Tennessee Titans. Whoa, he's done all of that in just 3 seasons. Wow.
Big boy.
Yeah. So I mean, look, they're getting a guy that was just on an NFL roster this year. So I think it's I think that's a wise pick with Dalen Mack to the Tampa Bay Bandits. Mike Barnett from Georgia, heading to the Philadelphia Stars. Perhaps another great pick with the Philadelphia Stars. But I mean, look, this guy, anyone that played defense recently in the Kirby Smart era at Georgia, I give him. I don't even think they need a second chance. If they somehow need a chance, I don't know. I would go to like 10th chance because they're probably pretty damn good. All right.
Yeah, they could be buried on the depth chart. Have not played a whole lot during college. I mean, it's the same. It's the same thing for Alabama, but it could be buried on the depth chart, not play many snaps in college, and still probably be one of the better players. Going into the league. I mean, I wouldn't shy away from any Kirby Smart players at all.
Yeah, and the picks are just rolling in now as Destiny Vale. I'm probably butchering that. From Washington State, our boy up there in Pullman. But this is a guy that played for the Eagles and the Jets and the Panthers. He won a Super Bowl with the Philadelphia Eagles. I know, Chase, that you said that you were perhaps thinking about naming your son Destiny, but what do you?
It was LaShawn. Thank you.
Hey, I mean, this guy though won a Super Bowl. He's got 3 sacks in the NFL, forced fumble, 27 tackles. Believe it or not, what's one of the things I find so shocking about like when you learn the more and more about the game of football. Well, I remember we had Hal Mummy on the show, former head coach of the Dallas Renegades.
Mm-hmm.
Hal Mummy was telling us, because him and Mike Leach created the air raid offense back when they were at Iowa Wesleyan,
right
in the 80s,
right.
And he was saying that like he knew Leach was. He was like, I knew Leach was a better coach than me instantly because I hired him. But he was like he didn't have a football background. He played rugby at BYU, and he's like he goes that most people don't know is they think, oh, he created the air raid. He goes he's a great offensive line and defensive line coach. He was like he went over to Sweden, or I think it was Finland, and he was coaching offensive and defensive line in their pro league over there, but he was like, that is his actual best talent. And if you look at Washington State during his years there, they didn't traditionally ever produce offensive and defensive linemen really of any magnitude. He got a lot of players drafted, and this is one of them right here, with Destiny going to the Generals there. We also have Corey Thomas from Mississippi State going to the Gamblers. Corey Thomas.
It's a SEC rush right now.
Yeah, just that's what happens. I think you get deep in the draft and you say, okay, just give me an SEC defensive lineman. All right, let's just go.
It just means more, Colby. It's the deal. It just means more.
It just pays more too.
I love driving Jim crazy with it just means more.
We also have Willie Yarbury. Willie Yarbury to the Stallions from Wake Forest. Dave Clawson product. And this is one where like I find the Stallions drafting a lot of guys off the radar.
Yeah.
They're really going off the radar in this. Yarborough 6'2", 285 from Augusta, Georgia. And this is a guy that his senior year he got injured. So maybe they got a diamond in the rough.
Wake Forest, I mean, this is a Skip Holtz coach team with the Stallions. Maybe this is someone that they cross paths with in the recruiting trail. And he whenever he was at ECU. Wow. I might have just dated myself. How long ago was he at ECU? I might have just made a fool of myself.
Like
it was a long time.
Like mid 2000s, and then he left for South Florida, which we were mad at the time. But then when I heard him talk about it the other day, it made sense. His mother was old, and I guess she wasn't in the greatest health, and she lived in Florida, so it was a home run decision, I think, that anyone would make. So yeah, those were like mid 2000s. The draft is rolling on though. Olive Sagapulu. That's probably not even Olive. He is drafted by the Maulers. This is a guy that played at Wisconsin. Let me tell you something. If you play at Wisconsin on the defensive side of the ball, especially the defensive line, I'm sold. All right.
Yeah. You wear sled dog pants. That's right. Husky.
We also got Shakir Soto to the Pittsburgh Breakers. Wait, I think we got some highlights here. As look at this. I mean, we got tape. Getting after it. That was the best part about the AAF. And this poor quarterback for the San Antonio Commanders, it was hilarious because he was just getting blasted every game. But I love the fact they hit the quarterback a little more than bring it back. We like it when the quarterback gets blasted. Stop all this protection stuff. But yeah. So Shakir Soto to the Pittsburgh Breakers. That is the end of the 24th round. Man, these rounds are actually rolling. They're rolling right now.
They are. After they gave us our brief respite to talk about fantasy fictional quarterbacks, they really got after it. Shakir Soto.
He was with the BC Lions. As of like yesterday. And he played with the Dallas Cowboys in 2019. He was with the Las Vegas Raiders and Denver Broncos as well. And he went to Pitt. Pat Narduzzi, terrible in-game coach, in my opinion, on like decision making, but he can coach defense. He's got good defensive players. I
was hoping it was Shakur Soto because I could say that all eyes were on him today. I
got you.
Try to work in a little Tupac reference
there.
Yeah. Game sharper than a.
Did you know Suge Knight was in the original USFL?
That makes sense. He was a big time recruit. Did he go to Kansas? Maybe I don't know. Like he went from somewhere from California.
UNLV.
He went to okay, yeah. So he didn't go that far east.
But when they had Randall Cunningham and Ickey Woods, he was at UNLV.
Yeah. And then
then you ran over
someone. Made other life decisions.
Yeah. One of the best stories is him just holding Vanilla Ice off of like a 30-story balcony by I guess. He wanted the royalty money. I don't know. I'm sure it was highly illegal. But anyway, we got more picks coming in. Camilo Tangamoa to the New Orleans Breakers from Iowa State, a Cyclone. That's the thing. Matt Campbell's starting to get, he had his best recruiting class ever at Iowa State this year. He's starting to bring in some talent to the Cyclones. He's building a football culture there. Yeah.
All the in-laws are Cyclones. They still don't know how to handle it. It's fun to watch though. See them have a little bit of success. I mean, yeah.
And
we're just running the big conferences now. It seems like that's where everything's coming from.
Well, and Tongamo is from out here in Los Angeles, and it's crazy. You know, we're talking to people, and not to cram in my college football talk, but you know, it's amazing to me. You look at the landscape of college football lately, and when people say, "Oh, I don't know, Lincoln Riley can do it at USC," a lot of it has to do with just putting up a fence. Because you look at Bryce Young's from Pasadena, California. Alabama's quarterback, the Ukulele, whatever his name is at Clemson, Alabama quarterback, California quarterback, CJ Stroud from Ohio State, their quarterback from California, that tight end Bowers for Georgia, that's a stud as a freshman from California. If you just put a fence up, the amount of talent, people don't know this, USC has the most draft picks ever. Yeah. It's not Alabama, it's not Ohio State, it's not Michigan, it is USC. Part of that, I guess, is the fact that like 1 trillion people live in California. But the point is that Camilo Tonga-Moa might be in the long lineage there.
Look at how he's got this quarterback throwing the ball. It's like he's throwing the ball and thinking to himself, I don't even want to play football no more. Like, I'm done with it. Football play too rough.
Yeah, exactly. And then that's Boogie Roberts there. That is the next pick from San Jose State to the Pittsburgh Maulers. What is this? The whole Pittsburgh Mauler team is San Jose State. What am I missing here? What is the tie in there as Boogie Roberts, makes his way to Pittsburgh? Great name, by the way.
I mean, yeah, name like Boogie. I mean, that's an instant plus. That automatically moves you up on my personal draft board. I really don't know. I mean, San Jose State has had a pretty good program. They were officially dead to me when they brought in Nick Starkel. They seem to be pumping out good enough players to be getting them drafted. And man, it's, if you look at some of the names that come through, it's like you're reading the name of the New Zealand national rugby team.
Exactly, man. The draft is continuing on. Haston Adams from Mary Hardin Baylor, which I know you're thinking, what is that? Hey, don't look now. Mary Hardin Baylor was playing some damn good football this past year. They made a deep run in the D3 playoffs. So the Stallions, once again, the Birmingham Stallions going completely off the reservation. They are getting these players from all over. Their scouting is deep. It's deep. They're taking, some guy named Bill from a payphone in Oshkosh, Wisconsin might be giving them a phone call. Gamblers take Tumasali. Oh man, these names are tough. When you get to the BYU roster, when we do this, Lalile. Yeah. Dude, you should listen to when I do the BYU season preview episode. But when you get to that point, man, you're going through the BYU roster. You need a glass of bourbon. Toby Johnson from Georgia. We talked about him. Toby Johnson, now a New Jersey General. I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure Rod Villagomez, big fan of the New Jersey Generals, will be happy with that one. And also another one of Chris Nelson from Texas to the Philadelphia Stars. Chris Nelson. Texas, that's another one. If you're playing football at Texas, now I know they haven't been as good lately, but you're a big time recruit still. So I mean, something was there at some point.
Part of me thinks that some of that maybe just be coming from getting an offer from Texas. Like, it still has that little bit of prestige to it, because if you look at how many players they're putting in the just the NFL draft on its own, it's not a lot over the last few years.
That's true.
They're letting a lot of talent escape, down to Houston, down to
A&M
to Oklahoma, up to Norman. So I think they're a little more thin talent wise than people realize, but I hate to hijack it with college football. That's my bad.
No. You know me, I'm a college football junkie, but that's the thing is by them, I think one of the things has been player development, because they're either that or the recruiting rankings are just completely off. But Nelson, 6'1", 315, he played a lot of snaps here, 5-year defensive lineman there, played in 45 games. So that's impressive there. Reggie Howard from Toledo. Shout out to Maction.
Action. Love Maction.
Yes, Tuesday, Wednesday nights, you're sitting there. You're just thirsty for football, and the Mac always delivers. Reggie Howard coming over from the Toledo Rockets. Look, I mean, Maction's one of those things. Like, I hope this league, USFL, I hope they try to do some more weekday games because I think it's smart. People want spread out your games because I get it. Saturday and Sunday is probably going to be your best days. But to me, if you put too much on, I know there's only 8 teams in this league, but I would love to see maybe, how about you do one per day?
Oh, yeah.
One Friday, one Saturday, one Sunday, one Monday.
I would take a Tuesday game. And with that, I have to take my leave, good sir. I'm out. This is it for me. I let you handle the rest of the USFL draft. I've taken you this far. You have to take it the rest of the way.
Here we go, man. We'll go out with this. Take care. Follow on Twitter at of Oaklawn. Shout out to the Wolf of Oaklawn, Chase. How you doing, Justin?
I'm good. How are you, man?
Hey, man, the draft is just rolling along. I mean, we are in, what are we in now? I'm just scrolling down, 26th round. The Michigan Panthers on the clock. We're still on defensive tackles. Now, I got to ask you, what's the team? I see all those Bears jerseys back there. I know the Chicago Blitz aren't back yet. All right, I'm hoping that they come back. They got a rich history, George Allen, Marv Levy. But so are you going Michigan? Like, I feel like there's a little bit of a rivalry there. Do you go Michigan Panthers? Do you go, I don't know, Pittsburgh Maulers? What would be the team of choice that you would choose then? Or is it completely off? Are you going just like, hey, the Houston Gamblers are awesome? I don't know. Who's your team?
I'm going to really evaluate the rosters and kind of go from there. I mean, listening to Ben Holmes on the show talk, how can you not want to root for that guy?
Wasn't that fantastic?
It was, yeah. And, I like the Maulers colors. I know you don't like their jerseys, but I like that blue and orange.
I like their OG jerseys a little bit, but I just don't like it when they do the color up here like the Tennessee Titans do. I just think I don't know. It's just it's not me. But hey, to each their own. That's what makes this planet so decent is, people having different opinions.
For sure, yeah.
So the Maulers perhaps might be, I kind of am doing the same thing. I'm kind of sitting back and looking and saying, hey, which team do I like? Obviously I was a Gamblers guy, but my fear is I don't want to pick a team that's gonna end up playing in a dome year 2. And unfortunately, I don't like dome football. It should be all outdoors.
Right,
Football is meant to be outdoors. And the 3 teams that I like most are the New Orleans Breakers, the Houston Gamblers, which obviously I have the Houston Gamblers helmet here, and I was a fan of them back in the day, even though they did play in a dome at times. And then the Michigan Panthers. But I have a feeling that the best chance of a team not playing in a dome is the Houston Gamblers. They'll probably play at the Houston Stadium for the University of Houston. But Kevin Sumlin is a guy that we faded for years and made a ton of money. So my roads are crossed. Anyway, let's recap some picks. I'm just vomiting nonsense right now. What did we talk? Reggie Howard. That was the Tampa Bay Bandits grabbed Reggie Howard late there, in the last 2 picks, and Jaquan Bailey went to the Michigan Panthers. Any of those picks stand out for you?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Jaquan Bailey. I live in Iowa. He played at Iowa State. He is a very elite athlete. I mean, he's quick, he's strong, and I feel like he can give offensive lines a lot of trouble.
There you go. And I like Iowa State too. The picks are coming in though, man. As you were talking, 2 picks came in. Boom, boom. Keyshawn, that is probably Tyson to the Panthers. He is from Grand Valley State. Now I know what you're thinking. What the hell is Grand Valley State? Brian Kelly used to coach at Grand Valley State. This is a rich program in the I believe that's D3 or D2. I think it's D2 actually. But they run they've been a great football institution for a while now. And then Josh Atkins goes to the Tampa Bay Bandits from Georgia. Obviously, I think that name is if you follow Georgia Bulldog football. And obviously here's some footage for you of Josh Atkins. That's one that stands out to me. I remember him at Georgia and the guy could play. Like I said, maybe you don't get the opportunity, to so you never know. It's just
Right.
it could be a little thing like the coach didn't like you or something, didn't have faith in you. But he's played on the Patriots, the Lions, the Falcons, and that always means something to me. If the Patriots went out of their way to draft this kid, or I guess he was undrafted, but they got him as an undrafted free agent. Belichick saw something that he liked, and that's normally a good sign for me. So Josh Atkins going to the Tampa Bay Bandits, I think that might be a wise pick. What do you make of that?
Yeah, that's a guy I like. He's really strong upper body. They said in college he did all the dirty work to help keep Roquan Smith clean at Georgia there.
There you go. There you go. Exactly. And you see what's happening with Smith. Jerome Johnson is a Philadelphia Star, as you were saying that the Philadelphia Stars, and Jerome Johnson, I believe, from Indiana. Indiana, surprisingly, over the past couple of years, have had, even last year, I feel like their defense was actually decent. It was their offense that was the reason why they were terrible. This guy was a 4-star, by the way. Originally from Mississippi. And I kind of like what Tom Allen was doing there defensively at Indiana. So I could see that working. He was on the Miami. He had a cup of coffee with the Miami Dolphins. And there's the one I was saying. Kalani Vaca Melelalo to Oregon State. And that's one that I think just makes a lot of sense. That is one I was going to be pretty shocked had he not been taken in the first 2 rounds, because you look at the track record of what he has done. And you say, there's no way this guy is 6'3", 325. Like I said, when you've had that many starts in college and you've played pretty damn well in other spots, whether DC Defenders, Jacksonville Jaguars, I knew he would get taken at some point. So that's a great pick, I think, by the New Jersey Generals. I really do.
Agreed.
Dominic Davis is going to the Gamblers. He is from UNC Pembroke. I can't tell you I know much. I love the sport of football, but I have not watched too much UNC Pembroke football. All right, not that I'm against it. I just need to get apparently I need to do a deeper dive. That's what needs to happen. But hey, Dominic Davis to the Gamblers. Nice get. As someone that I'm not familiar with, I can pull up the stats. He's 6'3", 315. He was on the Jets. Hey, I guess the guy might be able to play. Diamonds in the rough. All right.
You know, some of those small school guys, they're used to just trying to compete to get their chance, and here he has it. So there's no telling what he could do.
Yeah, and to me, the Jets weren't awful on the defensive line. They were awful everywhere else, but I think they were okay on the defensive line. Stallions passed their pick. It's surprising to me, because the Stallions, I could see them wanting another defensive tackle. We got the Maulers on the clock now, and they get Jeremiah Farms Jr.
From Friends College.
Wow, Friends College. This is when I play this again.
Friends through eternity, loyalty, honesty will stay together through thick or thin. Friends forever will be together.
Friends University is in Wichita, Kansas, and I've been saying for years Wichita State needs to bring back their football program. They only have Bill Parcells as part of their alumni, but Friends University's got a football program and Wichita doesn't. What the hell is going on? All right, another draft pick is being made. Connor Christian to the New Orleans Breakers from Jacksonville State. Jacksonville State runs a good college, good FCS football program. They're actually jumping up to the FBS in the next year. As Rich Rodriguez is their new head coach there. But Jacksonville State, they beat Florida State at Florida State last year. I know Florida State wasn't much, but I don't care. You can still milk that win for the next 100 years, as far as I'm concerned, if you're a Jacksonville State fan. So Connor Christian is drafted by the New Orleans Breakers. Why do I feel like the New Orleans Breakers are having a slept-on draft? I feel like their draft is better than what we're thinking. We keep bringing up a couple other teams like the Bandits and like the Philadelphia Stars, and maybe flying under the radar is the New Orleans Breakers. So I'm looking Connor Christian, 6'3", 270, originally from Dallas, Georgia. He transferred from Savannah State. Savannah State, they might be terrible, but that's where Shannon Sharp went. So, hey, they jumped down from FCS to D2, and I'm sure that probably made him consider transferring, or I don't know. Actually, it was back in 2016, so that's probably not the case. But this is a guy who started a lot of games. I mean, he's got some talent. So, I don't know. I mean, when you get to these levels, FCS produces a lot more players, though, than people realize. D2, you could say, okay, there's not that many, but FCS actually has a great chunk of players in professional football all the time. So I don't know. What do you make? What do you make? Connor Christian. What do you make of that, Justin?
Yeah, he started at Savannah State. He was choosing between Savannah, Middle Tennessee, and Georgia Tech. Got offered from Savannah State, then transferred to Jacksonville State. He felt like they could really raise his skill level as a football player. So again, small school guy that's pushing to keep his dream alive.
You got to wonder though, which is awesome. That is awesome. That's what's great about these leagues. But choosing Savannah State over Georgia Tech, I wonder if that was just athletic scholarship or football scholarship. Yeah, I don't know, but
Probably, yeah.
We got the running backs on deck. Now this is one I can't believe it's round 27. See, you want to know how much football has changed? Like, I mean, I'm not saying that they're doing this in order of value to a team, but the running back position used to be highly sought after. I'm not saying I don't know that it's not now. I'm just saying I've been waiting for running backs, and here we are, round 27 and 28. By the way, those are Connor Christian's highlights right there. Connor Christian to the New Orleans Breakers, getting after it with the Gamecocks of Jacksonville State. Tampa Bay Bandits are on the clock. They will have the first shot at a running back. Now, as I load up the running backs in this draft, obviously, I think the one that everyone had was CJ Marable, the running back from Coastal Carolina. Everyone had him. I've read a couple different ones, and they say, this guy's going to be part of the USFL. By the way, we do have a comp pick, Chris Okoye, to the New Orleans Breakers. He is from Ferris State. Shout out to Ferris State. They actually won the D2 championship this year, located in Michigan. I loved it. They took the top lacrosse player in the country, had him grad transfer in. He was National Lacrosse Player of the Year. Comes and plays quarterback at Ferris State, wins the national championship.
Nice.
So Chris Okoye. Now I'm pretty sure he probably wasn't on that team, but let's just do. It's so close to Christian Okoye. Can we talk about that? That's very close to Christian Okoye.
So I'm seeing Chris Okoye 6'6", 320 pounds, so big dude.
And look, he did win a championship while he was there. They won a GLIAC championship, and they reached the D2 playoffs. They didn't win a national championship, though. But, hey, he was featured among Rising Star's top 100 prospects. Originally from just outside of Detroit, Michigan. Hey, there you go. There you go. Shout out to Chris Okoye. Best wishes, man. Best wishes. Okay. Before we get to the the running backs, I got to get us paid, man. I got to get us paid. And let's roll with that. The USFL Gambling Podcast and the Sports Gambling Podcast Network is brought to you by WynnBET. For every $25 you bet on college basketball, WynnBET is giving you a chance to win a trip to Las Vegas for March Madness and $1,000 in free WynnBET credits. Download the WynnBET app now or visit wynnbet.com. That's WYNNBet.com and start winning today. We're also brought to you by PropSwap, America's marketplace to buy and sell sports bets. Use the promo code SGP on your first deposit to receive up to $500 in bonus cash. Head over to PropSwap.com or download the PropSwap app today. We're also brought to you by Stable Duel. Stable Duel is a horse racing DFS app where you can play free and paid games for real cash prizes. You can win as much as $15,000 with one entry. Head over to StableDuel.com to get started today. And, of course, don't forget we're brought to you by us, the SGPN app. It's free to download in the App Store and Google Play Store. It is your home for all of our free picks and podcasts, so grab that thing today and let it ride. All right, we're in the thick of this. This is awesome. This is awesome. USFL, 35 rounds. I mean, look, some of these other platforms, shout out to them for covering spring football, but they're not, I don't think they're giving you 35 rounds of gold with tape, guest appearances. You know, that's what I'm talking about. We got everything going. So subscribe to the Sports Gambling Podcast Network and give us a follow. We're at the SGP Network on Twitter. I'm on Twitter at TheColbyD. Justin, what's your Twitter, Justin?
At JMark Football.
JMark Football. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have that memorized yet, but I will, brother. All right, at JMark Football, give him a follow. As we talk football year round, we are believers in football year round, and I think it's going to happen. So get in, check it out. Even if you like other sports, check it out. We got you covered. I mean, shit, we had an article about darts, and it hit. We had a guy write an article about darts that knew what he was talking about, apparently. Either that or he's the luckiest player ever or luckiest writer ever because he nailed it. He nailed like the top 2 dart players. I don't know. All I know is like I don't even know where. I was trying to find out where to bet on it. I mean, some of these places, it's out there, but you got to search. You got to do a deep dive. But that's what I'm just trying to tell you. Is we go all the way in on the Sports Gambling Podcast Network. Shout out to everyone in the chat. And BJ Emmons to the Bandits, Tampa Bay Bandits, first running back off the clock. And I know this guy because he was at Florida Atlantic. Florida
guy.
Yeah, and FAU, you know, they've been a winning program. He was on the Jacksonville Jaguars roster, I believe, the practice squad recently. Here's some tape on him, but yeah, physical guy. What do you think of the pick?
Yeah, I think it's a great pick. I mean, he's a hard runner. He's going to fight for every yard. He takes care of the ball, doesn't fumble much. He's got quick acceleration, too.
He was originally at Alabama, if memory serves me correct, and then he transferred into FAU using the Lane Kiffin Connect. I mean, look, if you're getting recruited to play running back at Alabama, I get it. Okay, you should get a shot. All right, you should definitely get a shot in these other leagues, and you're probably going to see. I would say he's probably going to be back in the NFL at some point. And the running backs are going Darnell Holland to the Philadelphia Stars. Darnell Holland, this is one I believe he was in the NFL as well. I think he had a cup of coffee. He's from Kennesaw State, who runs another good FCS program. Triple option football represent. I want to say I saw him in a preseason game. I want to say like he was. I thought he was on an NFL roster. New Orleans Saints. I knew it. So shout out to Darnell Holland, now a member of the Philadelphia Stars. And I think the Stars continue to draft well. They continue to draft well. What do you make? What do you make of those picks? Surprised that those are the top 2?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, when you got guys like C.J. Marble, Jaquan Gardner, Ladarius Galloway, I mean, there's a lot of talent out there. So, I mean, I guess each coach, they know what they're looking for, and they're going out and getting their guide despite what we think they should take.
Yeah. I mean, they clearly must have saw something. I mean, not that I'm saying that those guys aren't good. I'm just a little surprised here. Shane Simpson's one that I think could be an interesting guy that's out there. He was at Towson Tigers. Remember, they had a deep run in the FCS playoffs. I think they went to the national championship and lost. But another one is Trey King from Texas Tech. Keep an eye on. But picks are happening. Mike Weber to the Generals. Mike Weber. I got to admit, I'm drawing a blank on Mike Weber at the moment. Oh, it's for Ohio State. That's right. Yep. That's right.
Spent some time with the Cowboys.
Their running back rooms are always so ridiculous. It's easy to forget one. But he's a Super Bowl champ. He won a Super Bowl with the Kansas City Chiefs. He was Big Ten Freshman of the Year. That's where I knew him. And then Steve Scott to the Panthers. Is this Steve Scott from Indiana, I believe? I think he played for the Indiana Hoosiers, if memory serves me correct.
Stevie Scott, right?
Yes, yeah. Stevie Scott. That's him. I liked his game in college, man. Originally from Syracuse, New York. How do you grow up in Syracuse, New York, and you don't go play for the Qs? Dino Babers or whoever missed the boat on that one. But he went to He went to IU, and look, I definitely remember watching this guy. I was impressed with his game. That is a nice pick by the Panthers, and I actually think Jeff Fisher. If you're Stevie Scott, you got to be happy that you're going to the Panthers, because you're like, I think some of these other teams you might worry, like, how many times will I really be touching the ball, with the Tampa. Now, I do think the Tampa Bay Bandits will probably get the ball out of the backfield, but Jeff Fisher, he's going to pound that rock, at least the Jeff Fisher that I know. So if you're Stevie Scott, you got to be liking that. So congrats to Stevie Scott. There's some tape on him right there, getting it done. I actually thought he would actually, and he'll probably be back in the NFL, because I thought he was an NFL caliber running back at IU.
Yeah, and he's a hard runner. He was known for being kind of a freight train kind of guy, and I think that's going to fit in perfectly with what they want to do.
Yeah. I'm seeing. Okay, so next up we got the Houston Gamblers on the clock. Wait, did Stevie Scott went to the Panthers? Yeah. I think our sheet is getting. You wrote Mike Weber twice, guys. I'm sorry. We got the whole team working on this. Stevie Scott to the Michigan Panthers. New Orleans Breakers on the clock. I'm very interested to see where they go in the draft. Yeah, we're rocking and live in round 27, and we are live. I wasn't trying to say live, but fuck it. Oh, Larry Rose, this is my guy, New Mexico State. I don't even need to do the lookup on Larry Rose here. New Mexico State. Look, say what you want about them. I know they're an independent that normally wins like one game a year. I like Larry Rose, and I thought Doug Martin, their coach there, I thought did a decent job considering the talent that he had in there. And I watched a lot of Larry Rose. I mean, you remember New Mexico State plays like 7 SEC games every year. I think they're trying to join the SEC. So no, but Larry Rose can ball. He can ball. And look, this guy played on the Tennessee Titans, the Rams, the Arizona Hotshots, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, and the Los Angeles Wildcats. First team all Sun Belt back in 2015 when New Mexico State was part of that conference. From Fairfield, Texas. Yeah, I like that pick. What do you think of that pick?
Yeah, I think he's a really versatile running back, so I think that gives them a lot of options on how to use him. And I think he's going to be pretty good for him.
And picks are just flying off the left and right. Dalen Dawkins, not Daryl Dawkins, but you might say Chocolate Thunder here, because Dalen Dawkins is a Houston Gambler, and he comes in from Colorado State. Where, look, I'm a CU fan, so you always play. I mean, for the most part, you play Colorado a lot, and I do remember him there. And he was there with Mike Bobo. He was a recruit, I believe, from Jim McElwain, who was actually probably recruiting at the highest level of any Colorado State coach of recent memory. So he decent recruit, comes all the way from Louisville, Kentucky, and played for the Titans for a couple of years, has 11 rushes, 26 yards in the NFL, all Mountain West Conference player back in 2017. Shout out to Dalen Dawkins. As he gets drafted by the Houston Gamblers. I actually think he'll fit in well too, man. I think he can play.
For sure.
Colorado State always has a good running back, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Always. So the Stallions go out and get Tony Brooks James from Oregon. The Ducks always have a slew of running backs, but I remember him when he was at Oregon. He's from Gainesville, Florida, came all the way out to Oregon. This guy played with the Atlanta Falcons. I think he was a Taggart recruit. If not Taggart, then it was the gentleman before him. I'm drawing a blank on his name right now. Mike, I don't remember, but Helfrich. But Atlanta Falcons 2019, Tampa Bay Buccaneers 2019, Pittsburgh Steelers. Dude, on 2019, he pretty much played on every team in the NFL. Falcons, Buccaneers, Steelers, Vikings. Then went to the Falcons in 2020, and then the Steelers in 2021. And now Skip Holtz Skip Holtz runs the hell out of the ball. So
he's got a lot of speed.
Yeah,
I think they could use him in the return game too if they want.
Remember, Skip Holtz, he had Chris Johnson at East Carolina. He likes, Chris Johnson was a speed back. But But Chris Johnson was a lot bigger. Tony Brooks James is just 5'9", 190. So maybe they use him in all different variations. Maybe jet sweeps, all this different type of stuff. Garrett Grosek going to the Maulers. Yes, this is my guy too.
I like this pick a lot.
You got to love this pick, man. Grosek is the epitome of a Wisconsin running back.
Mm-hmm.
Old school football is back, baby. No, you got to love Garrett Grosek. He had a cup of coffee with the Vikings, man. And this guy, 5'11", 220. I'm a fan. I'm a fan. Who got him again? The Maulers? Oh,
Maulers,
man.
Yeah.
Of course they did. Of course they did.
He was a walk-on that became a 2-year captain, and I think that says a lot about him. You know, he fights for everything.
Yeah, exactly. Well said. And like the Maulers, obviously running back coach as a head coach, Kirby Wilson, and then you add in the fact that they've gone heavy on drafting offensive line. I'm on board. Maybe I'll have to get down. Maybe I have to ignore those uniforms and just go with the Maulers, man. But I like that pick, guys. You're rocking with the USFL Gambling Podcast as we do this live via Sports Gambling Podcast, and I'm with Justin here. You can follow him at JMarkFootball on Twitter, and you can follow me on Twitter at TheColbyD. Yeah, this is awesome. This is awesome. It's great to see some of these names, man. It's great, like this a second chance for some. I mean, yes, the guys we interviewed, but also in general, just getting everyone in there. We are moving along, though. The draft is just flying by. We're still on running back, second round on running backs here as we enter round 28. Pittsburgh Maulers on the clock. Do they just do it again? Do they just go with a bruising running back? Are they bringing hard-nosed football back to Pitt? Because really, I'll be honest, we had my guy Scott Bowser on one of the USFL Gambling Podcast shows. Shout out to comedian Scott Bowser. He's a big-time Pittsburgh Steelers fan. He was telling me it's hard to root for the Steelers these days because they're not known as like this amazing run heavy offense now. He was like they pass the ball all the time, and he's like, maybe the Maulers will bring it back old school style. Davion Smith to the Maulers. Davion Smith from Michigan. Interesting. They're loading up. Well, obviously they have to because this is the running back selection, but is a guy that I don't know. I mean, played for a few teams, right? Played for the Orlando Apollos in the AAF, the Tampa Bay Vipers in 2020, the BC Lions, was also on the Dolphins and the Redskins, was the XFL's rushing yards leader. How about that?
Yeah, he's a physical guy. I think he's going to fit in with the Maulers perfectly.
You check out the tape there. Led the XFL.
Nice hands too.
Yeah. He can play. I think that Maulers maybe low-key impressing me. Besides drafting the whole University of San Jose State, I think I'm on board with this run attack. Let's go. The Stallions take CJ Marable. There it is from Coastal Carolina. This guy's a beast. And this one makes sense for Skip Holtz. This one makes sense because he kind of reminds me of like poor man's Chris Johnson in a way. Marable, wow, that's a good. Mark Thompson from the University of Florida. He is a Houston Gambler. Mark Thompson, man, these are rolling by.
Yeah.
Or the Gators making their mark in the second day of the USFL draft. Thompson, well, I mean, I pull up Mark Thompson. First thing I saw was some other stuff, but he's from Pennsylvania. Went all the way down to Florida to play some college ball after playing. He played some JUCO in the state of Kansas. But interesting.
6'1", 235 pounds, so he's got some size there.
He never got like a ton of burn. I feel like he played in all 11 games. He wasn't a starter, but he did have an 85-yard touchdown pass against Iowa in the Outback Bowl. Jordan Ellis. This is one that I was just talking about not that long ago. From Virginia, he is a New Orleans Breaker. And I imagine some of this had to do with the fact that Larry Fedora played against him, coached against him. I think all 3 or 4 years or something, right? Or so that one kind of makes sense. We got Reggie Corbin also. I remember Reggie Corbin with the Illini. He is a Michigan Panther. Reggie Corbin. I think he played with Lovie Smith. Or was that Cubit? But no, Corbin was solid. He was a solid running back from Maryland.
Draws comparison to Giovanni Bernard, so he kind of plays the same style.
Yeah, he can play. He was a good running back. I actually, once again, I'm a little bit surprised that he wasn't in the NFL longer. So, but hey, shout out to him. Second chance is going to happen here. Trey Williams goes off the board to the New Jersey Generals. Trey Williams. This is a guy. I feel like every running back from Texas A&M somehow makes professional football. It's like a guarantee. Now, this guy's been everywhere. He got done with A&M in 2015. He went to the Redskins, the Cowboys, the Patriots, the Dolphins, the Colts, the Steelers, the Toronto Argonauts in the CFL, then the Dallas Cowboys, then the San Antonio Commanders with Mike Riley, then the Seattle Dragons with Mike Riley, then the Calgary Stampeders, then the Toronto Argonauts. So it makes sense that Mike Riley says, "Hey, Trey, why don't you come on out here to New Jersey?" Matt Colburn, the second from Wake Forest, is a Philadelphia Star. That's interesting. Juwan Washington is a Tampa Bay Bandit. I remember Juwan Washington because he was at San Diego State with Rocky Long and Brady Hoke. San Diego State, you saw with Donnell Pumphrey, who was in the XFL and then with the Philadelphia Eagles, and then Rashad Penny.
Yep.
They just always, Greg Bell is there now, and they just always keep a stable of running backs that can do damage. So shout out to this is our tape on him. This kid can play. I actually rostered this guy, and we play college football DFS. Come play college football DFS with us next year with the college football experience. We play it now with college basketball, but I would roster this guy all the time, especially some of those years. There were certain Mountain West teams like UNLV or Hawaii where their run defenses were just terrible, and this guy would just light them up. So it was like a must DFS play some of those years. So glad to see him get a chance here in the USFL. We might have some comp picks going as we wait for the end of the 28th round. And next up, we got outside linebackers, and the Maulers will be back on the clock. This should be fun. This should be a lot of fun. Juwan Washington, that is one. I had a lot of fun watching this guy. I love these late night Mountain West games. A lot of fun.
Those are the best to bet on.
Yes. Yeah, man. Normally you're riding like a heater, hopefully from earlier that day. And if not, then you're trying to make up for you losing your ass. And you see like, oh, I got a Hawaii Fresno State game on late night. I remember I grew up in Washington, D.C. And, you get that like 1 a.m. or midnight kick for the Hawaii game. Just the last little bit of football you can before you go into NFL Sunday. Sure. Pittsburgh Maulers on the clock. Outside linebacker. You said you grew up in. Are you originally from Iowa?
Yeah. Yep. Born and raised.
What part?
So I grew up closer to the Nebraska border, like Omaha, Council Bluffs area. Now I'm south of Des Moines and Winterset. John Wayne was born here.
Damn. Now you're flexing.
Right.
The Duke.
The bridges in Madison County were filmed here. Most of it, like right out my window over there.
No way, man.
Yeah.
Iowa's a beautiful state, man.
For sure.
I love. I do stand up, and I've done this. I think I did. What was it? I want to say it was. I think I did. Is it Des Moines? I don't know if it was Des Moines. It was about 10 years ago, but I did somewhere in Iowa. I want to say it was. What is another big city? Name me some of like top 5 big cities off the top of your head.
Cedar Rapids, Iowa.
City. There we go. You got it with one. Cedar Rapids was what I was trying to think of. I did some stand up there back in the day. Where are we at here?
We got outside linebackers coming up in round 29.
Round 29. Well, look, it seems like a great time to tell you about our sponsors and what get us paid. Let's get us paid. All right. I want to tell you that the USFL Gambling Podcast and Sports Gambling Podcast Network is brought to you by WynnBET. For every $25 you bet on college basketball, WynnBET is giving you a chance to win a trip to Las Vegas for March Madness. And they're going to give you $1,000 in free WynnBET credits. Download the WynnBET app now or visit wynnbet.com. That's WYNNBet.com and start winning today. And while you're at it, subscribe to the College Basketball Experience because I host it. Me, Patty C, NC Nick. We're also brought to you by PropSwap, America's marketplace to buy and sell sports bets. Use the promo code SGP on your first deposit to receive up to $500 in bonus cash. Head over to PropSwap.com or download the PropSwap app today. We're also brought to you by Stable Duel. Stable Duel is a horse racing DFS app where you can play free and paid games for real cash prizes. You can win as much as $15,000 with one entry. Head over to StableDuel.com to get started today. And last but not least, we're brought to you by the SGPN app. Yes, that's us, right? The app is live in the App Store and Google Play Store. It is free to download as your home for all of our free picks and podcasts. So grab that thing and let it ride. All right. Man, this is fun. We're talking USFL football. What do I think of the Stevie Scott pick? I like it. I see people in the chat firing away. Shout out to all the people in the chat. Appreciate you guys. Shout out to, I see Reggie Corbett in there. Let's fucking go. He says, yes, LFG, baby. Yeah, college picks today. Yes, Belma. We have college basketball picks every single day, 7 days a week. We give you the College Basketball Experience. Subscribe, tell a friend. So do that. Check that out. I think you'll appreciate it. I think you'll really enjoy the College Basketball Experience, as we've had plenty of guests there. Every single day, D1. And on the app, every single pick for a D1 basketball game. We've been doing that for 5 years. Me, Patty C, NC Nick, Terrell Furman Jr. Shout out to all those guys. What do we think? I mean, this is fantastic. This is a fun time. USFL. How great was it interviewing those guys, seeing those guys, just give them a tiny bit of hope, man. Tiny bit of hope there to come play in this league and create an opportunity. I think it's just a great thing. No matter what platform you are in life, just getting an opportunity to do something that you love. Sometimes that's all you need. Sometimes that's all you need, man. So what do we got going? Yeah, Belma, check it out. I'm serious. College basketball every day, college football as well. Talk college football year round on the College Football Experience. We talk college basketball year round on the College Basketball Experience. And yeah, I think you'll enjoy it. Last night I got done doing the USFL show, and then I had to do a college basketball show. So, had to make time for some college b-ball as March is right around the corner. Here we go. We got picks going on. Oh man. We got Tyson Graham from South Dakota to the Pittsburgh Maulers. Once again, guys, this is outside linebackers. Tyson Graham, he's a Coyote. Tyson Graham from South Dakota. This is one where, hey, Missouri Valley football. Justin's located in Iowa. He knows a thing or two about how great. Honestly, if we watch, we all love Maction. If you put the Missouri Valley in the FBS, they would be better than the MAC. They would be better than, I think they'd be better than the Conference USA too. You have North Dakota State, who's probably like a ranked team if you threw them in the FBS, at least top 50. South Dakota State as well. Then you start adding in, our boy Stone Labanowitz from Southern Illinois. They're a good program. North Dakota's had success. I know they came over from the Big Sky. Northern Iowa. I mean, the Panthers keep a good football program. So Tyson Graham, though, and it's interesting. He was a safety that moved to linebacker after.
I was saying too, yeah.
Yeah. So that's always cool to have a guy that plays multiple. He's played other positions. That always is a benefit
for sure.
He's from Florida originally, so they got him to come up there to the Coyotes, and hey, he was with the Colts, Minneapolis Colts for a little bit. Shout out to him as he joins the Maulers. We also have man, what am I seeing here with this
DeMarquis Skates?
Why DeMarquis? Yeah, to the Stallions. Why when he writes it in lower letters and in caps? I don't know. Yeah, he's trying to help me, but I still feel like I'm sitting there like, huh? DeMarquis Gates from Ole Miss going to the Stallions, and Azim Victor to the Gamblers from Washington. So Gates from Ole Miss, Azim Victor from Washington. We're Washington D linemen. Look at Vita Vea. We were talking about him earlier. The Huskies, say what you want about their offense of late, but that defensive line was legit. And then DeAndre Wallace from Towson State. Give it up for the Tigers of Towson. They just lost their head coach, Tyrone Wheatley, to the Denver Broncos. But, yeah, DeAndre Wallace to the Breakers. And DeAndre Wallace, Towson for a minute was playing some really good football. They went to, like, the FCS championship. I feel like it played. They're one of the teams that lost to North Dakota State in the FCS championship. But, yeah, I mean, look, this guy can play. I'm looking at his stuff right now, and he's got an article about him in the in the Baltimore Sun here. I think it's a good pick. I mean, obviously, the stats are limited here of him at Towson. But the guy can play. He's from Baltimore, Maryland. It's all CAA third team in 2018. There we go. Give it up for DeAndre Wallace going to the Breakers. We also have Terry Myrick from Eastern Michigan. You know I love me some Eastern Michigan football. Chris Creighton. Talk about resurrecting a program that was just awful for 30 or 40 years. Chris Creighton's doing a fantastic job doing that. Doesn't get enough credit. Probably should have a better job, but I want him to stay there. I like him with the Eagles of Eastern Michigan. But Terry Myrick is going to be staying in the state. What's up?
He's a smart player he's got a lot of experience playing the Mike position, despite his size, just because of his instincts. So I think he'll do really well.
I really like. They're a blue collar team, Eastern Michigan. Myrick, by the way, is one that was at Eastern Michigan this past year. So that's one that we're grabbing someone that's fresh. I was wondering when this would happen, but yeah, he was all preseason All MAC by Phil Steele this past year. And Eastern Michigan is like part of the resurrection of that program by Creighton is their blue collar. So always getting a player like that. Shout out to Terry Myrick as he gets drafted. The picture coming in. DeJuan Hines goes to the Generals. He's a Houston Cougar. Jordan Moore goes to the Philadelphia Stars. He's a road runner. Shout out to UTSA, but Jordan Moore is welcome to the USFL.
It's another guy that played safety.
Yeah, and let me tell you, man, at UTSA they were recruiting well prior to the coach prior. So Frank Wilson was his name. 6'3", 225. He's a senior. He's out of Atlanta, Georgia. And he played at LSU. So this guy that makes sense too with the connection to Frank Wilson. Emmanuel Beal goes to the Bandits. He's from Oklahoma. Look, there we go. He's familiar with some big time football games. Emmanuel Beal, Oklahoma. Yeah, I mean, this is a guy that so he was there prior to Alex Grinch. I think he was a Stoops guy. Played with Stoops. Bob Stoops, defensive guy first. He was but Beal was a JUCO transfer that came in, all Big 12, honorable mentioned, 2017. But a guy that has some pretty decent numbers in 2 seasons in college football. So shout out to him as he gets, to go to the USFL, brand new league. And I think the Bandits having a sneaky good draft.
Yeah, Beal spent time with Seattle, ended up getting waived because he was injured. So, maybe he just needs that chance to be healthy and get some more experience at the professional level.
Isn't that always the worst when you get injured and that's what costs you your job? He was also with the Tampa Bay Vipers. And if you look, Jerry Glanville was on our show, friend of the program. He was the defensive coordinator for the Tampa Bay Vipers. They were legit. They were like he was talking about, I can't recall the stat in my head right now, but he was saying like, less than 1 yard per play the final 2 weeks before the COVID shut down, which is crazy. It was like, I think it was like 1.2 yards per play, maybe. I don't remember, but I know he was talking about we're the best defense in the XFL. And a lot of that was because Coach Glanville and perhaps Emmanuel Beal, the newest Bandit.
We come from down in Gaither country.
proud of Tampa Bay.
Yes.
We play football and we're called the Bandits. And we think our brand of ball is here to stay.
Yes, here we go.
Bandit ball. Gotta be rough, bandit ball. Bandit ball. All the way, bandit ball. Come on.
Yes. Bandit Ball's back. I'm excited. That's NC Nick's favorite team. They got the original had Burt Reynolds. I think they just got to go out and get some type of somewhat celebrity owner. No one's as cool as Burt Reynolds, though, right? I feel like it'd be really hard to find someone as cool as Burt Reynolds these days. You'd really have to search. You really have to search to find. You know who they should get? They should get like John Daly to be like a part owner.
There you go.
You know, I was in a. I went to when I was in college. I went to a beach week in Daytona Beach, Florida, and John Daly was in a Hooters just getting hammered. Right? I actually didn't know it was him right away. Well, mainly I think I might have been hungover. That's probably why. But John Daly was offering to sign his golf gloves. So he had like 20 gloves or something. But I didn't know. He was just some guy like just hammering down Bloody Marys and beers or something. And then after like 15 or 20 minutes of sitting down with my group of people, like he comes by and asks us for an autograph for $20. So
Wow.
I said no. At the time I was pretty broke and I needed my money, and but then the waitress came over and was like, I don't know how true this is, but she said she was like, he made a deal. He did a commercial for the Hooters so he can drink there and eat there for free for life.
Wow. Nice.
That's quality. John Daly, visionary. You're rocking with the USFL Gambling Podcast. We're in round 30. Can we do it? 5 more rounds. What do you got going on? All right. Tell the wife and kids, honey, I'm doing something important. All right. Stick around. 5 more rounds of the USFL draft. It's important to many. Look, it's changing lives. You saw we had some guests on. And look, it's fun. What do you got going on? Let's talk football in late February. Are you kidding me? I know I love college basketball, but still, football is something year-round that needs to work. Bandits are on the clock. They take Greg Reeves. Tampa Bay Bandits, getting Greg Reeves. And if you look at this is a guy that's played some NFL ball, I believe, with the LA Rams.
Yep.
Hey, from USF, they've been somewhat decent. Defensively, they had some good years under Willie Taggart. Charlie Strong benefited one of those years after Willie Taggart, where I think he won 9 or 10 games. So, you look at him and what he's done. I'm pulling up his stuff right now, but he was 6'2", 241. Played with the LA Rams. I'm trying to see what year he played with the Rams. But hey, I mean, you made it to the NFL recently. And 2020. Damn, he just missed out on a Super Bowl, huh?
Yeah.
Well, maybe better days are sometimes it's better. Sometimes you never know what's around your next corner. And that next corner is the Tampa Bay Bandits, baby. Shout out to Greg Reeves. And then we got Tavion Coney. First off, is this Tavion Coney to the Philadelphia Stars? This is some highlights of him as he picks up a fumble. Against that's late. That's football. Okay. Then we got against Ball State, representing the MAC, Tavion Coney to the Philadelphia Stars.
Yeah, he was projected to be a 4th to 5th round draft pick out of the NFL. He's got an athletic frame. He works quickly. Got a lot of good speed.
Yeah, I mean, look, and maybe it just didn't fit in. All it takes is one little thing, I mean, maybe the coach doesn't like your personality. Maybe you got injured, like we mentioned the guy with the Seahawks. It could just be one small thing. That's what's so great about these leagues. Tim Walton Jr. was
Texas Southern.
Yeah, from Texas Southern. Michael Strahan went to Texas Southern, so don't underestimate the fact that he's from a small school. This guy is also I think that's Tim Walton Sr. I think he comes from a long lineage of football because I just clicked on his father I believe, and he has a long history in football as well. Tim Walton Jr. was a transfer from Syracuse. Man, Syracuse, what are they doing here? They missed the guy from Syracuse, New York. This guy's there. He leaves. Now he's playing pro football. He plays, he's played in the league some. Originally from Detroit, Michigan. His favorite player is James Harrison. I like this. Their bio at the University of Texas Southern just focuses on what they like.
Nice.
Favorite food, Mom's mac and cheese. He's winning me over. Hey, Tim Walton Jr., can you give me a phone call? I want to go. Can I stop by? Where is that? Michigan, you said? Detroit, Michigan. I want to get some of Mom's mac and cheese. It's probably amazing.
Absolutely.
Yes, man. And look, I think that's a good pick. 6'2", 230. Mom's mac and cheese is going to fill him up. He also played some basketball. Career plans, wants to be a sports commentator. Hey, talk to us. SGPN, the Tim Walton Show. After your stellar USFL career. Frank Ginda went to the Panthers. San Jose State. What the hell is happening? San Jose State, every 6 picks, someone from San Jose State is going to the USFL. They're doing things.
Absolutely.
Yes. I mean, they got to have a connection to the scouting in the USFL or something, right?
This guy had 94 solo tackles in 2017, which is insane. He's really instinctive. He forced 5 fumbles in his career in college. He's a monster. He flies all over the field.
He's got NFL experience too. He played with Cardinals, Dolphins, Saints. He was also part of the AAF with the San Diego Fleet. It was also part of the XFL with the New York Guardians. That defense was pretty damn good. Shout out to Frank Ginda. Dream lives on, my friend. We also have Vontae Diggs from UConn to the New Orleans Breakers. Second UConn. I can't talk. It's 30 rounds in. Can't talk.
Right. Hilarious at this point.
Yes. Vontae Diggs to the New Orleans Breakers. This is a guy that, UConn had some really good defenses. I know people laugh at UConn for the past couple of years, but you go back, like 7 years ago, the strength of that team was their defense. Their offense was trash. So they would get like 5-6 wins based on their defense. And Vontae Diggs, he was one of them. And people forget UConn. I mean, it wasn't that long ago that they were playing BCS games against Oklahoma. They beat Notre Dame at Notre Dame in Randy Edsall's first stint there. So the defense was pretty solid. And you look at Vontae Diggs, and he was one of them. Started all 12 games at linebacker, 84 tackles, eight tackles for loss. Also had a sack and a forced fumble his senior year. I like it.
This guy's used to playing from behind the odds. There's a story on him how he was homeless in high school and just kept going, just kept living through football. And now he's got his chance to keep that dream going and show us what he's all made of.
That's awesome, man. That's awesome. That's what I mean, man, is like anyone that talks bad about these leagues, man, it's just foolish. Sure. Donald Payne is drafted by the Houston Gamblers. He comes in from Stetson, right? Where you might remember Stetson because that's where Ray Finkel. So when Ace Ventura is rattling off Ray Finkel's stats, he went to Stetson University. Well, at first he was at Collier High School, but then he went to Stetson University. So Ray Finkel went there. He's played on a lot of teams. Baltimore Ravens, Jacksonville Jaguars, Baltimore Ravens. Look at this. He goes from Baltimore to Jacksonville, back to Baltimore, back to Jacksonville. Then he goes to the Washington Redskins and then the Miami Dolphins. And this past year, he was with the San Francisco 49ers. Damn. And look, he's contributed in the NFL. 76 tackles, 1 sack, 2 fumble recoveries, and 1 pass deflection. This is a damn good pick, I think. Donald Payne, Stetson. Don't let them give you a hard time about Stetson. Terrell Hanks from New Mexico State, second New Mexico State player going. He goes to the Stallions. Malcolm Howard to the Maulers. This is the 3rd player from Central Oklahoma. I need to start watching Central Oklahoma football. Malcolm Howard getting it done as we jump into round 31. We are 4 rounds away. All right, we got linebackers, kickers, punters, tight ends, and H-backs and then long snapper. So what is that? 5 rounds
Now-
away. I can't count.
Now, Colby, I got to jump in here, come from behind the scenes for a second, because it looks like you're dragging a little bit. Now, do I need to get the lefty out the pen? Are you going to be able to make this? You're 10 hours in at this point. You know,
I need them to bring me in a coffee. I hear them talking out there. You know, these rat bastards. They're just mentioning. They're just talking. Like here, one of the guys was yawning. I'm like, oh, fuck you. You know what I mean?
Listen.
We're in round. Hey, Adam. This is Adam Pelletier, people, and this is the guy behind the scenes that's doing this. This would not happen without Adam Pelletier. He does a great job. He covers. You know, he has a strong love for the football that we all love. Spring football, any type of football. It's fantastic, and the work that he's doing here is fantastic. So make sure you follow him on Twitter. Adam, what's your handle off the top of your head?
Adam Pelletier, but Colby, nobody wants to hear about me and anything like that. They want to hear about Kiava Tizino out of San Diego State, another linebacker for the Maulers. All right, Kiava Tizino. San Diego State, well represented here. I mean, what are we thinking, man? You know, I don't watch as much college football as you do. Talk to me about what we're getting here with these San Diego State players.
Well, it's smart, and today's football is leaning more and more towards this. Okay, San Diego State, first off, had Rocky Long, legendary defensive coordinator, the some say the guy who created the 3-3-5 defense, and Brian Urlacher played for him at New Mexico, where he's a hybrid safety. And in today's passing culture, the 3-3-5 is something that we're seeing mimicked all over the football landscape, no matter the level. So he was just at San Diego State. He left, but you know, he went to retire, and actually he's back at New Mexico as a defensive coordinator now, coaching for his former player. But at San Diego State, one of his old assistants is the DC there. So it makes sense that these guys are going. The philosophy and what they run is something that is, you know, it's being mimicked everywhere. So it makes sense that Tizino,
imitation, sincerest form of flattery. We got another one here. We're not the only ones lagging. Let me tell you, the Birmingham Stallions social team is so exhausted right now. They apparently had 2 31st round picks. Brody Buck out of Northwest Missouri State. We're cutting it deep here. Deep cuts coming in late in the USFL draft.
I almost need to pull up the list of players that the Birmingham Stallions selected. I can go back. Let me go back and look. But I'm telling you, they have done some deep dives. Like this guy from Northwest Missouri State. We talked to the other gentleman from Tuskegee. I mean, they had a Western Montana, which I didn't even know. Look, I love football. I covered D2, D3 some. Whew. They're going deep.
This is going to be the all-time chip on their shoulder team. All right, Birmingham really going to be that scrappy underdog that we've been thinking about. Who's going to be, what are the roles of these teams going to be? As we got another one, Drew Lewis from Colorado going to the Gamblers.
This is my guy. He's a player. I like him.
Talk to me about him. Talk to me about him. Why should I get psyched about Drew Lewis being in the red and black?
He was the type of guy that just, first off, swarmed everywhere on the field. Ice, baby. Oh, look at him. He's making a coffee run. I was giving him a hard time. He heard me. No,
there we go. They're coming through. And the New Orleans Breakers passing on an outside linebacker. They're saying we don't need no stinking defense. We got plenty of offense.
That makes sense with Larry Fedora. All right, as a guy that covered him at Southern Miss, covered him at North Carolina, they don't need defense. Our offense is going to put up 100. That makes sense.
Listen, then Trey Threat out of Jacksonville State. Listen, I'm loving the USFL going after the small school guys. It's all about opportunity here. Let's get excited. All right, we're seeing some good. The NFL apparently doesn't believe in the HBCUs for some reason. The USFL says that's fine. We believe. And they are bringing in some HBCU magic here, and you love to see it. There's some great football being played down with the HBCUs all over the country. Trey Threat, really seems like he's got the size and skill to be a force here in the USFL.
And I see Angelo Garbett from Missouri State, where Bobby Petrino, aka
and,
Road Rash,
and ended
face-
at Iowa. You know, played
Yeah.
some time. We're seeing a lot of guys who have taken a more winding role throughout their careers, and you like to see that. That's hard sometimes for these guys to get those opportunities. So it's good to see that those guys are almost being targeted right now by the USFL.
And you just mentioned HBCUs, and then boom, we see Solomon Wise from Alcorn State. The Braves going to the Philadelphia Stars, another HBCU player taken. Shout out to Solomon Wise on, the dream. The dream lives on. What's that?
And then the Bandits passing to end the round, using up a comp pick. And now the round we've all been waiting for, the USFL kickers in round 32, baby.
This is great. This is the best. I mean, this is the part where I'm going to be like, I don't remember any of these players. Maybe one or two. Because that's another thing. The thin line between like the NFL kickers. If you like pull up some of these kickers, what the AAF had one that was with the Atlanta Legends. That's now with the Falcons. I'm drawing a blank on his name right now, but this is an incredibly thin line between, there's only 32 jobs for that. So that 33rd kicker might be better than that 26th kicker.
It's possible. I mean, and we're not necessarily over yet because, every round when the USFL has this pause, it usually means a comp pick is inbound. We haven't seen them tweet the final list. So I think we're going to get another outside linebacker coming in here. The only downside of these deeper cuts with guys is that we just can't show you good film. Like, I wish we could show you film about these guys. Solomon Wise. I wish we could show some film and get people hyped about Solomon Wise, but we just don't have the film. I'm sorry, man. Like, Solomon Wise, if you're out there, if you see this, hit us up, man. We'd love to have you on talking about your journey, talking about your pro aspirations and all the great things you're going to do. We've had some great interviews today, Colby. It's been a great show. We're bringing some energy here as we go through the last 4 rounds, though.
I mean, dude, some of those interviews were a blast just to see the happiness that was going on and learning about the journeys that those guys took. Is fantastic, man. It gets me excited, even more excited than I was, which I was ready to go, ready to watch USFL, ready to talk USFL or spring football at any time. But man, some of those stories were fantastic. Kickers, we got the Philadelphia Stars still potentially on the clock.
We're still waiting for finalization of the last round. So I'm wondering if we don't have a comp pick that's being finalized. Somebody's thinking out there, I don't need no kicker. I'll just comp pick these 2 rounds, which is what, honestly, I thought they'd all do. I mean, why would you take a kicker or punter now? Bring in other bodies into camp,
Yeah, 100%, man. 100%. Kickers are, I don't know. That's when you just bring in, dude. I went to high school with our kicker in high school was actually great, and I never understood why he didn't get recruited by like a major school. I don't feel like they I feel like sometimes they punt when it comes to good kicker play, but probably I would too, though, knowing that I could grab a potential linebacker, potential tight end.
I mean, I'd much rather overload on some other position than take my kicker and my punter now. Like, not that kicking isn't, kicking, as much as we all make fun of it, is really an important part of the game. But, I'd much rather load up on other positions when I can bring a kicker or punter off the street. Round 31 in the books. We're moving into the kickers now. Philly Stars kicking it off. Let's see.
This is one where you got 8 picks for kickers, right? Because we got 8 teams. See, I completely agree with your logic. Is the 10th kicker? There's a chance the 10th kicker is better than the first kicker. I don't feel like there's a thin line. So why would you even? I would never draft a kicker. I would take all other positions and then sort it out after that. Same with punter. But I guess, hey, I don't know. They gotta. I don't know if it's a presentation thing. I don't know what it is, but
I mean, they better. USFL, don't slow down now. We're in the home stretch here, guys. You got 4 rounds to get through. I think we can get through this pretty quick. No sense stalling out here.
And shout out to the USFL generals in the chat. Shout out to Jeff Dunham, who's we got Scott Norwood talk, man. I know you're a Bills fan, Adam.
That's painful.
Yes, I mean, low blows are being thrown in the chat. appreciate all you guys in the chat. Honestly, subscribe to the Sports Gambling Podcast and the USFL Gambling Podcast. Really appreciate everyone, talking it up here, chatting away. Because we're excited, and we're gonna have you covered for the USFL season. Me and Adam have already been deep conversations in fantasy football. So come play fantasy football with us, or hopefully we'll have some DFS. We'll have shows for you on that, and everything. ATS. We got you covered. All right. We got you covered.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. I mean, it's the number one. We're the number one home for degeneracy in the country right now. And you better believe that's going to continue with the USFL. We've got some great stuff on tap. We've got, like we said, I mean, we're going to have all those guys back. We've got some other players who are interested here. You better believe we'll have some coverage of the supplemental draft as well. Really, it sounded like what the supplemental draft was. There are some guys who are going to be, they targeted a lot of recent college graduates. So guys who are out this year. So there might be a few guys that they hadn't been able to work out a deal with yet, because in order to be eligible, you had to have signed that contract. And there are some guys who are probably seeing, maybe some guys want to go to the NFL combine, see how that goes, get a feel there.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I mean, we'll see what happens. One can only hope that there's going to be some more names coming into the USFL. We've had a good crop of players so far, and whew,
hey,
we've done a lot. We're
Yes.
going to cross well over the 10-hour mark. I wouldn't be shocked if this is 11 hours by the time it's all said and done. So if any of you have been here through all 11 hours, we thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
If you're here all 11 hours and can prove it, I feel like we'll send you a t-shirt. All right. Sports Gambling Podcast t-shirt. All right. Hit us up on social media at the SGP Network, or for myself at the Colby D, and we'll make sure you get that t-shirt. I want to have some of these interviews back. Honestly, talking to Ben Holmes, I was like, man, this is awesome. Hearing about his story, and you're going to hear more players come on and talk their USFL experience and their journey playing football, whether it was at a small school, whether it was at a big school, maybe like what we alluded to earlier in the episode, maybe an injury. You were in the NFL, you had a shot, and an injury took you out, and you're getting back up on that horse, and you plan to be back in the NFL soon. I am excited to interview players and have hear about their stories. So we will have you covered on the USFL Gambling Podcast as we break down kickers. Maybe we'll have some kickers on. All right.
Maybe. I mean,
maybe we won't talk so much trash about them. Maybe they'll be on and saying I'm an idiot. And there we go.
Yeah, but first, since he's the official quarterback of the USFL Gambling Podcast, I think we can look at some Ben Holmes footage here.
Yes.
Just get some good energy here. Just watch him do his work down at Tarleton State.
And they were, I'm telling you, they had a high, their offense was putting up 30, 40 points a game. So they were high octane by all means.
Oh, for sure. And the thing that I really like watching this tape about Ben Holmes is that he's willing to move in the pocket. He's willing to put his body on the line when running the ball, and he's doing a good job of getting the ball in and out quickly. You see that read option movement right there. Got it out, got it down the field. Right here again, just boom, boom, decisive, quick.
Nice
he
pass.
knows where
That's a great pass. That was a great pass.
He knows where, and look at this, just absolutely puts the shoulder down right in. That's the kind of guy who teammates are going to get behind. You got to be absolutely stoked if you were a player who was drafted to play with Ben Holmes.
Yeah.
I mean, guys like that, it's why Taylor Heineke almost upset Tom Brady. That's when I watch Ben Holmes play, I'm like, he's got a little bit of Taylor Heineke.
I see it. I think that's a pretty accurate comparison there. And and by the way, don't think that we haven't bet on Tarleton State. I remember watching him at Tarleton State. That's why he subscribed to the College Football Experience company man here. But no, I completely see the comparison to Heineke, because he's pretty athletic back there. He not only can throw that ball on a rope. Some of those plays you showed right there, man, he's got a little speed to him, a little wiggle, a little Steve Young.
I mean, and that's the kind of thing that's going to make a difference. I mean, especially if you're talking about looking at this from a fantasy football perspective, a guy like Ben Holmes is going to be available late, and he's a guy who looks like he's going to be willing to put that shoulder down and get those extra yardage. The challenge for him is going to be, as much as we love Ben Holmes, as I'm going to call it now, the official SGPN quarterback, the challenge is going to be he's got to hold off a guy who's massively blessed with physical gifts in DeAndre Johnson.
Yeah. I mean, I think we're going to have a couple battles. I'm still shocked that Shea Patterson went 1. No, can we? No disrespect to you, Shea. I actually at Ole Miss, I was the one telling my co-host Patty C. I was like, I like this kid. I think he can play. But at Michigan, to me, I don't know if they just kept him in a bottle, but I thought he struggled a lot at Michigan. So we'll see how
somebody comped Shea Patterson going first to Baker Mayfield going first, and I think the comparison is apt. I mean, they're both guys who have an arm, are willing to move, but they might not be the most physically gifted. So, I mean, we'll see though. I mean, Shea Patterson, let's take done some things over the years, and as we just kind of pull up these highlights and take a look at some things he did here, he's finding open guys, but he's playing with a really super talented Michigan team, and he can find the open man. He's making tight contested throws here, and you got to really like that he's willing to go over the top like that. Granted, it's against Middle Tennessee, and you see him a little off, off schedule, that, off timing there, just a little behind the receiver, but with some good coaching, particularly like he's going to get in the USFL, all these coaches, pro coaches at the end of the day,
Yeah. And look, that's all it takes. I mean, like I said, I was convinced when he was at Ole Miss, I was like, this guy's going to be really, really good. And Michigan, he was still good. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, I thought he didn't make that. He didn't, to me in college, that next step, he didn't make that step. And I don't know that it was his fault. I think it was a conservative offensive approach from Jim Harbaugh, but we'll see. I see the chat lighting up, talking about all this stuff. The USFL is no West Coast team, so I won't be buying any jerseys. Look, we've heard Moose Johnson talk about this. The plan is they're going to be in Birmingham anyway. What's the difference, right? It's not like you're going to have them playing in LA. So, but Moose Johnson talked about this, that he would like to, set up some of they have the rights to almost all the franchises, I believe, the original franchises. So potentially next year or the year after, they would try to expand west, potentially with, the Oakland Invaders or Los Angeles Express. Keep your hopes up. Don't worry. I think this is going to be a success. But, Patterson's throw against Michigan State was an absolute dime. That guy can make all the throws. Shout out to Kyle Bodkins in the chat. He's a believer in Shea Patterson. And you might be right. Like I said, at Ole Miss, I was 100% on board. Yeah, I mean, Patty C could probably dig up text where I'm like, he's going to be a stud. Michigan's finally going to beat Ohio State. No, it didn't happen with Shea Patterson. But the guy's got the skills. I know that. He's got skills.
Now, Colby, we got a good question here from Trevor Davis. Favorite best quarterback that's got taken so far? Just from skill, fit, everything on the board. Who are we looking at as being the guy that we're like, that's the guy? That's my number one.
Brian Scott's been impressive on film in the spring league, but the ones that I've seen prior to that, like Jordan Ta'amu, I liked him at college. I liked him in the XFL. We never saw him get a true shake in the NFL. And then to me, I'm a fan of Kyle Slaughter. I think the Breakers got a gamer. I root for East Carolina and Colorado in college football. Slaughter was at Northern Colorado. They played Colorado, and we almost lost to them. I say we. That's how much of a fan I am. But like they came to Boulder, almost won the game. Slaughter was throwing dimes left and right, and I was like, who the hell is this guy? And then sure enough, when he was with the Minnesota Vikings in preseason, I remember this guy just having comeback after comeback, and he was a really exciting player to watch. I think he's going to be really good for the New Orleans, especially when you pair him up with Larry Fedora, which, say what you want about his defenses, his offenses can move the rock. So I think Slaughter, obviously, we were surprised at some of those picks. I was a bit surprised at the Clayton Thorson pick. Mm-hmm. But once again, this could be a scenario, a perfect example of what I mean with Shea Patterson. is at Ole Miss, they were opening up the offense with him, and he really looked like this awesome quarterback, I thought, this great future ahead of him. At Michigan, they were very conservative, I thought, with letting him throw the ball, and I thought it hurt him. Well, that might be the case with Clayton Thorson. You went to Northwestern. Northwestern, they don't do anything sexy offensively ever. I feel like, you know what I mean? Maybe they made a little bit of strides this past season because they were.
But the thing that I think we keep coming back to is at the end of the day, I think Jordan Taiwan was going to end up being the steal of the draft. And if you're, thinking about this from a fantasy football perspective, if you're going into your USFL fantasy football draft, unless something massive changes, I'm targeting Jordan Taiwan with 1-1 overall. He's the best. He's the guy who's done it at the highest level in this entire draft class. He's proven that he can move the ball with his legs and with his arm, and barring someone else coming in the supplemental draft. Now, if you're doing a USFL league, wait until after that supplemental draft. Don't do your draft until mid-March when we have some reports, when we have that supplemental draft. But if you're really looking to go in early, I think Tauamu's got to be your 1-1 overall. Spring football, you got to have a quarterback, because otherwise you're sitting in an 8-team league where there's only 8 starting quarterbacks, and everybody else is picked, and the 8th person picks a quarterback right before you're about to take it. So you're sitting there trying to take a shot at backups. This may or may not have happened to me. But I stayed alive because I picked the right backups. But you were going Jordan Tauamu. Okay, so if I'm going Jordan Tauamu at 1, who's your number 2 pick off the board here in this USFL fantasy draft?
I'm gonna go Slaughter, man. I think Slaughter's a steal.
You're going Slaughter.
Look, because Brian Scott, I think, but Bart Andrews in his offense, I think he's going to be dynamic, but I just haven't seen a big enough sample size for me to fully. So I would go either Slaughter or Scott. I think
I know I just gave this big thing about how you got to go quarterback. Davion Smith is the best running back to me right now. He's been a consistent pro, led the XFL, was a leader in the AAF, and he's playing for Kirby Wilson.
Yes.
If I'm in on any guy, it's Davion Smith. He's someone who's shown time and time again. He's a physical runner. He will put guys in the ground. He's got good hands. He was part of a dynamic Orlando Apollos roster, and it's going to be great to see him doing stuff out there in Pittsburgh. I think I'd go him at 2 before I touched any of the other quarterbacks.
Yeah. I mean, if I go running backs, well, you hit the nail on the head with that one, because I do expect them to run heavy. But I am interested with CJ Marable. I think he has somewhat Chris Johnson features, and I could see Skip Holtz. I guess the question is Skip Holtz lying to us or not by saying he's going to open up his passing offense and do one of these crazy, air raid type schemes? If that happens, first off, I think Marable still might be a valuable option, but the Holtz I know run heavy. So you probably want to, if you're drafting fantasy for running backs, I think you circle the Michigan Panthers, the Pittsburgh Maulers, and the Birmingham Stallions as run heavy teams.
I mean, the other thing is you might look at the Bandits. So BJ Emmons or Juwan Washington, Todd Haley in his entire career has never featured 2 backs. So if I'm sitting there in the middle round, 2nd, 3rd round, and I'm thinking, what am I doing? I'm going to take a shot at one of those Bandits running backs, or I'm going to try to get both of them, because I was doing the numbers the other day, and he's never had a lead back get less than 90% of the work. And I would imagine that's going to carry over. I don't know if it's going to be Washington or Emmons. I could see you could make a case for both, but I think both of those guys, deserve consideration going in there.
Yeah. You make a very good point there. I'm excited for the other pick the Maulers took too. Garrett Groshek, the guy from Wisconsin, the bruiser. I get it. I think you're right. With some of the other players, but Groshek, I thought he was a good football player, man. I would like to see him.
He's a good football player. I just think Davion Smith is a pro.
I think you're right. I mean, I think Smith's going to get the first team reps, but I mean, I just like to see Groshek there. We'll see what Kirby Wilson does. Keep an eye on Stevie Scott too with Michigan.
I like that. I think he's got that pedigree. He's got that talent. He's got that ability. And, home run speed is a thing. Guys who are going to get work and can slip through are going to be big. These are short rosters. Defenses are going to get tired because they just can't chase guys enough.
Yeah. People in the chat are asking if USFL is going to have fantasy. Yes, I think they will. They definitely will. Yeah.
So daily fantasy we're waiting on still. For USFL fantasy, I was hoping he was going to come on, but Brian's a little busy right now. Brian Wentzloff over at Alt Fantasy Football has, they've already committed to doing fantasy football this year, so there will be season long over on Alt Fantasy. If you've played on Alt before, I know that there are, questions about the user interface and things like that. Working on addressing all those things. So, very excited to have Alt Fantasy be a thing. We have not skipped the kickers, despite what everybody's asking. At least as far as I know, we haven't skipped kickers. We're just waiting on them. So, but Alt Fantasy will be doing full time. We'll be doing a season-long football.
Yeah. And I knew this would happen. I still think daily fantasy will happen too, but
yeah, I mean, you've seen daily come along with both, especially with the XFL. And I know that there's, all the books are already talking about how they're going to have lines on this. We've heard through the back channels that most books are planning on having something. Secondary markets are planning on having something. So, it's going to be there. You're going to be able to have a relatively full football experience with the USFL, and it's going to be easy to watch, so get excited. Sure, these aren't maybe your household names, but they'll be household names after a month.
Yeah, and potentially down the line, like how many examples have we used? And I know people are talking about, hey, they're taking a late lunch here. What the hell? It's 3 o'clock.
They got 4 rounds left, and they choose to take a lunch now, unless of course they just said we're done. I don't know why you stop with 4 rounds left.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
I mean, I don't know. We got kickers, punters, tight ends / halfbacks, and
don't forget the long snappers.
And long snappers. I don't know. I think they're trying to figure out who has picks left. Probably. We had a lot of comp picks come flying in, and I don't think everybody's used them.
Yeah. We'll see. We shall see.
We'll give this a little longer, Colby. We might just have to call this and call it good enough here. As much as we want to pay credit to our specialists, it's just, we can't sit around all day.
I'm with you, man. I got college basketball content setting up later today. Other sports gambling podcast stuff. Guys, subscribe to the Sports Gambling Podcast Network, and we can't emphasize that enough, that this is, we got this platform via them. So I really strongly urge you, no matter the sport, if you're just tuning in to see the USFL, no matter the sport, we got you covered. Like Adam, how many? We had a darts article out.
You
on
name
the
it, we've had it, Colby.
Yeah,
There's nothing we haven't done. Now, Alex Meisner in the chat there asks a great question. Who's your best quarterback wide receiver duo? Who are we looking at here?
Ooh, that is a good question. That is a good question.
That was the thing for me. I kept looking at these wide receivers, and the names, I obviously watch less college football than you. They weren't jumping off the page to me, and I feel like wide receivers creep up on us more in these spring leagues.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're totally right with the creeping up. Sometimes it's a guy that you're not projecting. I remember with the XFL, I had certain guys penciled in that I thought, oh man, they got this guy. And it just didn't work out that way. But if I were to take a look at this, which I'm pulling him up right now, I would say one that caught my eye. I like Jeff Thomas, but I don't necessarily like the situation in Pittsburgh. That was one draft pick that I thought, okay, I remember him and I was sold on him in college. Eli Rogers is one we saw with the DC Defenders. He was successful there. He was with the Pittsburgh Steelers. He goes to the Tampa Bay Bandits. I wonder if there's any connection there. Todd Haley was with the Chiefs, or not with the Chiefs. He was with the Chiefs, but with the Pittsburgh Steelers for a long time. Might have had some connections to Eli Rogers there. That's one that catches my eye. But I'll take a shot on another thing is that I was surprised that the Gamblers went with a lot of the small wideouts. Maybe they were going to go with the run and shoot there.
I mean, they might be just running the full run and shoot. Kevin Sumlin, calling back to the history, says we're going to do this. But as I'm looking at it, I'm looking at actually going back to Peyton Ramsey of the Birmingham Stallions. Watching that tape, he's a guy who's going to get the ball in his hands, let him go, let him make plays. And I feel like with your boy down there, what's his name?
Skip Holtz, baby.
Skip Holtz. Yeah, Skip Holtz going to get down there. And I think that that's going to be a good deal for Alex McGow there. But we have the kickers starting. Matt Mengel out of UCLA to the Stars. The Stars taking a UCLA kicker off the rip.
There we go. I mean, look, you're out here in perfect weather. Of course you're going to kick good. All right?
I mean, they're going to be in Birmingham. The weather's going to be nice down there in Birmingham. Thinking about that, it's not going to be, overly difficult to make kicks down there in the South until it gets humid. Then they might have some issues.
Yeah. I will
Any
say
kickers that you want to see. That's the big question.
I can't say that I probably have an educated guess on that one, but I'll say back to the other one, and I think Sean Poindexter with New Orleans Breakers could be an interesting one. Keep an eye on that for receiver. Slaughter to Poindexter. You're hearing me. You're hearing it first. All right. Slaughter to Poindexter.
Those bigger bodied receivers are probably going to have an advantage, because at the end of the day, it's really hard to cover 6'6". No matter how good you are, a guy who's 6'6" is going to give any defensive backfield fits.
Yeah. 100%.
And we got Nick Rose out of Texas going to the Generals.
Rose.
And everybody, we've been joking about the kickers, but these guys are going to be the most likely to make the NFL. We've seen it time after time that NFL teams are changing kickers at a rapid pace, going through 3-4 in a year, and they're going to need guys who have had game reps.
Nick Rose has been around the block. This is a guy that played at Texas. He's originally from Hawaii, but he was with the Falcons in 2016, the 49ers in 17, the Redskins in 17, as well as the Chargers. Then in 18, he's with the New York Jets, the Houston Texans, the Los Angeles Chargers. And then in 19, he's in the AAF with the San Antonio Commanders. And to be honest with you, I don't understand how he ever got cut, because in his NFL career, he's 11 of 14, 79% almost. His longest field goal is 55 yards, 32 touchbacks. What am I missing here? This guy should have been the first pick of the draft.
Here we go. But Brandon Wright out of Georgia State going here. And the Panthers passing, taking that as a comp pick here in round 32.
Smart. Fisher.
But
Fisher ball,
Brandon Wright out of Georgia State. I wonder if the Bandits are picking out of the kickers out of the wrong Georgia school, though. Georgia Southern is the school for the kickers.
Yes, but this is an interesting story with Brandon Wright, because he was also a punter. He was a finalist for the Ray Guy Award for the best punter. So he kicks and punts. So maybe two birds with one stone.
Save yourself a roster position. That's what I've been thinking. I've been waiting for one of these spring leagues to just say, we're going to have one guy kick and passes. The Pittsburgh Maulers also pass. And then we have Austin McGinnis going to the Breakers.
Austin McGinnis, and that's one you wonder, maybe will he be at the Superdome, or will he be at Tulane Stadium 2 years from now? I don't want to get ahead of myself.
You used up your one dome complaint. So if you complain about football in a dome right here, you're in timeout. So Nick Vogel out of UAB goes to the Gamblers as well. So we're moving through the kickers now. It just took a minute, because I'm sure everyone was saying, wait, which kickers have actually signed a contract here, so we know who we can and can't draft.
I'm looking at Austin McGinnis. He had some stints. He was with the Memphis Express in the AAF. He was also with the Dallas Renegades in the XFL, and then with the LA Rams. He almost caught a Super Bowl in there, but he was all SEC kicker, originally from Sacramento, California. The guy was money in college, so all he needs is an opportunity, it seems like.
And now closing out the kickers, the Stallions take Brandon Aubrey out of Notre Dame, and Erica Bracey in the chat telling us to not start with the Southern foolishness. State never Southern. And we're bringing the next tier Georgia rivalries to the USFL Gambling Podcast now, apparently.
And now this one's an interesting one. Brandon Aubrey, he is a soccer player from Notre Dame. A soccer player from Notre Dame.
I like it.
Yeah, things are getting interesting here. He played 4 years of soccer at University of Notre Dame. I mean, this is a guy. He played in some of these the Toronto FC, part of the MLS. This is a guy. This is a pretty cool story. He was with the Bethlehem Steel Philadelphia Union, a professional soccer team in Chester, Pennsylvania. I like this storyline we got going here. MLS player joining the USFL. Hey, that's an athlete right there. Two sports. There you go.
Now we're going to have to see, I'm throwing a follow Brandon Aubrey's way. We're going to see if we can get him on the podcast here at some point.
I like it. And his brother Ryan is a former goalkeeper at the University of Buffalo.
UB, there we go.
The Bulls. There we go. Brandon Aubrey. That'd be pretty cool.
There are no comp picks for the kicker round. I don't know. I think they had to restrain Jeff Fisher here to make sure he didn't do it. Because I'm sure he said, wait, I can still get this guy.
Yeah, he's the guy asking, why? Why?
All right. Man. Punters, tight ends slash H-backs, and then long snappers.
There we go, man.
We are closing in here. I'm shocked Kramer and Sean haven't been peeking in, asking when the hell we're wrapping up here.
Yeah, I mean, one of them went on coffee detail. And
yeah, I know. I sent Kramer a message. I was like, Colby's dragging. I need you to go get him something.
But by the time, thank you. And by the time I get the coffee, I feel like the draft will be over. All right,
that's okay. You'll be energized for the college basketball.
There we
experience.
go. There we go, man.
But we are over 10 hours now on this draft. This is going to be one of these. This is going to be the second longest live stream we've ever done.
Yeah. I don't even want a shot at the title though. Kramer did.
You don't want the 24-hour live stream.
24 hours of fantasy football drafts that we did in July. That was not me. That was Ryan Real Money Kramer.
That was a lot.
Yeah, that's great. I'm enjoying the chat though. I'm seeing people talk about Paxton Lynch. Paxton Lynch.
Oh.
Was that surprising seeing Paxton Lynch called in this?
A little bit, but the Stallion social team is a little sloppy here in the specialist rounds, as Colby Wadman is listed as round 32, pick 8, and also as a kicker. So I think that's a typo there, that they didn't have 2 8th-round picks. But Colby Wadman out of UC Davis joining the Stallions now.
Once again, Birmingham keeping it off the radar, going with Dan Hawkins, kicker. UC Davis, a pretty good FCS team though.
Andrew Galitz going to the Gamblers out of Baylor. And then the Breakers pass again. The Breakers out here playing 3D chess. They used an early pick.
I love it.
Instead of taking the punter. Unless, of course, Austin McGinnis punt too. We'll see. The Maulers also punting. The Maulers, no kickers on the roster for the Maulers. So this leads to the question. Who's going to be kicking for the Maulers?
Run the damn ball every play. I don't know. They got to figure something out in camp. Maybe they're going for that supplemental draft. Maybe they're waiting.
It's possible, unless maybe one of their skill guys or one of their linemen can kick. The Bandits also pass. This is more what I thought was going to happen.
Yeah.
I thought they'd all pass on specialists.
Oh man, this is classic. Michigan Panthers on the clock. Let's see what Jeff Fisher, I think, values the punter.
I mean, Jeff Fisher might want to use a comp pick here to make sure he gets the punter that he wants.
As a defensive coach, the Bears 46 defense got helped out a little bit by that Chicago Bear punt game. Appreciate you, buddy. I got the coffee.
Michael Carrizosa out of San Jose State joining the Panthers.
Oh, San Jose State. I think they might have taken over Tarleton State.
Are we just lining up for one of these teams to go? Are we going to relocate the Michigan Panthers at the end of this year to Oakland to be the Invaders?
The Invaders, yeah, because that's what happened originally. They were the Invaders and they went to Michigan. Now they do it backwards, perhaps. No, I think Michigan's here to stay. But I mean,
synergy.
The Generals are on the clock. I'm curious. I would assume everyone else is going to pass, right?
I lost track of comp picks a long time ago. If I'd been doing this better, I would have been keeping track, but we were trying to juggle a lot of things, and it sounds like the Generals also did pass, so Generals passing as well.
Yeah. And Jesse G brings up something.
And the Stars passed as well, so we pass on. We're now to the tight ends. Let's see. Some names here. I saw Brandon Barnes getting hyped.
And you remember in the XFL, Donald Parham was a tight end and for the I want to say the LA.
No, he was on the Renegades.
Yeah, the Renegades. You're right. That was one where look at what he's done with that opportunity.
I mean, and the thing there is, I think the Chargers keep really misusing him, and this is just one of those things where some coaches just get it in their head that you can't do this. But Donald Parham was playing a high percentage of snaps and just not getting the target share because they insisted on using Jared Cook so much. And I can tell you right now, Donald Parham could hurdle Jared Cook. So why wouldn't you have the young athletic tight end in there trying to get him reps and get him up to speed? The dude's 6'8". At the end of the day, unless they're going to put a D end on him, they're not going to be able to body him, and he's going to just come down with every jump ball.
Making great points. I'm curious though. So we saw the Gamblers go incredibly. They went with a lot of that kind of scat wide receivers, in my opinion.
Did.
And does that mean do they potentially pass on the tight end and go?
No, I think they're going to go get a tight end. I mean, why wouldn't you? There's plenty of good big bodied guys out there. You're going to need them. Even if it's just an extra blocker. There's talented guys out there. Brandon Barnes played for the Wildcats in the XFL, was an elite receiving option, really. And as we're talking about this, Colby, what's your preference in your season-long spring football? Do you mandate the tight end position, or do you go wide receiver / tight end? What's your positional preference?
Oh, for fantasy football, I think I actually like when they mandate it. I like having to pick a tight end. Now, I'm okay. I don't think it's a deal breaker. I'm okay with giving you the flex option there, but I play in a league that I've been a part of since 1993, and like we do the mandatory. You have to have a tight end, which sometimes I remember I lost a playoff game once because Frank Wycheck threw a touchdown. He threw a touchdown. It's like, dude, they ran a tight end screen and then he threw it because Wycheck used to play some quarterback but I mean that it sucks that happened to me, but overall I remember it, so it's pretty hilarious. Because you lose on a crazy play. I mean, how many times has anyone seen a tight end throw a touchdown pass?
A lot more since the Philly special came around, apparently. And all these, it's becoming more of a thing. I think we're just going to see more of it as you get the big tight ends like your Logan Thomases, your Tyree Jacksons being like, we're big, we're physical. We'll just put on a little bit extra weight and we'll convert to tight end, and it's going to be a lot better.
Yeah. So, are you surprised though? Like, who was really good? And I know it's not a tight end, but Nelson Spruce, I thought was pretty money.
I imagine he just didn't sign a contract, or he wants to go to the XFL, because let's remember the caveat as we're waiting for round 34 to get started, the tight end H-back round, folks. We just wrapped up punters, getting ready for the tight end H-back. The USFL contract contains a league option for 2023. So if a guy would prefer to play in the XFL, the problem that they're going to run into is, and it's not a problem, it's guaranteed employment. Guaranteed employment, year-long health insurance, guaranteed employment in year 2. It's a good thing for a football player. But if a player thinks the XFL is going to pay them better, they might not want to get locked in to that contract, which I think is why you might see fewer XFL players. And I know there's been some rumors of guys saying they just prefer to wait for the XFL or maybe some other chance because they're a little more familiar with the infrastructure, things like that. And So we'll see though. That second year option is going to be really nice for guys, but they'll know before the end of the year. Week 2 is when that option gets exercised. So it's not like they're getting locked down long term, and it does contain an NFL out. So that's really good. All these guys have an NFL out in their contract.
I wonder if we see guys like, speaking of tight ends, like I know that this is a few years back. It's probably like 2015, but the Jets drafted a guy named Jace Amaro from Texas Tech. Now, I believe I think he got drafted in the XFL. I don't remember him being an impact player in the XFL, but that's one that he was a second-round draft pick in the NFL. Maybe he finds himself in one of these leagues. Now, I know things weren't working out in the NFL. I think he failed with the Jets and the Titans, but maybe just finding the right roster. Second-round draft pick, typical Jets draft pick though of not working out. But I think there's got to be a bunch of players like that perhaps just the right team. Maybe it didn't work out with early round selection. I remember there's always a few. No, I'm sure they're still in the NFL, most of these guys, but the tight end position is one that, in football, you go back, the evolution of the tight end is gigantic in football these days. Sure. Yeah. I think that is one of the positions that, I don't know. It's just look at Travis Kelce. I mean, that's a guy that, went to Cincinnati. No one had him on the radar for being this good. So there's potential players that we saw with Parham. So, I don't know. We'll see what happens. Tight ends going, Houston Gamblers on the clock. I'm curious if they even get a tight end. Do you think there's any team that just says, I don't want a tight end?
I honestly don't know. It really depends on what the coaches are looking for. And, I could see an argument for them not doing it. And, but I could also see them wanting to add some size, I mean, that's the other thing is it's a good way to get some size. If you're a team like the Gamblers, you can add some size to that roster.
Yeah. And it's I like it because it's tight end / H-back. So maybe
and you might see some teams that say we're not going to do that, but we're going to add in a fullback here, and we're going to bring in an H-back, a guy who's a little more versatile maybe.
Man, they're taking their sweet time with these final 2 rounds.
They really like to, hold us up here and make me worried. And for those of y'all, some of you were wondering, head over to sportsgamblingpodcast.com/USFL. You will see our entire day 1 reactions and recap, as well as the full draft board. The draft board did fall behind for a second, but I'm going to get that updated right now. And we'll have a full day 2 reaction a little later today as well.
Yeah, I mean, we got you covered. Get the SGPN app too. You can do that.
SGPN app, name it. Colby, anybody else we got to thank here as we got a minute, or anybody else we got to plug?
Well, everyone that came on. I mean, look, we have a platform for we have a podcast for a lot of stuff. I mean, the golf gambling guys, check out them. Any sport that you like, we pretty much have you covered on the Sports Gambling Podcast Network. So check out all that. And once you get the SGPN app or go to sportsgamblingpodcast.com, I think you'll see that we mean business, and we have it. We have everything covered pretty much from sports. I would say name your sport. I know we had Chase on before, and the disc golf or the frisbee, whatever he was talking about.
Ultimate frisbee.
Yes,
come on, get it right, frisbee. Colby. I'm disappointed that you don't know this, and that's a little concerning. We're going to need to work on this.
That's one we got to work on, I think. But yeah, I mean, look, I was listening yesterday. I was listening to the NHL gambling podcast. The NHL guys, they know what they're talking about. Was really impressed with that show. Obviously, Rod Villagomez, who joined us on this one for a lot. He does the NASCAR one that's brand new. Just had the Daytona 500. Also he does the fantasy football podcast. You guys all cover that, and we just got you covered for each and everything. So I really think just give us a shot, and I think you'll be impressed. So check out all those platforms and all the guests that came on. Thank you to a lot of people that made time. Shout out to the Wolf of Oaklawn. All right, you want to know some horse racing tips? Follow @of Oaklawn. All right, this guy's he probably had to leave to go to the racetrack. If I had to bet, if I had to bet, he's like, I got to meet. He texted me. I got to do something with my wife. Yeah, sure. I guarantee you, he's at the track probably with the Jack and Coke. Taking Lucky Lindy in the 7th. So Yeah, but check out all that stuff, guys. I really think, college basketball, I do it 7 days a week. 7 days a week, we are talking college basketball, and obviously March Madness is right around the corner. So check that out. The Sports Gambling Podcast. I mean, how many great guests did they just have on in the past? They were at Radio Row for the Super Bowl, had Eric Metcalf, Pac-Man Jones, Bill Romanowski, all in studio there talking, or all on episodes. They're all out there. LeGarrette Blunt. I'm forgetting some of the Joe Theismann.
Some great radio going on there.
Yeah,
not even a question.
Great guest, and we think you'll enjoy it. So check it out. Enough plugging ourselves, though. What are you guys up to? The chat's asking about college wrestling. We're working on it.
Whew. Colby, I'm gonna need to come up with something here, because I just keep having to add content, and we have such good content across the board. Something's gonna have to start to lose out here.
Yeah, look, college baseball, we got episodes up. We're gonna have more episodes coming. Obviously, the MLB's on strike, and I think that might benefit this USFL league of ours.
Colby, I'm gonna cut you off, because the man, the myth, the legend, Brandon Barnes, first tight end off the board, going to the Houston Gamblers. Check that out.
So they do go though, tight end. They had, and this is an interesting philosophy here, because first off, what, Grand Valley State, correct? No,
Alabama State.
That's the wrong. Yeah, that's the wrong one. This is one where I was concerned. They went with a lot of speed receivers, but now you add a guy who's pretty darn big. So
I mean, he's a big bodied tight end, athletic though, as we, for some, the hop has to be in there, but you just see, just look at this. He's a guy with hands. He's a guy who can go over the middle, big physical force, athlete. He's a great option here. Josh Johnson made huge use of him in the XFL. He really started to emerge there next to Nelson Spruce in the XFL. You love to see a guy like Brandon Barnes get his job, get a job here.
6'5", 255. So all of a sudden the Gamblers saying, hey, we're getting some size in here.
Yeah, and he's a guy who's not afraid to go right over the middle. You see there, good hands, making the catch in traffic, hard to bring down. And, we noticed that there wasn't a ton of size at some of these positions in the USFL. So a guy like Barnes might really break things open. As we got also Sal Cannella out of Auburn going to the Breakers, Matt Siebert out of Michigan State going to the Maulers. Any of those guys piquing your interest, Colby?
Well, Sal Cannella, 6'5", 228 from Auburn. I mean, I think Cannella is one that actually could be something. Which team? Let me refresh my memory. Well, the Breakers got him. That's interesting, because I actually think this Breakers offense is going to fly. All right, I really do. With Slaughter Saturdays coming back, I like the Cannella pick to the Breakers. I know I sound like I'm pro Breakers here, but I like that pick, and then Matt Siebert, Michigan State. I don't know enough about Matt Siebert. Michigan State's offenses, in my opinion, are always snooze fest, but it doesn't mean they're good players, or it doesn't mean that they're not good players. So Siebert, 6'4", 252. He's
you know what I bet he can do, though? I bet he can block.
Yeah, I guarantee you he can block, because you're not going to play ball at Michigan State if you can't block.
You're not going to play for Kirby Wilson if you can't block.
That's true. So that clearly, I'm sure, was part of his evaluation. And I'm trying to look at his stats at Michigan State here. And Michigan State, first off, they never threw the ball a ton. They still don't even. I mean, they throw it a little bit more now with this coaching regime than previously, but they're no prolific offense. And And
then Kerry Angeline out of NC State. I know you're not crazy about that, because you are anti any Wolfpack player.
Kerry Angeline, I'll say this, though. They stay talented at NC State, and this is a guy who was at USC who transferred. So, and let me tell you, USC, if they're recruiting you, you're good. You're very good. And originally from Pennsylvania, He played for the Cardinals. He played for the Eagles in practice squad detail only, but he also was a basketball player in high school. Was a really good basketball player as well. I think this could be a potential. This is an interesting one because this could work out. Now, Kerry Angeline going to the Stallions. Deep diving. That's what Skip Holtz has been doing. Deep diving. Bug Howard. Gotta love the name.
Some Bug Howard.
To the Stars. Bug Howard.
Bug Howard has been around. He had a cup of coffee with the Atlanta Legends there in the AAF. He was one of their better receiving options in Atlanta.
He was on the Bills too.
He had a cup of coffee with the Bills in the offseason, was there for a minute. But Bug Howard, big, physical, 6'5", another guy. More of a receiver, though, 6'5", 228, not necessarily as big and mean as some of these other guys. But, that Stars offense, Mike Riley knows how to play spring football. He knows how to make it work in all phases of the game.
Andrews.
Andrews, yes.
Yeah, Bart Andrews. But he had over 146 catches in college. I'm telling you, this guy can catch. Bug Howard. I think he's going to be a player. Bart Andrews, continuing to impress me, my friend.
Yeah. Then we got Cheyenne O'Grady coming in out of Arkansas, 6'4", 256. Had a cup of coffee with the Bengals as a free agent in the offseason. Now with the Tampa Bay Bandits, playing some bandit ball down there in Tampa.
And I feel like the Steelers, when Todd Haley was with the Steelers, I feel like they still utilize the tight end. They had this kid from Virginia. I'm drawing a blank on his name right now, but he was a first-round pick that was a very good tight end for the Steelers for a while there. The Steelers, I feel like, always have decent tight end play, so it'll be interesting to see how he uses O'Grady. Maybe O'Grady had 87 catches in college for almost 1,000 yards and 12 touchdowns, so he definitely got after it. It'd be nice to see what he does with bandit ball, baby.
Bandit ball. And then we've got Joey Magnifico out of the University of Memphis, was coaching at St. Benedict in Memphis, now back in the game after he graduated in 2019 as a redshirt senior, 6'4", 240 when he was playing.
This is an NC Nick guy. NC Nick, who was on yesterday. He in DFS. We play college football DFS all the time, and this is a guy he rostered often. And I got to be honest, at times I was scared to roster some of these tight ends, and this guy would put up stats. He would put up stats. So 71 receptions, over 1,000 yards and 12 touchdowns. The most receiving yards by a tight end in Memphis history. So pretty damn impressive for what he did with the Tigers there.
And then wrapping it up, the Generals, Braden Bowman, the last pick here in the tight end round. So every team drafts a tight end. And, the guys that I'm really liking to look at, Brandon Barnes on the Gamblers and Bug Howard on the Stars. Bug Howard is almost like an extra wide receiver out there on the field.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I think when he played in the AAF, he was listed as a wide receiver.
Yeah, and Braden Bowman, I know as a New York Jets guy, the Jets had him in 2016, and I remember him there. But he also had stints with the Birmingham Iron in the AAF, and then also played for the Jaguars, Saints, and Chargers. Yeah, if you go through the tight ends, I think the Bug Howard one stands out. I like to see. I'm telling you, I'm interested about the Sal Cannella play with the New Orleans Breakers. Those two catch my eye. Obviously, Brandon Barnes as well. We got the long snappers. Final round here.
Yeah, and Bug Howard, 24 targets, 17 catches in a shortened AAF season, went for 220. He really led that Atlanta offense as a receiving option, a second leading receiver behind Malachi Jones. And Santavius Jones. So third option there really for that Atlanta Legends team. And that was a team that didn't throw that often. So the fact that Bug Howard managed to be that efficient was really great to see.
And he's going to have Brian Scott throwing him the ball.
Spring League Pro there, Brian Scott.
Yeah, you got to like this offense. If you're a fan of the Philadelphia Stars, I think you're going to have a pretty damn good offense. So something to keep an eye on there when perhaps thinking fantasy football.
And we haven't wrapped that up yet. So, now we're just waiting. Now we're just waiting to see if there are going to be any comp picks in the tight end round.
Why not, right? There should be if you passed on the kicker or the punter. What team passed on both? The Breakers? Was that the Breakers that passed on both?
And the Breakers out here playing, I think it was the Maulers, actually.
I think that Stars offense, though, is going to be pretty damn good. I'm looking, they got Devin Gray, a wideout.
Brennan Eagles. It was the Maulers. The Maulers were the only one to pass on both. Actually, that's not right. I think we had a mistake on our sheet. There's no way the Panthers and Jeff Fisher didn't take a kicker.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I thought
he didn't. Oh my goodness, we're wrong. Jeff Fisher passed on a kicker.
Maybe he's got a guy that no one knows he's working for FedEx or something right now, and he says, "Hey, I'll call you after the draft."
Comp pick.
Who do we got?
Julian Allen out of Southern Miss going to the Gamblers.
Wow. The Gamblers going 2 tight end set. I like it. Julian Allen, I'm reading about him at the moment. Graduated in 2016. Is the guy, he was a JUCO. He was a JUCO transfer. But hey, he put up some decent numbers. I wonder if he had some ties there, but 19 catches, 281 yards, and a touchdown. He had an 82-yard touchdown, so perhaps some explosiveness.
The comp picks are flowing. Daquan Hampton to the Bandits and LaMichael Petway to the Panthers. All the tight ends coming off the board right now.
Wow. Did you say Quan Hampton?
Daquan Hampton out of USC. Had a cup of coffee in a whole bunch of places. I think he was in the XFL as well, and I think he actually played on the pretty sure he played on the Wildcats as well.
Well, what's interesting about Daquan Hampton is he played wide receiver at USC. So he's converted wide receiver.
He's a wide receiver / tight end. So the Bandits out here using positional rules to get around some stuff, wide receiver / tight end. And then LaMichael Petway out of Iowa State. Never heard of him. Have you?
I have, because I actually thought he was a beast at Iowa State. Matt Campbell loves to use those tight ends and use them efficiently. So I was actually surprised that he had not, I'll put it like this. This second chance, I think, could be good for LaMichael Petway because I thought he'd be an NFL tight end.
And another flex guy listed as a wide receiver at Iowa State.
This guy, look,
baby. Oh, baby. I'm sorry. I got to interrupt because Nick Truesdale was picked by the New Jersey Generals. Mike Riley going into the bag right now to get Nick Truesdale.
Going to get his guy. Look, this is a guy that I believe
was dominant for the Salt Lake Stallions.
And he was at, this is a guy, small school, Grand Rapids Community College. That's where he played football. This guy's played everywhere. He is a journeyman. This is why Mike Riley loves him. He played for the Colorado Ice. He played for a indoor football league in the Axemen, the Spokane Shock, the Portland Steel, the Indianapolis Colts, the Arizona Rattlers, the Cleveland Gladiators, then the Vikings, then the Stallions, then the Jets, then the Tampa Bay Vipers. He was with the Vipers in the XFL. Wow.
So Truesdale was like the only relevant tight end in the AAF. So if you're playing some USFL fantasy football, a good crop of targets to go after in Hampton, Barnes, and Truesdale, who have done some work, and some other guys as well. USFL, might we see the rebirth of the tight end here?
Yes.
USFL.
Truesdale, 38 touchdowns in the Arena Football League.
He's a beast. He's just a touchdown machine, an absolute touchdown machine. I loved watching him. He was carrying in the AAF. My dad drafted him, and he was just carrying his AAF fantasy team to an unreal level. You know, he was like the only good tight end. So it's a difference maker. You think difference maker matters in the NFL for fantasy? In spring football, if you have the tight end who's scoring double-digit points every week, you're just going to roll over everybody if you hit on the rest of the picks.
And with Truesdale, do you remember how many games it was for the AAF?
It was only like 5 or 6.
Because he had 24 catches, 269 yards, 3 touchdowns with the Stallions. This guy's
eight
games.
8 weeks.
This guy can play. I mean, first off, he comes from a lineage. His father played pro basketball in England after playing at Coastal Carolina. So, hey, get the guy. You see it all the time with these basketball players, Antonio Gates, Tony Gonzalez, that are former basketball players, Mo Alley Cox, that can play the tight end position well. I like that pick, man. I think you're onto something there with Mike Riley. So, what do we got next?
Truesdale, consistent production every week, peaked with a 6-catch, 71-yard, and a touchdown. The Panthers coming out passing on their long snapper, Ryan DeSalvo out of San Jose State, going to the Bandits. The Stallions pass as well as we are in the home stretch. 5 picks left. Nick or Colby.
It doesn't matter, right?
It's been a long 2 days. We're over 11 hours now on this stream. Colby, we're wrapping it up here. Anything you want to say? Last thoughts on the USFL, because I don't know that we need to recap anything else. We've done a pretty thorough job, and we've both been anchored to our spots, so we're ready to just kind of fall down and take a nap here.
Exactly, man, and I'm just I'm thrilled to see the league back, and I'm very excited for the season, April 16th. And shout out to all these players that are fighting hard to pursue their dreams, man. It's fantastic for the sport of football. It's fantastic for the viewer. If you put aside all the other nonsense, this is great to see people get a second chance, and I think we're only going to be better for it. Football is better for it. So I can't wait. Thanks for
wait, hold on.
Wait.
We have an interesting development. Scott Flanick out of Army was taken by the Generals.
Scott Flanick, we got an Army representative.
Where's Rod when we need him to tell us everything about Scott Flanick?
Oh,
Scott
man.
Flanick.
And he played linebacker too. This guy played linebacker, tight end, and
I don't know
long
how this is
snapper.
going to work, because he should still have a service requirement. Are they going to let him out of it to play in the USFL? That's going to be a new thing. Wow. I'm sorry. That's the kind of thing that I get curious about.
I'm looking at the guy's stat line now. Like, I just love the fact he played linebacker some too, as well as a few different positions. He's a jack of all trades. I'm on board. Let me get that Flanick jersey.
Yeah, the Stars take Ryan Navarro. The Stallions obviously passed, so we've got the Maulers, Breakers, and then the Gamblers closing it out.
There we go, man. Long snappers. Give it up for the long snappers. They don't get a lot of cred, but man, they're a very important. Yeah, they're a very important. I like how he's a linebacker too. This Flanick guy, because that gives you a little depth.
I was wondering why they didn't do more. I'm sure there's guys, but then again, long snappers become much more of a specialized position than it was for the longest time, as we got Mitchell Fraboni out of Arizona State going to the Maulers.
Mitchell Fraboni. All right, I love it.
The Breakers pass, and we've got the Gamblers, last team on the board, and they pass as well. So 2 passes to close out the USFL draft, as we'll stay on for a minute here just to see in case there's some late breaking development. But whew, has it been a day?
This is fantastic, man. It's great to see the sport back, the league back. The sport is doing okay, but I'm excited. Yeah, supplemental draft next, and hopefully they release some more information. Maybe some daily fantasy news comes soon, I would hope. But yeah, I can't wait. Shout out to all those people in the chat that joined us on this journey. United States Football League is back.
And we're just waiting for that word that the draft is finalized. Count on somebody to do a little trickery here, cross position a guy who's not actually a cross positional with the late pick.
Yeah.
And now, we're just waiting on the game schedule to drop now. We're all waiting on that. We want to know when we can plan our trips to Birmingham, and we want confirmation about when we need to be in Canton, Ohio. The only thing we do know, though, April 16th, going to be a good day. The USFL is back. That is it. The USFL announces the 35th and final round is complete. The USFL draft is over.
There we go. We appreciate each and every one that tuned in. Remember, subscribe to the Sports Gambling Podcast, subscribe to the USFL Gambling Podcast, and get that SGPN app. Adam Pelletier, this guy made it happen behind the scenes, and he comes back to give you rounds too. He's not just behind the scenes. He said, "Damn it, I'm gonna give you some work too, some on-air work." Shout out to you, Adam, man. You really helped make this thing happen. So cheers to you, man. And
Colby, well done being on all 11 hours. Proud of you. The only one to go the distance. Marathon man right there, ladies and gentlemen.
There we go. Let's do it. Subscribe, and you better believe we got more episodes in the can talking USFL football. Subscribe at USFL Gambling on Twitter, and I'm at the Colby D, and Adam Pelletier is at Adam Pelletier. All right, you got it all right there. Subscribe, tell a friend. This is the wrap. This is the end for this. Let's go
play us out, man. Just play us out.
There we go. Let's go with this right here.
Come from a land down